So today we're going to take a look at questions from the business domain. We took a look at questions previously from the other two. Here's the final one. It's a scaled down version, if you will, of what you could find on the exam in terms of number. So as usual, we'll take a look at the first question. I'll give you about a minute to answer. If you need more time, hit the pause button, make sure you get an answer, and then find out what the real answer is and close gaps in your knowledge. You are developing a new Agile mindset for your consulting team. Which of the following best espouses an Agile mindset? Is it formalizing an entire contracting relationship in a single document, reward and recognition for outstanding team members, a shared risk-reward relationship where all sides win, consultant bears all the risk so that your procurement team wins? What do you think? I'll give you a minute. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the option of most relevance to Agile is. We'll start from the bottom up. D, consultant bears all the risk so that your procurement team wins. That sounds lopsided and a bit selfish. Just wanting your team, your procurement team to win, put all the risk on the consultant. That is not an Agile mindset. We should be thinking about collaboration over contract negotiation. C, a shared risk-reward relationship where all sides win. Well, what could go wrong if every side wins? Let's hold on to that thought. B, reward and recognition for, note the word, outstanding team members. In the world of Agile, we do not segregate outstanding team members from what may be otherwise not outstanding. We take a look at team output as opposed to taking a look at individual output. So B, reward and recognition for outstanding team members. While it sounds good, this is not in the spirit of Agile. The spirit of Agile rewards the team, not individuals. So the world of traditional and the world of Agile, they work very differently. A, formalizing an entire contracting relationship in a single document. The size of the document is not important. It's what is in the document that would make it Agile or not. So there's not enough in this for us to go with A. And that leaves you with C, a shared risk-reward relationship where all sides win. So taking a look at this could apply to a team, it could apply to a consultant, anything. Questions such as this that seem to combine ideas from different aspects of the business can be expected. You're not always going to get a question where all the options are something that pertains to a team. You could get some options that are consultant related, some that are team related, but the bottom line is which of these espouses an Agile mindset? Okay, so answer to that, A. All right, let's move on to our next question. When addressing an individual challenge area or implementing a new hybrid or Agile approach, a common practice is to treat the change process as an Agile project with its own backlog of changes that could be introduced and prioritized by the team. Which of the following is consistent with Agile manifesto principles and Scrum practices? I'm going to give you a minute and 12 seconds. This one is a bit of a long one. A little bit more time left. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. So when addressing an individual challenge area or implementing a new hybrid or agile approach, a common practice is to treat the change process as an agile project with its own backlog of changes that could be introduced and prioritized by the team. Which of the following is consistent with Agile manifesto principles and Scrum practices? Again, let's start from the bottom. At project end, when the product goal is reached, review external business environment. So watch this. At project end, review external business environment for impacts on the project scope and make adjustments for the program. What good is that when the program or the project is already done, when the product goal is reached? You should actually do this before the goal is reached. So we're going to cancel D because it doesn't make sense. C, work with stakeholders to reduce scope creep and, watch this, limit options for scope changes or backlog changes. That is not in the spirit of Agile. It then says the less change there is, the faster the product will be completed. So not in the spirit of Agile. In the world of Agile, we embrace and welcome change. The only thing we do not do is within the sprint, encourage copious tons of change. We don't do that. Once our sprint is locked in the world of Scrum, we keep it as pure as possible. So that is a different kind of question, but it still comes into play. You need to have a keen eye for detail. When it talks about scope creep, limiting options for scope backlog changes, we see things differently in this world. While we don't want people to say they want a Tesla when they ask for a Harley in the first place, we at the same time do not limit options for backlog changes in general. That is the whole idea behind Agile. Change needs to happen, change the backlog. All right. So when we say backlog, we mean product backlog, not the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog, we do not want to change as much as we can. The product backlog, people can update that. The question is, will it be done? And that's the product owner's call. Let's go to B. Assess and prioritize the impact on the product backlog based on external environment changes. Engage all relevant stakeholders in technical decisions. That doesn't sound bad. Let's take a look at A. Focus on the immediate environment. Only each sprint. Okay. Focus on the immediate environment only each sprint and not on the external business environment, and exclude the product owner from technical decisions. Well, of course, that will be a recipe for failure. The product owner does need to be in those discussions, and you do not relegate your discoveries and your focus on just the immediate environment. You got to take a look at the big picture, business environment. So this is really based on the PMP exam content outline, all right? Most sensible option is B. Assess and prioritize the impact on the product backlog based on external environment changes. Engage all relevant stakeholders in technical decisions. Okay. That's that. Let's go to our next one. You're working with a business unit to complete a benefits management plan. Which of the following would you expect to be done as part of the responsibilities of the benefits owner? Select all that apply. I'll let you read it. All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, and 1. So go into option D, using the process of elimination. It reads, appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. Remember, it says select all that apply. So we're going to put a tick. That applies. Appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. How do we know this? Well, a lot of this stuff is in the PMBOK guide in section 1262, page 33. But in addition to that, the PMP exam content outline contains these specific tasks. Let's take a look at C. Verify a measurement system is in place to track schedule progress. This is talking about schedule. We know that the benefits owner's job is not to put a measurement system in place for schedule. That sounds more like what the PM would do. So we are not going to choose that. Let's go to B. Document agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. In other words, who's going to own it? That's definitely something we do there. And lastly, it says, investigate that benefits identified. It's one of the main things the benefit owner does. So the answer is A, B, and D. And you do recall on your exam, you very well could get one of those, select all that applies, right? They could very well ask you to choose more than one. So you get ready for questions like that. All right, let's move on to our next one. As a project manager, you're expected to confirm project compliance requirements, for example, security, health and safety, regulatory compliance, and classify compliance categories while determining potential threats to compliance. Which of the following risk identification models exist to help you achieve this? Go ahead. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So which of the following risk identification models exist to help you achieve this? In other words, which of these is a real model? Well, you've got 4 lines and you've got an answer buried. For this one, we're going to start off with A. We're going to use the process of elimination to cancel anything that is bogus, doesn't exist. So A, VUCA, ESTA, and teacup. So if you take a look, like I said, on page 416 of the PMBOK guide, you can see that VUCA does exist. It's volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. ESTA does not exist. Teacup does exist. Teacup stands for technical, environmental, commercial, operational, and political. The second one, MOLA, does not exist. PESTLE does exist. PESTLE is political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. So based on that, we know ESTA doesn't exist, MOLA doesn't exist, MOTA doesn't exist. PESTLE and teacup do, and so does VUCA. And that leaves us with option D. So you're going to know which models are real and which ones are fake, just in case you get questions on any of that. Let's take a look at the next one. The product owner and the team discussed the user stories planned for a particular project. The team pointed out that none of the stories had acceptance criteria defined, and that these were needed to define the acceptance tests for each story and deliverable. However, they could not agree on when exactly these needed to be identified or defined, rather. Ideally, when should the acceptance tests be defined? I'll give you a minute. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, let's start from the top and we'll go down. So it reads, they could not agree on exactly when these needed to be defined. Ideally, when should the acceptance test be defined? So you got to remember, when you're taking a look at user stories, the front of the card, it's typically the story, the role, goal, benefit. You got to remember to flip it over, right? Because when you flip the card over at the back, that's where you typically would put the acceptance criteria, doing things with physical note cards and so on, like the good old days. So A says before release planning during visioning. That is way early. You don't even have stories then, most of the time. So let's get rid of that. Or you might have an epic or two, but definitely not the whole laundry list of stories, right? So it's very unlikely you'd be looking for criteria at this point. Now, if it is the multiple events that happen, because release plan is not just a one-time thing, if it so happens that it's in the future, it's still not the best place to do that. But this says before release planning. If you think about the very first round of release planning, you wouldn't be doing that in there. So that's not ideal. B, during the iteration, at any time before development is complete. So think about it, assembling acceptance criteria in the middle of the sprint, while development is going on, before it's complete. No, that is not correct. Not B. Let's take a look at C. During the review or retrospective with customer input. No, the customer is not there in a review meeting for the purpose of defining criteria. It would not happen in a demo, that's for sure. Could you get news stories in a demo? You could, but as far as the acceptance criteria, the acceptance tests, that would have to be done outside of the review. The best answer is D. It's in refinement before development. And when you know the 353 and you know what happens in each event, it makes sense as to why you would do this in backlog refinement, right? So it's in refinement before development. And that is the overarching best answer. And that, my friends, concludes our review of people, process, and business. Today, we took a look at business. This is how we think in the project management masterclass. It's all getting you ready for the PMP exam. So going down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com, take a look. Very well could be the course that helps you get this down pat. Thank you. You take care. Don't forget, hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. Talk to you soon. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Today, we're going to play a game called the Power of Three. And the Power of Three, my main objective is to find any gaps in your knowledge for the PMP exam. I'm also going to be working to help you fine-tune your focus on things that might have been blind spots. Okay, so to play this game, it's going to be closed book. It's going to be about a minute per question. The cool thing about this game is, unlike the actual exam, this is like training wheels. You're only going to have 3 options, and that's why I call it the Power of Three. All right, some of the questions are going to be elementary, and then as we go further, we're going to step it up. Are you ready? Let's get into it. Here's your first question. All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this question, my friends, what comes first on an Agile project? It's not the team charter. It's not the assumption log. It's the Agile project charter, because that is what gives the vision and the understanding of what the project is all about. All right, let's go to our next question. Who is accountable for backlog prioritization and management? I'll give you a minute for this one as well. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So who is accountable for backlog management? I can tell you it's not the Scrum Master and it's not the team. This is the job of the product owner. The product owner is a person who is responsible and accountable for doing this. Now, the product owner could bring in other people to participate as people who give ideas when it comes to prioritization and management, when it comes to backlog refinement, but the ultimately answerable person is the product owner. All right, let's go to our next question. Here's your next one. What should be done after developing a charter? I'll give you about a minute. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So after you have developed a project charter, the next thing you should do is actually not procurement selection, and it's not the detailed scope. You first of all want to identify stakeholders. Remember, you are in initiating. So the first thing you would do out of these options is identify the stakeholders. Let's go to our next question. What should be done after developing a project charter? Well, I guess it's almost like the same question. I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. You don't need that much time because you just looked at something similar. So let's think about it. You're done with the project charter. Do you close out the project immediately? No, you don't. Do you immediately begin to generate reports after creating the charter? Or would you first of all work on detailed scope, which happens in planning? Yes, you would. You would do the detailed scope. So the answer to that is detailed scope. All right, let's go to our next question. Who is accountable for performing the project work? I'll give you a minute. All right, that was more than enough time. 3, 2, and 1. Person who is accountable for performing the work is not one person, it is the team. And when you see team, I know those of you who are more in depth into the world of Scrum, you hear the word developers. Well, that's exactly what this means. You got to be ready to roll with the language you're given on the PMP exam. It's not going to be exactly as it is in the Scrum guide or in other literature you've read. So you need to be able to compare what is being said to what the PMI calls it. So if PMI says team, you know that means developers. If PMI says team facilitator, you know that would mean Scrum Master and so on. All right, so it's not the Scrum Master or the product owner, it's the team. They do the work. All right, here's your next question. Who is responsible for facilitating the daily Scrum and retrospective meetings? I'll let you think about it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so let's take a look. Who is responsible for facilitating the daily Scrum? It might shock you. It says facilitating the daily Scrum and retrospective meetings. Well, did you know that the product owner does not need to be in the daily Scrum? We would want the product owner to be in the retrospective zone. It might shock you, but the Scrum Master just needs to ensure that the daily Scrum was held. They are not responsible for facilitating, neither do they need to be there. It's not one of their core roles. So my friends, the answer to this, the best answer, is team. The team should be able to facilitate after a while, maybe not at the beginning, but after a while they will. But it's not one of the core roles of the Scrum Master or core responsibilities of the Scrum Master to be the facilitator. Do they do it on a lot of projects? Yes, they do. But experienced Scrum Masters know that after a while, the team should begin to facilitate its own daily Scrums. And also, the retrospective doesn't need to be facilitated by the Scrum Master alone, right? So this is more of a team thing. All right, I know that one's going to shock some of you, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Let's go to our next one. Who acts as a team coach? I'll let you think about it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So who acts as a team coach? Well, you probably figured it out. That's the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master coaches a team to excellence. Great job. Here's your next one. Who is the business representative? I'll let you think about it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look. The answer to this is none other than, of course, the product owner. We often call them the chief value officer of the record, right? Just as a fun term. We also call them the mouthpiece for the business. So product owner is a business representative. Here's your next one. What should be done after developing a charter? Similar to what you saw before, I'll give you a minute. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So what should be done after developing the charter? The answer, my friends, is not to close out the project. And it would not be a change request because all you've done is develop the charter. The best answer is you would plan the project. So you develop the charter, then you go into planning. That would be the best answer. Okay, here's your next one. Which artifact comes first in Scrum? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, is what is at the very beginning. And it's not the increment, it's not the sprint log. At the very beginning, you have the product backlog. It's not the sprint backlog, it's the product backlog. That exists first in Scrum. That is where all of the customer and stakeholder requests go right up front. All right. Here's your next question. Which artifact comes last in Scrum? Take a best guess. Go for it. All right, my friends, 3, 2, and 1. The artifact that comes last is not the product backlog or the sprint backlog, it's the increment. That's what you get at the end of the sprint. So it's worded a bit quirkily, but it's worded to make you think. All right, so your increment will be the last thing you get in a Scrum sprint. All right, let's go to our next one. Who can modify a sprint? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this is not the Scrum Master. They can't do that. Our architect is a bogus one thrown in here from somewhere else. The answer is the product owner. The product owner can modify a sprint. All right, so far, I hope you're enjoying these questions. Go ahead, hit the like button if you are. Share with your friends. It's very important that they know that this information is out there. Now, this is pretty much for intermediate to even a little bit of advanced level. So the questions here, even though they are written in a very elementary one-liner kind of way, they could really help some of your friends find their gaps really quickly. All right, here's your next question. Which comes first? Scoping out the project schedule, or detailed cost for each activity? I'll give you a minute to think about it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. That should be enough. I know that it's a little bit of a predictive one. So first thing you would do on a project is not detailed cost, because in order to do detailed cost, you would need a breakdown of activities, which takes us to project schedule. And in order to get a project schedule, you would need to know what the scope is. So you break it down into a WBS and into a list of activities, which will help create your schedule. So the best answer is scoping out the project. Let's go to our next question. Which comes first? Closing out a project, closing out a phase, closing out a project, closing a contract in a phase. Think about it. Three, two, and one. All right, let's take a look. So closing out a phase would need to happen before closing out a project. So we can go ahead and cancel closing out a project. That wouldn't come first. Closing out a phase would come first. But before closing out a phase, what would happen is closing out a contract in a phase. So the best answer that I was looking for is number 3, closing a contract in a phase. All right, here's your next one. Which of these can be used when identifying stakeholders? Is it a stakeholder register, stakeholder plan, or MPS? Think about it. All right, my friends, 3, 2, and 1. So the answer to this, when you're identifying stakeholders, what you could use to capture the stakeholders is not the plan, that will come after. And Net Promoter Score is really a score of how likely it is for your stakeholders to recommend you to associated businesses or the associates. So it's not that. The best answer is stakeholder register. It's that simple. The stakeholder register is an output of identifying stakeholders. Let's go on to our next one. The next one says, which of these is a two-dimensional tool for identifying stakeholders? Think about it. All right, that's enough. 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look. So which of these is a two-dimensional tool? Well, a stakeholder cube is a three-dimensional tool. Remember, the stakeholder cube has the power, the interest, and it could also have the attitude of the stakeholder. So it takes the power interest grid and it throws in the third dimension of attitude. So it's not the stakeholder cube. The stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, which I just call the SEAM, is not a two-dimensional tool. It's really just a table. And on that table, you have this mnemonic, earns less. You got to remember that. You have unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, and lead-in. And then you have in each of those fields as appropriate, C for current and D for desired, right? D, desired, means that stakeholder is right where you left them. So it's not the SEAM. The SEAM is more like a, if you will, a kind of matrix, kind of like a register. And we don't use the SEAM in the identify stakeholders process. We use the SEAM in planning stakeholder engagement. That's why it's called stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. So it's not that. The answer is, of course, the power interest grid, and make sure you know the other terms for it, influence impact grid, so on and so forth. All right, let's move on to your next question. Which threat response approach takes probability or impact to 0? All right, my friends, let's end this one. So which threat response takes probability or impact to 0? You probably figured out that the answer is not accept. That will keep the response, that will keep the probability or impact exactly as they are. It's not mitigate. Mitigate is not one that takes them to zero. It will reduce the probability or impact, either one or both, but it would not take it to zero. The one that would take it to zero, either one, is avoid. Avoid will either take probability to zero or take the impact to zero or take both to zero. All right, so avoidance is the best answer. Let's go to your next one. Which opportunity response approach takes probability to 100%? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, is not share, and it's not enhance. The best answer, exploit. Exploit is the opportunity response approach that takes probability to 100% and make sure that that opportunity absolutely does happen. The answer is exploit. All right, let's move on to your next one. Next question. Which risk response reduces a threat's probability or impact? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, which risk response reduces a threat's probability? We're talking about reduction. So it's not accept. Accept doesn't reduce anything. It's not avoid. Avoid is an absolute removal of that thing, probability or impact wise. It's not that. The best answer, talking about a reduction, is mitigate. Mitigate will reduce the probability or impact of a threat. Avoid will take the impact or probability to a zero. So there is a difference. Best answer is mitigate. All right, here is your next question. Which opportunity response approach increases impact or probability? All right, 3, 2, and 1. So we're talking about which opportunity response approach increases impact or probability. The best one here is not share, and it's not accept. Accept does nothing. It's enhance. Enhance increases the impact or probability. Remember, we're talking about opportunities here. So this is what we want to increase, the opportunities, probability, or impact. Here's your next one. You put aside some money to deal with a risk if it happens. Which risk response is this? I'll give you a minute. Alrighty then, 3, 2, and 1. So using the process of elimination, as we always do, we're talking about dealing with a risk if it happens. Mitigate deals with a risk before it happens, not if it happens, right? A workaround is a response that was not initially planned, right? The best answer in terms of putting aside some money, which is in some way a little bit more proactive than not doing anything at all, is still accept. If you put some money aside to deal with the risk, if it happens, it's not a workaround because you've already kind of made a response in some way by putting the money aside, but it's not the most proactive response, but it is a response. We refer to that as accepting because you're not doing anything except the risk does happen. So it's not proactive, you're accepting it, but if it happens, there's some money put aside. We'll talk about that one in a little bit. Here's your next question. Uh-oh, it's the same one. You put aside some money to deal with a risk if it happens. Which risk response is this? Now you see where I'm going. I'm going to give you a minute. Go for it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So you've probably guessed or done your research. Management reserves, they're not used for known risks, right? They're not used for things that we've identified up front. No. And you've got passive accept, which is doing absolutely nothing, but putting aside some money, that is active accept. I'm sure some of you got that right in a second. Let's move to our next one. A document in which contract types and mode of payment is described is what? 3, 2, and 1. I did expect that to go quick. The answer is, believe it or not this thing, which doesn't really exist, a contract charter, no such thing. And it's not the procurement plan as some of you might have thought. No, procurement management plan does not contain this stuff. Contract types, mode of payment, all that, you would find it in a procurement strategy, all right? More than a procurement plan. All right, let's go to our next question. And then if you want to check this out, make sure you look at the outputs in the guide in 12.1, the outputs. This is an output in the 6th edition known as procurement strategy. All right, let's move on. Here's your next question. Which of these is a communication method? This is going to go quick. 3, 2, 1. The best answer, my friends, is not email, and it's not tone of voice. The best answer is push. Remember, we have 3 types of communication methods. Okay, it is not email or tone of voice. The best answer is push. Here's your next one. Which of these is a communication method? Uh-oh, here we go again. 3, 2, 1. The answer is not text and it's not words. The answer is interactive. So you have push, pull, and interactive. Those are the 3 communication methods. All right, just a bit of trivia to spice it up. Here we go. An attribute of quality to be measured is what? 3, 2, 1. The answer is not measurement. That's not an attribute. That's an actual thing you measure. And it's not defect. That's a thing. The attribute, the best word is metric. The metric is an attribute that you measure. Next question. The cost of upholding quality throughout the product life is called what? If you need more time, always hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer is not cost of production, and it's not appraisal cost, because appraisal cost is also included in this one called the cost of quality, which is the correct answer. So the cost of quality is the life of the product. We're talking about the quality throughout the product life and the cost of upholding that. Just like warranty work, it's part of the product life, and so on and so forth. All right, here we go. Next one. Which metric is best for checking cost performance? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The best answer is not the schedule performance index, and it's not the cost variance. The cost variance is not the best because it shows you a variance, but it doesn't show you the variance in comparison with the overall budget. The cost performance index, on the flip side, takes a look at what you have spent to date and what you have accomplished. So the best metric is that. That's why it's called cost performance index. All right, so the indices are usually better when you're checking performance. Here's your next one. Which metric is best for checking schedule performance? All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, so for schedule performance, you knew it wasn't that. And based on what I told you, performance, that's a trick. It's not schedule variance because schedule variance just shows us a variance. But again, it's not in comparison with anything that has been necessarily budgeted in total, or it's not really in comparison with the schedule performance. So remember, the schedule performance index is the earned value, which kind of holds the performance in some way, But when you juxtapose it with planned value, it helps you see the accomplishment in comparison with the plan for what you should have accomplished by a particular date. This just shows you the difference between these two, EV minus PV. So it doesn't really show you what the performance is, because you could have a schedule variance of $5, for example. If the schedule variance is $5, that could be on any project. It could be on a $1 million project. It could be on a $200 project. So it's not the best one. The best one is the schedule performance index. Hope that makes sense. All right. We're almost done here. Let's go to our next one. Which metric is best for checking variances in the schedule? Now it's getting simpler. All right, my friends, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer that I would have expected you to choose is schedule variance. It's that simple. I just gave you a whole bunch of time. You didn't need it. The answer is schedule variance. It's not the performance indices. When you're checking variances, you need one of the V's, SV, CV, so on and so forth. When it comes to schedule variance. When it comes to cost variance. All right, here we go. Here's your next one. The actual cost of work performed is known as what? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer to this is not the earned value or the planned value. It's the actual cost. Remember, actual cost of work performed. Let's go to our next one. We're almost done here. Next one, the budgeted cost of work performed is known as what? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Very obvious here. It's not the actual cost because we just talked about that, right? So we're down to 2. Work performed. Planned value is planned, not performed. So the best answer is EV. That's how you answer it. Let's go to our next one. This should go easy now. The budgeted cost of work scheduled is known as, this is so easy, 3, 2, 1. Well, we know it's not the actual cost because it says budgeted cost. And we know it's not the budgeted cost of work performed because we just did earned value. So the answer is planned value. What is scheduled? Planned, scheduled, if you get it. Cool. Let's move to our next one. Soft logic is known as what? All right, that's a pretty easy one. So soft logic is also known as it's not internal and it's not mandatory. The answer is discretionary dependency. So a discretionary dependency is based on what you perceive the work to be. It is dependent on the observer. It is not based on the order of the work. So that's that. You got a few questions left. Here's your next one. Hard logic is also known as what? Very, very simple at this point. All right. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, of course, it's not discretionary because we just talked about that, and it's not internal either. It's mandatory. Mandatory is also known as hard logic. Now, discretionary that we talked about just now, remember, it's known as soft logic. It's also known as preferential logic, just so you know. All right, my friends, we are almost completely done. Here's your next one, your final one. In Scrum, the most common duration for a sprint is what? 3, 2, and 1. All right. So the answer, my friends, is not 8 weeks. Definitely not. 4 weeks is the limit, but it's not the most common in industry. In industry, the most common, and this is in the APG as well, it is 2 weeks. My friends, you've gone through 35 questions. You sat tight, you rode with me. Well done. I hope this helps you fine-tune your focus. If you have enjoyed these questions, go ahead and hit that bell icon so you're notified when I've got more videos like this. And go ahead and hit the like button and share with your friends so they know this is available. I made this kind of intermediate so that you needed to have some knowledge, but not over the top. So it's a nice in the middle ground kind of quiz to help those who are very early in the process to level up to intermediate. All right. If you found this to be helpful and you're looking for training, coaching, education, in your career even, you know, because I mentor, train, coach, and help people trying to get certified everywhere, right? Not just for PMP, but even the ACP and those looking for work. Go on down to praizion.com, take a look at your options. And if you are new to this whole thing, I want to indulge you. Go on down to Amazon, look for my book. It's called Project Management Layman's Guide. It's a concise study of the 7th edition, and it's great for newbies, all right? You found this to be helpful, my friends. Again, I would really appreciate a like, subscribe, and follow me. If you haven't subscribed to my awesome podcast on whatever platform you're used to, I want you to subscribe to my podcast right now. So if you're on an Apple device, I want you to go on down to the website. It's called pmradio.org. pmradio.org is home for my podcast called the PMP Exam Radio Show. So if you haven't subscribed to it, go on down to pmradio.org, look for it on Amazon Music, look for it on Apple devices, iTunes, look for it on Google, look for it on Spotify. On Spotify, you might even be able to watch some video of it. All right, so it's a 360 degree immersion daily. I've got probably 120 plus, maybe even more episodes, hundreds of hours to keep you engaged as you study for your exam, all right? And it's free. That's the really cool thing. All right, go on down to pmradio.org. Look forward to seeing you very soon. It's your buddy Phil, signing off. Bye for now.
You are working on a project with low requirements uncertainty and a low technical uncertainty. Due to these low levels of uncertainty, which model should you select? A. Hybrid. B. Agile. C. Iterative. D. Predictive. The best option is D. Predictive, since the requirements and technical uncertainty are low. This is the best option. Refer to the Stacy Complexity Model on page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide. Thank you for your participation. Hit like and subscribe to be notified when more episodes become available. Bye for now.
Welcome to part 2 of the Project Management Masterclass preview. Today, we're going to be looking at questions. We start off with the people piece of the exam. First question, you are working on a project as a team facilitator. You have identified that there is conflict among 4 team members who have formed factions. What is the best course of action for this situation? A, resolve the conflict issue for the team and get management involvement. B, evaluate, recommend, and reconcile the appropriate resolution solution. C, avoid getting involved in the conflict. These matters are expected on teams. D, find out which party is wrong by having separate discussions with the team. I'll give you 5 seconds to conclude your answer, and if you need more time, feel free to hit the pause button. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer to this is B. This is the best option based on the PMP exam content outline. All the other options are either reactive or incorrect. A lot of the questions on the exam are as straightforward as knowing what is the right thing to do versus what are the seemingly nice sounding things that are incorrect. Conflict is not about finding out who is right or wrong. It's about bringing both parties to the table as much as possible to collaborate. You could be a facilitator of that collaboration. And that is what B suggests. D is wrong. C, don't avoid getting involved in the conflict. It says you're working as a project team facilitator. This is part of your job. And A, you don't resolve conflict issues for the team and get management involvement under most circumstances. Don't resolve conflict for 2 parties. Next question. A new team member just joined the project with very little experience. However, she is very confident in herself and her abilities to learn. She's very eager to take on work. Which leadership approach should you use with her? A, delegating. B, coach. C, directing. D, collaborative. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you need more time, hit the pause button. The answer to this question is based on the Hersey-Blanchard situational leadership model. And in that model, we have 4 quadrants: bottom right, direct; top right, coach; top left, participative or supportive type of leadership; and the bottom left, delegating. In this case, we have an individual who is already highly motivated, eager to take on work, and confident. Therefore, this individual needs a lot of direction because they have no experience, but they don't need a whole lot of support. For that reason, we would choose the directing style. The answer to this is C. Let's go to our next question. As a servant leader on an Agile project, one of your key responsibilities is to A, remove impediments; B, delegate work to team members; C, plan out the schedule and cost; D, plan out the scope, schedule, cost, and quality. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, 1. Taking a look at the question setup as a servant leader, one of the key things you do is remove roadblocks. So the correct answer for this is remove impediments. This is the best option based on the Agile Practice Guide and general Agile industry awareness. Next question. On your 5-month government project with 20 powerful stakeholders, you also have a stakeholder with a low level of power and interest on the project. What should you do next with this stakeholder? A, keep informed. B, monitor. C, keep motivated. D, manage close. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at the power interest grid, also known as the influence impact grid. You might recall from our studying together, from other videos I have on YouTube, you can think about power on the y-axis and interest on the x-axis. You could break this down into 4 quadrants. Stakeholders with a low level of power and a low level of interest, you need to monitor. Low level of power, low level of interest. Monitor them because they could change as the project evolves. Stakeholders with a high level of power and a low level of interest, you want to keep satisfied. Stakeholders with a high level of power and a high level of interest, you want to manage close, and stakeholders with a high level of interest and a low level of power, you want to keep informed. Therefore, the answer to this, a low level of power and interest, is monitor B. Next question. Understanding what ready means so the team can take in work, what done means so the team can judge completeness consistently, should be in a document known as what? Is it A, the project charter? Is it B, the project scope statement? Is it C, social contract? Is it D, scope management plan? Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this question can be found in the Agile Practice Guide on page 50. The best option is not the project charter. At this stage, the team hasn't even started conversing, and it's the team that defines some of these terms. So it can't be the project charter. Project scope statement is from the traditional world, can't be that. Ready and done are Agile terms. And D, scope management plan, it can't be that. So on your exam, use the process of elimination to cross out what it couldn't be. The only one it could be is social contract, C. Once again, familiarize yourself with the tools that are likely to be available on your exam based on feedback from other students. Also go on down to the Pearson site and make sure you are familiar with the layout of the exam and the interface. It will help you. If you're getting ready for the exam and you are stumped and stuck and you need additional help, I would encourage you to go on down to our website. It's praizion.com. On that website, you can sign up for the Project Management Masterclass. You can sign up for on-demand training that you do self-study. You can sign up for the Agile Practice Guide Immersion Training, where we go through the Agile Practice Guide. If you're a PMP, you can look into the Project Leadership Institute. And if you click on that link for self-study and you scroll down, you see different options. But one of the options is live coaching. So if you need a live coach, hit that. And before you know it, you'll be laughing all the way to the score bank. Thank you very much for joining me on this first episode of PMP Questions. That was, again, from the people domain. In our next episode, we'll take a look at the process domain.
Two team members are arguing about a technical subject which is causing a major delay. You apply a technique to assist them in searching for solutions that bring some degree of satisfaction to both team members, in order to temporarily or partially resolve the conflict. Which conflict resolution technique does this describe? A. Compromise. B. Smoothing. C. Accommodate. D. Collaborate. The best option is A. This is a test of the Thomas Kilmann conflict mode instrument. The question describes the compromise/reconcile conflict resolution technique. A clue to observe is that both smoothing and accommodating describe the same approach. Remember to use the process of elimination and strike out similar incorrect options when on your exam. This will help you narrow down the correct answer. Please hit the like button and subscribe to be notified when more episodes become available. Day by day, build on your knowledge with solid questions to test your coverage of the massive PMP exam content and your aptitude. Remember to sign up for the PMP Half-Day Bootcamp at hpmexam.com or the PMP Exam 35-hour course at projectmanagementmasterclass.com. Have a great day, and bye for now.
Hello my friends, your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer and Coach. Today we're going to take a look at PMBOK Guide 7 questions. So today we've got 7 questions on the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. And this is part 1. This is going to be a recurring series. So here is the very first question. Your PMO has asked you to work on a collection of strategic business activities aimed at building, sustaining, and/or advancing an organization. What does this best describe? Now, with these questions, you got to remember the purpose of these questions is to begin to immerse you gently into the world of the 7th edition, where some of the language is a little bit unknown. Some of this you may not have encountered before, and that's the purpose. It's to provoke you to open the book, take a look at it. If your exam is in 2022 especially, I would advise you to do that. All right, so let's take a look at the answers. Select an option. I'll be right back to share the answer. All right, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so what does this describe? The answer is pretty much verbatim from section 1.2 of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. The answer to this one, none other than system for value delivery, also known as a value delivery system. Okay, here's your next question. Your project should provide value to the customer. Which of the following does not describe value? Choose the best answer. I'll give you a minute. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, if you need more time, hit the pause button. The answer to this question is B. The implied benefit of additional rework caused by choosing an easy solution. You see, it's counter. There are going to be some questions you see on the exam. You just have to use the process of elimination because the solution being proffered in the option, it doesn't make sense. So this is a little bit of technical debt,
mangled with implied benefit. This is really not value. Everything else is. A is value, the ability to use specific features or functions of a product. C is value, financial metrics such as the benefits less the cost of achieving those benefits, and the worth, importance, or usefulness of something. Those are all legitimate definitions of value. All right, for those of you just come in, we're taking a look at the 7th edition, and here's a little bit of trivia just to begin to immerse you into that world. You do remember, on the exam, the questions are more situational. This is all definitional type stuff, just to get you into the groove of the guide. Next question. You are working with a set of 17 individuals performing the scheduled scope of work of the project to achieve its objectives. What does this best describe? I'll give you a minute as usual. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Now, all of this stuff is available in the 7th edition, section 1.2, where it talks about all of those terms. You can find them in there. All right, now let's take a look at what this question says. 17 individuals cannot be a Scrum team. It shouldn't be an Agile team. Now, Scrum of Scrums, this is not Scrum, obviously, right? Because it says 17 individuals performing the scheduled scope of work. They're performing the scheduled scope of work. In a Scrum of Scrums, it's really a sync point, so this doesn't even make sense if we say Scrum of Scrums. And lastly, Flow Masters, no. These are bogus terms thrown in, or terms from the world of Kanban to distract you. We know that 17 individuals performing the scheduled scope of work is definitely more like traditional project management, right? So the answer to this, the best answer, is project team. All right, let's go to our next one. Next one here, an end result or consequence of a process or project that focuses on the benefits and value that the project was undertaken to deliver. As usual, I'll give you a minute. All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this one, an end result or consequence. Think about that. That focuses on benefits and value. Those are all very positive words. The answer is not value, but outcome. So hold your horses. I know those who chose value think it's value. It's not value. Nope. Because it already says focuses on the benefits and value, right? It's not deliverable. Nope. And it's not product. So if you journey with me, We're going to go to 1.2 now. Let's go to 1.2 and I'll show you where exactly it is. Because I know the moment it popped up with that blue value, you thought that was the answer. No, that is not the answer. That is a false alarm. The false alarm. Okay, so here on page 4 of the 7th edition, it reads, outcome, an end result or consequence of a process or project. Outcomes can include outputs and artifacts, but have a broader intent by focusing on the benefits and value that the project was undertaken to deliver. So that should have been a giveaway because it already had the word value in it. All right, so the correct answer is outcome right there. All right, let's move on to our next one. Next question. An artifact that is produced is quantifiable and can be either an end item in itself or a component item. What does this best describe? What do you think it best describes? Is it outcome, program, service, product? What do you think? I'll give you a little bit close to a minute. Go for it. All right, time up. Again, if you take a look in 1.2, you'll observe that the answer is not A, and it's not B. We got to go there again to 1.2, page 4. I'm going to show it to you directly from the book. You look at the definition for product. It says an artifact that is produced is quantifiable and can be either an end item in itself or a component item. So the answer to that one, my friends, best answer to choose is product. Okay. Option D. All right, let's go to our next one. We got just 2 more. Which of the following is not part of a value delivery system? Choose the best option. Is it project? Is it program? Is it phase? Is it operation? What do you think? Give you a minute. Alrighty then, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, the answer to this one, as you probably have guessed, is phase. And the reason is because project, program, operation, and portfolio, those are components in a value delivery system. So phases, that would be the best option. Could a phase be in a project? Yes. But remember, the best option, the one that is not that obvious, it is phase. It's like saying a task is part of a value delivery system. Of course, it's embedded in the project, but the big chunks, as we can see in the 7th edition, this is really sensitizing you to the concept of PMI's value delivery system. All right, I think we've got one left and we will be done and dusted. Here is the final question, my friends. All right, information flow in a value delivery system should be what? Directly from senior leadership to projects, directly from senior leadership to portfolios, directly from senior leadership to programs. None of the options. What do you think? It's a final one, finish big. Let's do it. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's take a look at the answer here, my friends. The answer that I was looking for is in chapter 2. I'll show you the page. This is on page 8. So we're going to read. There are various components such as portfolio, programs, projects, products, and operations that can be used individually and collectively to create value. Working together, these components comprise a system for delivering value that is aligned with the organization's strategy. Figure 2-1 shows an example of a system to deliver value. You go to figure 2-1, you can see portfolio, programs, projects, right, and so on. And then if you flip the page over to page 11, you now see the information flow in the value delivery system. And it shows you how the information flows directly from senior leadership to portfolios. That's strategy. And then from portfolios to programs and projects, desired outcomes, benefits, and value. And then directly from programs and projects to operations. Okay? And it says examples of information flow. See that? 2-3 shows a model of the flow of information where black arrows represent information from senior leadership to portfolios, portfolios to programs and projects, and then to operations. Senior leadership shares strategic information with portfolios. Portfolios share the desired outcomes, benefits, and value with programs and projects. Deliverables from the programs and projects are passed to operations. Quite an interesting narrative. This is one part of the 7th edition that I really think was a great addition. And when I say a really great addition, there are many things in the 7th edition that may end up confusing people who've read knowledge areas and process groups. But if there's something that's going to bring it home for people who are studying the broader concept of project management, I really believe the value delivery system is a great one. You know, and the value delivery system, the way I teach it, just before I hop off here, I'll show you. The way I teach the value delivery system is to sensitize people to the concept of an aquarium, of all things, right? An aquarium. But I liken it to the concept of the aquarium and the components in the aquarium. There are different components that help you remember this concept. So I'll show you a little bit of that before we hop off here tonight. All right. So here is my concept of the value delivery system in a different light. A little bit different from what you're used to seeing. Who would have thought about an aquarium to talk about project management, huh? Okay, so let's talk about the concept of the aquarium. Here we go. So it starts off like this. you've got the environment in which everything is happening in the organization, right? So you've got your projects, your programs, your portfolios. They're all happening in this system, this value delivery system. Ultimately, the system is made up of portfolios, as you can see over there. The portfolios are the big rocks, big chunks of things that are happening. Okay, those are your big chunks of work. You could call them boulders. And then we've got programs, which are smaller rocks. And then you've got projects, tiny little pebbles. You've got the operations. What is operations? It's the lifeblood of the firm. That's the water. You've got the outcomes. The outcomes, you see the plants beginning to sprout, and the benefits. The benefits, all the great views and nooks and crannies of the aquarium. I see those as being the benefits that the fish, the stakeholders, are going to get. And ultimately, they get a bunch of value. Now, talking about the flow of information, this is what I was talking about. You got strategy from senior leadership to portfolios. Portfolios pass on desired outcomes, benefits, and value to the programs and projects. You got programs and projects flowing deliverables over to the operations. Up there, you can see the operations are feeding back information for updates to programs and projects. Those are fed. And from there, you get performance information and progress sent to portfolios. And ultimately, portfolio performance information gets to senior leadership. And of course, don't forget operations, those outcomes, benefits, value, performance. You know, and when you think about benefits and value and linking that to outcomes, usually it starts off with the most primitive of all levels in this narrative, which is a deliverable. A deliverable is a very primitive level of the narrative because you could get a deliverable and you could maybe not get benefits, right? When you talk about value, what is value? It's the net quantifiable benefits that a user experiences from a product, service, or result. And some people have delivered products, have delivered deliverables, and there's no value, see? So when there's benefits, the net quantifiable benefits, that's value. When there's value, we're on the right track to get into the favorable outcome that we're looking for. So don't just think about the deliverable. If there's one thing you're going to learn from this narrative in chapter 2 of the 7th edition, just remember it's not about the deliverable, it's not about the product, service, or result. It's ultimately about the outcome that you're going to generate. And this whole narrative, it's very, very similar to what you hear us talking about in the world of Agile, right? If you've been around Agile long enough, you've heard us talking about this. Okay, so the image for the value delivery system, figure 2-1, I'd say take a look at it, know it, just not because it's going to come out on the exam, but really I think it helps explain what project management is about, the concept of value, the concept of portfolios, programs, projects, and operations working together. All right, I hope you found this to be useful. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you soon in yet another video. All the very best, and bye for now. Hello, my friends. Welcome to Question of the Daily. Today, we've got a question that says, after a lengthy procurement process, a project charter is developed, and you work as a project manager for a well-known Fortune 500 firm in Kansas. Your project, which has a high degree of uncertainty, involves software development and hardware installations for a very demanding customer. The project charter and the scope baseline is done, and the schedule is developed. The project budget and funding requirements have been deemed fixed and not subject to change. The project quality is fixed and not subject to change. Resource and communications planning has been completed. Which of the following items would you expect to have at this time? Select all that apply. Just reading this question, my friends, you can see how long it took. This is a rather lengthy question. Now, when I get a question like this, the first thing I want to do is look for what could not possibly have been done by this time. So we got to go through the options one by one. I'll use the process of elimination. So, which of the following items would you expect to have been done at this time? So we got a lot of items to select. A, scope baseline and detailed deliverable description. Definitely A, because if you look very closely right here, it says the project charter and scope baseline is done. You do know that your scope baseline contains your project scope statement, which does indeed contain a detailed deliverable description. So A is definitely in the bag right now. Let's take a look at B. B says high-level milestones, high-level risk. Well, we already know that in our project charter, we have a lot of high-level stuff such as high-level milestones and also high-level risks. We'll go ahead and mark that one off. C, quality reports. That's immediately a red flag. You take a look, it says planning has been completed. That's the bottom line. Project budget, funding, all that stuff. This is all planning stage. So the moment you see a question like this, you need to be thinking, okay, this is planning. These planning components are done. See, it goes a step further and says resource and communications planning. So we know that quality reports couldn't have been done. So let's just go ahead and close that out. Risk reports, work performance reports, those haven't been done. And then it says schedule baseline project funding requirement. So if you read just before the communication stuff is talked about, it says on the very first line, schedule is developed. The schedule is developed. So think about that. If your project schedule has been developed, that means the developed schedule process that produces the schedule baseline is done. But the deal clincher is when it says the project budget and funding requirements have been deemed fixed and not subject to change. That's really telling you that this project has been baselined. See, now if you're going to fix that budget, very likely that you have fixed scope, as it alludes to, and it says your schedule is developed. So the only thing we can conclude here is that if so many other things have been made not subject to change, budget, scope, quality, you should be able to deduce from that your schedule baseline is very likely done. In fact, it is done. So the last option I would have been expecting you to choose is D. And I know you might say, but it says schedule, not schedule baseline. There's certain things you need to extrapolate from what is said. It's said loosely, right? Schedule is developed. Project budget and funding requirements have been deemed fixed, not subject to change. Project quality is fixed, not subject to change. That's telling you the triple whammy, schedule, cost, scope, it's got to have been fixed. So you got to extrapolate that from the information given. The best options are A, B, and D. Okay? You let me know what you thought. I would love to know your rationale and your thinking. So put me a comment below and let me know how this question worked for you. Going to the results from our friends who are in the dailies. If I just take a quick look at the results. And these are the results. So I can see most folks chose
scope baseline, detailed deliverable description. We had an intake of votes on these days. But as far as the quality reports, very few folks stayed away. Many folks, in fact, everyone stayed away from that. So that shows me that you've definitely gotten a good idea of how it works. High-level milestones, high-level risks. Not a whole lot of people seem to choose that one, or perhaps it's just overlap. I see there's some overlap. So a lot of folks chose that as well, but you did stay away from the quality reports. The scope baseline, detailed deliverable description, that didn't seem to fool you. So well done. Good job. All right, my friends, I'll see you tomorrow. All right, we're here taking a look at questions, just like we did the other day. The expectation is that you're able to find your way to a 70, at least to be confident for the exam. So we are going to go through these very speedily. I would ask for those of you that have not taken the quiz yet and are taking it, hit the pause button because there's a spoiler alert. You are going to get the answer coming up pretty quick. So hit the pause button and make sure you got the answer down. All right, because we will be sharing a lot of information that will clarify the answer before you even know it. So my friends, why don't you chat into me in the chat box, whatever your answer was for this. And of course, we're not even gonna miss a beat because you already know the answer you chose. So just select an answer and it shouldn't take long, right? So everyone has already selected an answer outside of this. Come on, folks. Come on. Let's do it quick. All right.
I'm unable to vote because.
Oh, you're not. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Let's get you off from being a co-host. Remove co-host permissions. That always helps. Okay. All right. So during a project's development stage, a risk owner is transferred to another department and therefore has less involvement on the project. What should the project manager do first? So has this stakeholder left the project? No. This stakeholder has not left the project. So it says has less involvement, right? It says during a project's development stage, a risk owner is transferred to another department and therefore has less involvement on the project. So what you should do, because this is not a stakeholder leave-in, is not update the stakeholder register. You don't need to do anything. It just said their involvement has lessened. They've not left. So it's not A. Let's take a look at D. Assign a new risk manager. No one mentioned risk manager here. C, assign a new risk action owner. So there's a difference between a risk owner and a risk action owner. A risk action owner is someone who does the actual legwork to get the risk action done. So if the risk action was go buy umbrellas because it's going to rain, let's say Fabricio is the risk owner and he comes up with a strategy, let's buy umbrellas. And then he says to Phil, who is the risk action owner, Phil, you will buy the umbrellas. I'm the risk action owner. I do the legwork to take that risk action out, and he is the risk owner. So there's a difference between these two individuals. So it's not assign a new risk action owner. This question doesn't even talk about a risk action owner. This question talks about a risk owner. And it would make sense to assign a new risk owner because if this person is going to a different department and their involvement has lessened, not that it's totally gone, it's lessened, it would make sense to find a risk owner that is able to stay on it. That would be the best option from what is listed. Okay, and that's why the answer to this is B. All right, a little bit of a tricky one because if your eye is not on the fact that they've not left, you might have chosen update stakeholder register. You don't need to do anything with the stakeholder register. What you do need to do is a stakeholder engagement plan, right? Maybe you engage them differently, but that is not one of the options. All right, let's move on. Next question. During a multi-functional projects planning phase, The project manager discovers that insufficient resources are available to produce a software package. The project manager decides to put aside a contingency reserve of human equipment material, human equipment supplies, and a machine buffer to deal with the risk if it occurs. What risk response strategy did the project manager use? Let me go ahead and relaunch the poll, and hopefully you've got all your answers at the ready. That was the whole idea. So, putting aside a contingency. What does that mean? If you put aside a contingency to deal with a risk, it's not transfer and it's not avoid. And it's actually not mitigate. Mitigate is not putting aside a contingency. Putting aside a contingency is associated very closely. I wish I had my PMBOK to hand, but it's associated very closely with the accept strategy. So in accept, we don't do anything other than put aside a contingency of anything. Could be human equipment, could be materials, it could be supplies, it could be a machine buffer. Here's the kicker. It should say to deal with the risk if it occurs. See, so that should be a clue. If you're not doing anything about a risk and you're putting a buffer aside to deal with the risk if it occurs, well, that means it was accept. Does that make sense? It's a bit tricky, but you need to keep your eye on the accept strategy. Accept is associated with contingency. So if you say, it could rain, you know, and if you say, let's not do anything, let's just put aside some money. And if it does rain, then we'll do something about it. Or there's a possibility someone could get hurt. Should we proactively clear the area to mitigate the risk? No, we don't have time for that. Let's just put aside money, and if someone gets hurt, we'll rush them to the hospital. That's an example of an accept strategy. You're not doing anything proactively to deal with it. You're just putting aside a reserve. All right, let's move on to the next one. If there are no questions, take a look at the next one. A sponsor is very upset because she did not know about an approved project change to reduce the budget. The project manager and project team do not understand the sponsor's frustration because the change was required and beneficial to the project. What should the project manager do now? What did you choose? Awesome, you folks didn't fall for the trick. So for those who are watching at home, let's use process of elimination. So it is not A, because A says consult with the sponsor before submitting the change request. This is not one of those, what should the project manager have done? No. This is what should the project manager do now? So now sponsor is upset, what should you do? A is too late. B, notify the client of budget decrease and ensure project requirements will not be affected. This is already too late, so it's not that. C says, ask management if there is a required project budget for the financial period. Again, something that is reactive, it's too late. And the answer is D. Well done, folks. All right, let's move on to the next one. Next question. An experienced project manager on a hybrid project resigns and a new project manager joins the team. During the initial assessment of the project documentation, the new project manager discovers that the impediment log has not been updated for the past month. What should the project manager do first? All right, so those of you at home, hit the pause button if you need more time, and we will reveal the answer shortly. All right, so let's take a look at the logic, the rationale behind this. Let's take a look at D. Check in with the business analyst, as this is usually their job. That's a big fat lie. No one gave the business analyst that role in Agile. C, escalate the matter to the product owner since they own this backlog. Well, this is an impediment log, and it's really not the product owners, it's the teams anyway. So that's bogus. B, examine the issue log for risks. No, you don't examine the issue log for risks. Issues are materialized risks. They are things that are already happening. So you don't find risks in the issue log. See, that's a trick. So this statement in and of itself is wrong. Also, in the world of hybrid, it is not impossible that there's an issue log, right? That has things that are considered as impediments. But this statement is blatantly wrong and we cannot excuse it. So examine the issue log for risks and issues not on the impediment log. That is incorrect. The impediment log also does not have risks. So the best answer is A. It's consult the team to understand the current state of impediments. That's your best bet. So if it hasn't been updated, is it possible that there are no impediments? It is. It's possible. You know, not extremely likely, but it's possible. So you got to consult with the team. So one of the tricks PMI use on the exam is to use that language of risk and issue together. You want to be on the lookout for that. All right. Let's move on. During a backlog refinement meeting, two very senior stakeholders complained that their stories have not been decomposed and have been misprioritized. The stakeholders have been included in the regular events and meetings, and all project information was shared with them. What should the Scrum Master do next? What do you think? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Brilliant job, my friends. It looks like we nailed this one. For those of you at home, spoiler alert, taking a look at the answer. So A, conduct one-on-one meetings with these stakeholders. You got to understand what is at stake here, right? They're saying their stories have been misprioritized. Who's responsible for this? Who's ultimately accountable? It's the product owner, right? And the decomposition of the stories, yes, it's the team that could be involved in that, but this misprioritization, right, is important to be addressed. So it wouldn't be A. That's not going to get you very far, having a one-on-one meeting to just let them vent. No, that doesn't solve the problem. Taking a look at D, follow the sprint goal. That doesn't even make much sense, really, right? Because as far as their stories, they've been misprioritized, probably not on any sprint right now, probably coming up in many sprints to come. That's how I could interpret this. And then C says, report the matter to senior management. Of course, you know, this is a no-no. When it's talking about backlog refinement, you know you're in the world of Agile and you folks nailed it. Well done. The answer is B. Communicate this issue to the product owner. Some product owner needs to know about. All right, great job. Let's move on. And let's read the question. A project team on an Agile project completes plans and goals for an iteration. Capacities used in determining these plans and velocities also considered to make these plans realistic. What should the project team do next? All right. And for those of you at home, spoiler alert, we are going to show the answer right now. So it's pretty much saying that the sprint plan, when it says an Agile project team on an Agile project completes plans and goals for an iteration, what they're saying is sprint planning has been done. And they're also saying the sprint goal has been determined, right? So sprint goal is the overarching thing you're trying to achieve for that sprint. Capacities used, velocities considered. So the plan is solid. So A says plan task for the iteration. No, that's already been done. And we don't need to get approval from management. So that is a bogus statement at the end. In the world of Agile, we're not looking to gain approval for our iteration plans, right? We're looking for agreement within the team. That's it. B, submit these plans for review and approval by stakeholders. No, we don't do that in the world of Agile. So it is not one of the things we do here. C and D, submit these plans for review and approval by the product owner. And D, team members should pull work to themselves and begin development. Do you really submit plans for review by the product owner? No, you're all in the sprint planning ceremony together, and you are pulling the work to yourself, right? Because this is already done. We're not even talking about sprint planning. See, this question is trying to make you think you're still in sprint planning. No, you're not. It says completes. So it's completed. You've completed plans and goals. You've considered capacity, considered velocity. You've obviously done your estimating, right? So what should you do next? Pull the work to yourself and begin development. Remember, in the world of Agile, we pull the work to ourselves from the storyboard. And that's really what this is trying to remind you of. All right, let's move on. A geographically dispersed pure Agile team must implement an enterprise-wide system with an aggressive schedule. Some team members have web cameras and others have internet connectivity issues. In order to manage, what's the word manage? The team's varied media options, what should the team use? I hope me reading the questions isn't making you feel, my goodness, did I choose the right answer? Does that ever happen to you when you're hearing someone else read the question? You're like, huh, okay. All right. 3, 2, and 1. Come on now, come on now, come on now. All right, let's take a look at these. So the trick here is, this is, that is funny, Fabricio. This is an Agile team. The word pure is emphasizing that there is nothing predictive in this world. That's what it's trying to tell you. So you have to read these extra little cues that you may find in the question. It's as though they're trying to help you. So it's not going to be anything from the regular world, because we don't use A in the world of Agile. We just don't. We don't. Now, think about it. In order to manage the team's varied media options, which means when the team needs to come together to meet and communicate, we need something that can guide us in how to communicate, how to connect. It's not C or D, because these are things that are done in order to effectively manage the overall strategy and vision and process and the stories, features, and epics and stuff. So it's not C and it's not D. The best answer, the very best, because it's pure Agile, it's going to be team charter. That is the most that you're going to find. You're not going to find a communications management plan, because that thing you consider a plan is in the team charter. The team charter has a lot in the world of Agile, okay? So be on your guard where you see bogus stuff, where you're talking about pure Agile. You just know there's no communications management plan, and you got to know what the product roadmap looks like, what it's for, and what the product backlog is for. All right, good job. Let's move on to the next one. Next question. Oh, looks very similar. All right, let's go ahead and relaunch. Geographically dispersed pure Agile team must implement an enterprise-wide system with an aggressive schedule. Some team members have web cameras and others have internet connectivity issues. In order to manage the team's geographically dispersed nature, what should the team use? Okay. Those of you at home, we are going to be rounding up very shortly. Let's go ahead and use process of elimination. So right at the bottom, we have stakeholder queue. That is from the world of, generally you could say traditional, because it's not very common in Agile. Could it be used to engage stakeholders and analyze them? Yes, but that's not the problem at hand. The problem at hand is really more of communicating. All right. Mobbing and swarming. This is used to get the team to rally around and jump on either work or jump on an issue at hand. So it's not this. This has nothing to do with us effectively communicating and managing our geographically dispersed team. T-shaped skills, while it sounds like it could be an agile concept, the T-shaped skills generally do not refer to communication skills. This is not talking about your ability to communicate as a team, as an organism, and therefore this does not best address the issue at hand. So it's not T-shaped skills. The best option is A. It's the fishbowl window concept, because remember, it's like looking out like a fish does out of a bowl when you have long-lived internet links, web conferencing links, I beg your pardon. So when you log on to Zoom, and like I can see my buddy Fabricio and he can see me, and we have our webcams and we're working, and we're just working with by osmosis. There's osmotic communication going on, and it's dynamic. So the best answer is A. All right, let's see how many we have left. Wow, still got 3 left. All right, here we go. A new team member joins a project shortly after the team member intentionally misses the sprint retrospective and backlog refinement meetings. What should the project manager do? Let's go ahead and relaunch. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, friends at home, we are going to reveal the answer. So, A, explain to the team member that backlog refinement is the single most important meeting in Agile. That is not a correct statement. So we're going to cancel that. That's bogus. Let's look at B. Explain to the team that the single most important meeting in Agile is the sprint retrospective and should always be attended. Now, that is not an incorrect statement at all. So we're going to park it and we're going to go to C. C says, explain to the team member that while backlog refinement is not very important, sprint retrospective should never be missed. Ooh, this statement is controversial. Backlog refinement is not very important. It is actually very important. It's something that the product owner should be doing, whether it is a formal ceremony in some companies, but you know, in the Scrum Guide, it's not formally recognized as an event, but it is mentioned front and center. It's something the product owner needs to do with the team where possible. I know sometimes team members may not be able to do that, but it is an important event as well. So to dismiss it and say, it's not very important, no. That will not be what you say to a team member. So it is important, so that it's not that. All right, let's take a look at D. Explain to the team member that as a result of the rapid feedback loops used in Agile, team events should not be missed. Now, what do you see? The difference between B and D? D addresses backlog refinement and the sprint retrospective. You do want teams' input in these meetings. So we're not going to wave it under the carpet and say, you know, backlog refinement is not, no. So even though you can find B in the Agile practice guide, but it's not the best thing to say because it does not address both of the items. So the answer is actually not B. And this is what you find a lot on the exam. You find a true statement, but is it the best statement? Does it address both? So while D appears to be more bland, it's the best answer because it addresses both things at play. And this is just how I expect the question writers to test. You know, one of my students, he says, PMI is going to test your loyalty. You know, one of my students from 2.5 years ago, Dre, he says, PMI, they drop you from a helicopter in the dark and they want to see, do you know your way? And then he says, they want to find out, are you loyal? When they give you options, it's really testing loyalty. Do you know that every ceremony, every event should take them seriously? So that's that. It's a bit of a tricky one, I admit, but it's going to toughen you up. Next one. A project is ready to close, but a vendor claims they have not received project payment. The project manager sees in the vendor payment system proof that the payment was approved, but is unable to find supporting documents from the finance department. The project manager wants to close the project due to a new assignment. What should the project manager do? So you might recognize this question. All right. All done. 3, 2, and 1. All right. So let's take a look at them. A says, escalate the risk to the project sponsor and finance department. You already know just by saying escalate the risk that is relevant to your project to someone else. No, you don't escalate risk. So even if it was a risk, you wouldn't do that, right? Because it pertains to the project, but it's not a risk. This is happening now. So A has to go. B, look for the claim. Think about this. Look for the claim. Think about that. There's a difference between looking for the claim versus looking for what? Proof that the payment was approved and the supporting documents. That is really what this question is saying. There's no supporting documents. We can't find supporting documents. The problem isn't the claim. The claim is this, right? The claim is what the vendor is saying. I haven't received my money. Here's a claim saying I haven't received my money. You don't need to look for the claim. It's there. What you do need to look for is proof and supporting documents. So B, it's actually not the best answer because it's focusing on the claim, whereas it should be focusing on the proof. See, there's a play on words in this question. C, proceed with the closure. Since it can be seen the vendor payment was approved. No, you're looking for those documents. And D says, ensure the problems associated with this claim are resolved before closure. It's the best option. So the answer to this is D. All right. So for those of you at home and wondering, what do I do next? And you haven't signed up for our hpmexam.com training like all of our friends on this call have in the past on one time or another, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com, sign up, and we'll see you on our next immersion training. It's really going to help you. All right. So thank you all very much for coming. And I will talk to you again very, very soon. Bye for now. All right, my friends, it's that time again to jump into another risk management fun test. Good to see you here today. I hope you've taken a look at the previous episodes. Let's jump into the very first one. Here is your first question. It reads, you are working with the product owner and the developers to place certain risk items in the list of things to do. Which of the following best describes this concept? I'll give you more time to answer, but you got to hit the pause button.
Okay, hit the pause button, get more time for this question. 3, 2, and 1. Okay. The best answer is B. A risk-adjusted backlog is a backlog that includes work and actions to address threats and opportunities. Okay? That makes sense to you, doesn't it? If you have studied enough about the risk-adjusted backlog. All right, let's move on to our next question. Capacity should be factored at 8 hours for team members. Is that true or false? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer to this is false. Capacity should be factored at less than 8 hours. So in other words, how much availability do you have? Is it 8 hours? No, you go to meetings, you might attend ceremonies, you might go for a dental appointment. Definitely not. So this is false. More like 6 hours and less. Some people might only have 4-hour capacity on some days. All right, let's go to our next question. You are in the process of identifying risks. You are using a technique to determine the basic underlying cause of a variance, defect, or risk. A root cause may underlie more than one variance, defect, or risk. Which method does this best describe? I'll give you some time for this one. All right, I gave you a fair amount of time for that one, my friends. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So this one, it might have caused you to scratch your head a little bit. But when you get questions like this, you need to ask yourself, which of these haven't I seen? You probably guessed it was along the line of cause and effect, but did Ishikawa analysis confuse you? When you get questions like this, you got to go with what you're more familiar with. So it's A, that's the answer. Is it unfair to have D in there? You could look at it like that, but on the exam, you're going to have 2. Which one is more correct? Have you ever heard Ishikawa analysis? No. So this is a cutout of chapter 7. This analytical technique is used to determine the basic underlying cause of a variance, defect, or risk.
A root cause may underlie more than one variance. A classic cutout of cause and effect diagram or Ishikawa diagram. Okay, cause and effect diagram, not Ishikawa analysis. That one was harsh. All right, next one. Let's take a look. Daily scrums improve communications, identify impediments, promote quick decision-making, and consequently eliminate the need for other meetings. Is that true or false? You need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. All right, that is a true statement. Very, very true indeed. This is from the world of Scrum. Daily scrums do all of those things. It's a classic cutout from the Scrum guide. Let's take a look at another one here. Developers and the product owner must channel all communication through the Scrum Master. True or false? Give you some time to think about it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this is, of course, false. We don't have central leadership in the world of Scrum, neither do we have centralized communications. So that's false. Let's take a look at our next question. Okay. Descriptive terms such as very high, high, medium, low, and very low, or numeric values can be used for probability and impact when creating a probability impact matrix. Which term best describes this numeric value? I'm going to give you some time to think about this one. All right, let's end it. Let's end it right there. That's enough time, my friends. So what did you come up with? Let's take a look at the options. Risk score, risk quantity, risk number, EMV. Well, I hope you use process of elimination to get rid of B and C that are bogus. D is not that. D is not very high, high, medium, low, and stuff like this. The best answer is A. Risks are scored in the perform qualitative risk analysis process, and all that information is there for you to read. But the bottom line, the term that best describes very high, high, medium, low, low, stuff like that is risk score. So the answer to that is A. Here's a true or false question. Kanban can be used for everyday personal work tasks. Is that true or false? All right, 3, 2, and 1. That is true. Kanban is used by a lot of people for their personal work tasks. I'm a huge advocate of Kanban. Truly believe it's the answer to a lot of people's disorganization. Let's take a look at the next one. Your project has a 70% probability of 10 million profit, the 30% chance of 5 million loss. What is the EMV for the project? I know some of you are going to need the timer for this one, so I'm going to give you a little bit of time to think about it. Think about it. All right, let's end it in 3, 2, and 1, my friends. All right, that's that about that. Let's take a look at what the options are. So what you would have done is find the P times I, probability times impact, for both risks. Add them up, right? The profit and the loss. You got a profit risk, you got a loss risk. Add them up after you find the EMV. That's what you should have done. So 0.7 times 10 million plus 0.3 times minus 5 million. I hope you didn't add the loss without putting a negative in front of it, because you wouldn't have gotten it right. All right, so the answer to this is 5.5 million. All right, since we're talking about risk so much, it would be helpful if we focused a little bit on one of the components from our hybrid project management class. It's called hpmexam.com. And in this class, we focus on all of the tasks. We try to get you in ship shape so that whatever's blocking you, you understand. And one of the things we talk about is this task 2.3, assess and manage risk, from the process piece. So when we assess and manage risk, that is really just saying we're determining our risk management options, and then we are iteratively assessing and prioritizing the risks, but we are also taking action on those risks. Something that we don't think of a lot of times in the world of Agile is how risks should be managed from an Agile world. So what I would like us to do right now is hear from our buddy Roy. He's going to talk to us about risk from a more Agile perspective, because believe it or not, this exists in Agile, and we should be using things such as risk registers and other Agile, incorporating those into other Agile events. So let's take a look, listen to what our buddy Roy has to say to us here.
Yeah, a lot of these things, these risk mitigation techniques are built into the framework. You think about things like, short sprints. Well, that gives you the opportunity for feedback and course correction. The sprint review gives you the feedback to make sure we're doing the right stuff. It's constant validation of the product that you're building and services. Doing daily scrums, that's a constant synchronization point to make sure that we can work together as a team. There's tons and tons of things that are built into the process to help us mitigate risk. Even the ability to change scope is a risk mitigation technique. The risk of delivering the wrong product or something that your customers don't actually want or use. So all of these are built in risk mitigation techniques. However, there's also more that we want to do. And so we follow a lot of the same techniques to determine the impact and the probability. But fortunately, there's a lot of passive risk mitigation built into the framework. All right, back to you, Phil.
All right, great stuff from our buddy Roy there. So let's jump straight back into our questions. We've got just a couple questions left. This one says, leading, training, and coaching the organization in its Scrum adoption is a job of the Scrum Master. What do you think about that? We're talking about the entire organization here. What do you think? True or false? All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, and 1. This is, of course, true, right? It's a job of the Scrum Master. Scrum Master should always be on the lookout to see when there's a training, coaching, mentoring opportunity. All right, and that's what leaders do. Remember, Scrum Master, code name for servant leader, facilitator, whatever you want to call it. Also take a look at page 41 in the Agile Practice Guide, right? For those of you that haven't focused on the Agile Practice Guide, I want to recommend it. Page 41. Okay, that will help you hunker down and understand some of these roles a little bit better and know what to expect on the exam by virtue of how these roles are named and so on. All right, let's go to another one. This one says, on a Scrum project, the developers who will be doing the work are responsible for the sizing. Is that true or false? What do you think? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. This is true. People doing the work, they are responsible for sizing the work. It's absolutely true. All right, we have just one final question for you. Let's take a look at our final question here. This will close us out for today. Before we do that, though, we got another important thing to talk about. So we talked about risks. We talked about how to handle those from an Agile standpoint. Well, we also need to talk about something else that is pretty important. It's the concept of impediments. All right. So talk about risk, you'll balance it up, talk about impediments, because we also have to address this in an Agile world. Okay. So we often hear the term impediments more. Let's listen to our buddy Roy and hear what he has to say.
For me, regardless of the process that you're following, this should be an absolutely critical thing that you can do as project managers and the team should be doing in order to improve performance. What I find with more traditional approaches, we may identify the impediments, we may identify those things that are slowing us down, but it's kind of viewed that it's okay if something is slowing us down because we can go start something else. So while that's being resolved, it's perfectly fine to start new work. On Agile, we strongly discourage that. And instead, we say, if you have a blocker, go get that blocker removed. That blocker has stopped you from working on something that was identified as high priority. So if you are stopping this particular work, moving on to something else, you have intentionally selected something of lower value, lower priority, and you have agreed you started working on it. And that is not a good idea for us to do that. Now, of course, there are times when you do have to do that because it takes some time to remove that blocker, but don't make that your default. And the team will likely make that default simply because it's easier, right? It's easy to go start something new. It's a lot harder to go get something escalated, right? So go get those things resolved. Go fix these things. So along those lines, make sure that you build a culture of impediment removal. Every time you stop and start something, switch to something else, you are reducing your cycles, you're reducing your efficiencies, and we want to get rid of that. So with that culture, the whole organization is focused on helping the team get faster, and that team is then going to be hyper productive, not just productive, not high performing, but hyper performing, and that's where we want to get to. Now that kind of leads us gently into risks as well, because risks have an opportunity of becoming impediments. So a truly, truly productive team is not just focusing on removing the blockers that they've uncovered, they're also focusing on the risks, which will eventually become blockers. That's a truly productive team. That's where we want to get to.
Maximum productivity, that's where it's at. All right, let's take a look at this final question, my friends. Very straightforward, based on what our buddy has told us. You are in the process of identifying risks. You're using a technique to identify threats by starting with a problem statement. For example, the project might be delayed or over budget, and exploring which threats might result in that problem occurring. Which technique does this best describe? This is one that I know you're going to need some time for sure. So I'm going to let you take some time in answering this final question. Let's go for it. Final question. All right, my friends, that closes out our question segment. 3, 2, and 1. Okay. You probably guessed there was some trickery involved based on the options being very similar to what you had seen prior. And that's because the answer is not either of those tricky options. The answer is C this time. Again, going back to page 415 in your PMBOK guide, this is the best option. Root cause analysis is used to uncover the underlying causes that lead to a problem, but look at what it says. It starts with a problem statement. Ishikawa does not start with a problem statement, right? Cause and effect diagram, same as Ishikawa, same as YY, same as cause and effect, right? Cause and effect, Ishikawa, YY, all the same thing. But the bottom line is they are different. And if you read the explanations in the PMBOK guide, you really see the differences between them. That's why the answer is C. Okay. I hope you found this to be useful. If you are looking for a solution, remember to get you into shape really on an emergency as maybe your final 1 month of studying. You need to go on down to the PMP exam immersion page. It's hpmexam.com, right? At hpmexam.com, every Sunday, we come to you with a half-day boot camp to kick the tires, boot you into shape, and you get 30 days. So if your exam is in the next 30 days, you need to be in the hpmexam.com PMP immersion course. It's a 4-hour no-nonsense course, boots you into shape, gives you a solid book for your PMP exam. You get this in PDF. So there's really no need for you to lug it around, just PDF. And then the cool thing about this PDF, once you've got it, you just go to Edge, the Microsoft Edge, and this is what you can do with it. I'm going to show you how I use this to read the entire 35 tasks for the PMP exam back to me. This is one of the advantages of having a publication like this. Not only does it have great quizzes and sections, you could actually just get Edge to read it back to you like this. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Just click on this right here. Edge is going to read this to me in any
As a
language.
conflict response. This was well summarized in the Thomas Kilmann conflict mode instrument shown below. Thomas Kilmann conflict mode instrument.
See that?
The importance of team dynamics in the people domain. One of the main tasks of the project manager is to keep track of the team dynamics and inspire collaboration and solve problems.
Understanding Tuckman's stages of team development could help the project manager understand team dynamics. Purchased by customer _name, customer _email, #trans.
And you get the idea. You can get this to read any section of the content to you. So if you wanted to read this book on audio, just get into the immersion. The book comes with the course. You get what I'm saying? Come into the immersion course, you get the book. And then you can just get the book read.
Includes a final mock exam.
See that? No, stop. So you get the idea. You're going to get the book, like I said. PMP Exam Immersion is a solid book. We've got every task in the outline explained from an agnostic point of view, and then go in a little bit more into the agile, hybrid, and some predictive, but it's a very healthy dose. When you come aboard the program, you will get that. That's why I recommend it. Okay, so I appreciate you joining me on this very quick run. This is a second session in a series of 4, and it's about agile and risk for your PMP exam. Okay, I hope you found this to be helpful. See you around, and all the best on the exam. Welcome. Today we are in class here with our awesome PMPs to be who are getting ready to slay the exam, and it is the 22nd of February. And we're just going to take a look very quickly at some questions that we I've explored previously, but just trying to put some finality around some of the basic Scrum questions. So I call this Scrum Express. It's a very straightforward set of questions. And it reads, a list of all the requirements the customer wants, even those not worked on, is known as what? So just go ahead, choose an option, and we'll breeze through these pretty quick. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. Brilliant work. So the answer to this is indeed the product backlog. The product backlog is everything, even those that you have not worked on. It's in the product backlog. All right. Here's the next one. A list of some of the long list requirements, only those to be done in a sprint, is known as what? Alrighty, 3, 2, and 1. End the poll. Awesome job. The answer to this is indeed the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is a list of some of the long list requirements, those to be done in the sprint. Here's your next one. Next question reads, the product backlog is prioritized and owned by three, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. And the answer to this one, my friends, contrary to what a lot of folks think, the product backlog is owned by the product owner. That's why we call the product owner the chief value officer. It is not owned by the Scrum team. The Scrum team does work on the backlog in many ways as coordinated or facilitated by the product owner. But the real owner of it, who owns the backlog, it's the product owner. That's why the word owner, right? Owned by the owner would make sense, right? So the product owner who owns the backlog. The product backlog should also be prioritized by the product owner, of course, with the help of the team, but who owns it and whose job is this? It's the product owner. All right, here's the next one. The first event of a sprint is what do we do first in the sprint? Okay, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go ahead and let's end the poll. All right, and let's share the results. Okay, and the answer to this one, the very first thing you do is you do the sprint planning. So if we go back in a little time machine and we take a look at the sequence of events in a Scrum, what you're going to realize is that the very first thing that happens is the sprint planning. After sprint planning, then you move into having daily scrums, okay? But the best answer to this is sprint planning. It's the very first thing that happens. So just think about it like this. As I always say, you know, try and draw out the Scrum skeleton before your exam. The Scrum skeleton is going to start off with your product backlog, okay? And then your product backlog, you're going to whittle that down into a sprint backlog for the sprint, but that happens within sprint planning. Okay, so where sprint planning happens, that's where your sprint backlog is being derived from your product backlog. And then you go into the actual 24-hour cycles, the sprint. Just remember that the sprint is actually a container for all the ceremonies, really. But the first ceremony is sprint planning. Then you have your daily scrum. Then after the daily scrum, you get your PSI, your potentially shippable increment, whatever that may look like. And then your potentially shippable increment, you're going to have your demo, and then you're going to have your retrospective after that. And just remember the informal ceremony that happens in the middle. We have at some point in the middle our backlog refinement ceremony. And that's really it. That is your 3 artifacts, right? Product backlog, sprint backlog, and the PSI. Your 5 ceremonies, you're going to have the sprint planning, the daily scrum, the sprint itself, the demo, the retrospective, and the informal ceremony, backlog refinement that could happen. And just remember your roles: product owner, scrum master, and the developers, or the development team, if you will, or team. You know, sometimes we refer to them as developers, other times we refer to them as development team, but you just need to read through the context of the question and know what is being spoken about. All right, so the first event of the sprint is sprint planning. Just remember, again, we have a container, and in the container, we have everything else. We have the sprint planning, we have the sprint review, we have the sprint retrospective, and we have the daily scrum, all of them happening within the container of the sprint. Okay, so your container is the sprint. And that will help you be able to navigate some of the questions that you face on the test. All right, let's move on to our next one. Next question. The average length of a sprint used in most firms. Just remember, this is talking about best practices in industry, or what you've seen to be most common in industry. Okay, it's not talking about what is the limit, it's talking about what is the most common. Remember, we've talked about this quite a few times. All right, what do you think? All right, 3, 2, and 1. And the poll, brilliantly done. The answer is indeed 2 weeks. That's a sweet spot of most firms. Very good. The end result of the sprint is known as what? Now, I don't expect them to give you acronyms on the exam, but you should be able to distinguish which one is fact from this. Go for it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Let's go ahead and end the poll and let's share the results. Okay, brilliant job. The answer is indeed PSI. Very good. Okay. Let's go to our next one. A daily scrum is what? Choose the best option. Okay. 3, 2, and 1. Very good. We definitely do not want to choose what it is not. All right. What it is not a status meeting, it's not a phase gate, and it's not a resolution meeting. We should resolve stuff outside of the daily scrum. So it's more of a planning meeting. Brilliant. You folks are doing really, really well. Okay. Here's our next one. And go ahead and launch the poll. Priming the backlog. I'll let you read it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Let's go ahead and let's share the results. Seems like we all chose something similar. Okay, so the right answer is, of course, backlog refinement. In the past, they used to call this backlog grooming, but because of the negative sound of that word, it was changed to backlog refinement. Very good. All right, let's see what else. The potentially shippable increment should be shown to the customer in a demonstration, known as what? Let's relaunch. Let's go. Very good. Let's end the poll, share the results. The answer is indeed the sprint review ceremony. Well, back in time, I know we used to get a little bit mixed up with the retrospective, but it seems like we've done a very good correction here. Nice. All right. We got another one. The Scrum team should spend time in self-reflection and checking itself for optimization and improvements. This is known as what? Here's your poll. What do you think? Three, 2, and 1. End the poll and share. Brilliant job. The answer is indeed retrospectives. This has become a cakewalk for you folks. And I'm really excited about that. Okay. One final question before we jump into something else. Let's go ahead and relaunch the poll. A sprint is what? Brilliant. It is indeed a time box. It's a time box that we fit whatever scope we can into. Oh, brilliant job. Very, very nice. I'm very excited we did so well in this. And now it's time for us to move to something else. Thank you very much. For those of you that are not on the program, hey, go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com, take a look at the options we have and join us for a journey where we not only cover this, but we also cover a lot of predictive stuff. Okay? See you soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the Power of Three. We've been going on this journey now. This is a third episode, and the idea is to find your gaps extremely rapidly. So let's jump in without much ado. This is part 3. Here's your first question. What comes first on a project? All right. If you need more time, hit the pause button. I'm about to show you the answer. The answer to this is business case. The business case comes first, and then the project charter, and then the project management plan. Next question, who is accountable for refinement? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer, product owner. The product owner is ultimately accountable for backlog refinement. Next question, what is derived from planning activities? Okay, make sure you hit that pause button if you need more time. The answer to this is not quality audit documents. That's in executing. It's not forecasts and reports. That's in monitoring and controlling. From planning, the best answer is risk plans. Next question. What should be done next after developing a project plan? Hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer, my friends, you just created the plan. You wouldn't close out the project, and you've already done the charter. So the best answer is report generation. Next question. Who is responsible for performing the project work on a predictive project? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Team. Same way the team does the work on predictive, same way team does the work on agile projects. Next question. Who is responsible for facilitating all the daily scrums and retrospective meetings? Be sure to hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, 1. The answer is development team. It's not the project manager and it's not the project sponsor. There's no project manager in the world of Scrum, right? Project sponsor in the world of Scrum, even though they're stakeholders, we don't call out those roles. Moreover, it says who is responsible for all the daily scrums. In the real world, that's not how it works. In the real world, the Scrum Master is not responsible for all the daily scrums and the retrospective meetings. The idea is that the Scrum Master will coach the team, but ultimately the team is going to jump in to do those. So the development team is the best option in this case, okay? Just so you know, if you're feeling weak in your prep, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com and sign up for the PMP Exam Immersion. PMP Exam Immersion is based on this awesome PMP Exam study book, and it's broken down chapter by chapter in color, if I may add, in a very engaging way. When you sign up for the training, you get a PDF copy of that book, and we go into great depth to get you into that right frame of mind for your exam. Next question. A team member who has enlarged scope. A team member has enlarged scope without permission. What should you do first? Gonna let you think about it for a little bit. Three, 2, and 1. All right, the answer to this question is not to raise a change request. If the scope has been enlarged, you shouldn't remove the scope just like that, because anything could have happened, right? It seems like they've either added work to be done or they've done work. Either way, you always want to assess the impact of the addition or the removal of scope, because there could be something that the person did that wasn't part of the plan. It's enlarged scope, but maybe it was necessary. They just did it without permission. So in that case, you want to do some kind of regression test to see what happens if we go back to our former state. Is it really going to hold up, or have they done something that has put the system in an unstable state, whatever that is, whether software, hardware, whatever it is. So the best answer is assess impact of addition or removal of scope, and then you go from there. Next question. The project's SPI is 0.75. What should the project manager do? All right, the best answer, my friends, the SPI is an indicator of schedule performance. So you know that there's schedule issues. Now, you should assess the issues, but when you take a look at the other options you've got, close the project, doesn't make sense, report to management, that's not what you are meant to do as a professional. the best option here would be for you to do schedule compression. You're late, you need to catch up, compress the schedule. But of course, if you had the option of assessing what is wrong first, you would do that. All right, next question. The project CPI is 3.55. What should the project manager do? All right. I will show you the answer. So make sure you hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer is not C, and it is not A. It's B. Assess this condition. Find out, why is our CPI 3.55? That is crazy. That means we're meant to have spent $3.55 on a piece of work, but we only spent $1. That's crazy. So you're 3.55, you're 3.55 times efficient than you originally said you were going to be in terms of cost. That's suspicious. So you want to assess the condition. Even though it looks good, it would be silly to do nothing because obviously something is up and you need to know what's up. All right, let's go to the next one. Quality metrics were selected, and now the quality control measurements indicate quality has not been met in the deliverables. What should the PM do first? Okay. Again, your mindset for the exam is not to choose report to management. No, we don't do that. The next one, it says document as a risk. Well, it says, and now the quality control measurements indicate quality has not been met. This is not a risk. This is an issue. This is happening right now. So B and C are not going to help you. It's not a risk. Don't go reporting to management. The best thing to do is to compile a quality report, assess the report, analyze it, and stuff like that. But A is the best option in this regard. Here's your next one. Physical resources allocated to your predictive project are not being used as planned. Whose responsibility is this to resolve and control these resources? The answer is the project manager. Be aware that on your PMP exam, no matter how they may try to confuse you or trip you up, the project manager is typically the language you hear, right? And this is really control resources, which is the project manager's job anyway. So it's not the product owner, they don't get involved in that. And it's not the project sponsor, they don't get involved in that, it's the project manager. So that's a freebie question. Next question. Stakeholders have complained that information promised to them has not yet been distributed. What should the project manager do? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. Now, the best option, my friends, is not to prove that you sent the information. Why do you want to do that? I sent the information. It's not going to get you anywhere. Ensuring risk plans were implemented, that's not helping. What you want to do is check the communication effectiveness. Make sure that the communication management plan, what you have planned to do for communications, is indeed working. All right. The other options either don't make sense or are not proactive. Proving that you sent the information does nothing. Solve the problem. Closest one to solving the problem is checking the effectiveness, and then you can do something about it. Next, which comes first? Is it risk response planning, qualitative risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis? Which comes first? All right, 3, 2, 1. The best answer, my friends, is B. Qualitative risk analysis comes first, then quantitative, then planning risk responses. Okay. I hope you didn't read A as plan risk management, because that's different. Okay, let's move on. Velocity should be used to do what? 3, 2, 1. The best answer, my friends, is plan work. Velocity is not used to hold the team accountable, right? Because velocity could fluctuate with capacity. If you don't have the capacity you had last sprint, your velocity is going to be different, wildly different. And then you wouldn't use velocity to reward the team. It's also not used to punish the team. So we don't do that in the world of Agile. It's really more to plan work to take in, and we're able to see if we can deliver or not. Next question. Which of these can be used when identifying stakeholders? 3, 2, 1. The answer to this, my friends, is none other than the power interest grid. Probability impact grid, which should really read matrix, is used in risk management, and regression analysis is used in closing the project or the phase, right? That's where you would use regression analysis. So best answer is A. All right, for those of you just come in, we're going through a gap finding exercise. And as a reminder, this weekend on Sunday, we are having the PMP exam immersion. To sign up, go to hpmexam.com. We're going to be covering people, process, business. Again, it's based on a very robust curriculum put together by my buddy Roy and I. It's a really robust book that covers people, process, and business methodically. So, you know, you've got the PMBOK guide 6, you got the 7th, you've got the Agile practice guide, you got all this stuff. You got the Scrum guide if you wanted to add it in. Well, in this book, it covers everything all in one place, and it goes through the content by the domains. All right. So if that sounds like something you are interested in, I would recommend go to hpmexam.com, sign up right now. It's gonna get you in ship shape for your tests. Next question. Which of these is a 3-dimensional tool for identifying stakeholders? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is stakeholder cube. It's got 3 axes. We've got the level of power, the level of interest, and we've got the attitude as 3rd dimension. Next question. Which threat response approach responds to a risk only if it occurs? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is accept, because it has 2 accepts, passive and active. Passive acceptance does nothing. Active acceptance responds to a risk with a contingency that's been put aside if the risk happens. So that's the best answer. Next question. Setting up a special purpose partnership or spin-off company is an example of which strategy? 3, 2, 1. The best answer to this, my friends, is not exploit or enhance. The best answer, if you know the definition in the PMBOK guide, it's share. When you create a company to harvest a risk because the company you're in right now can't deal with it, so you get another company, spin-off company, sister company, it's really sharing the risk. All right, here's your next question. Telling everyone to stay at home during a pandemic so germs are not spread across the office is an example of what? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer is avoid. It is not accept, because accept would be not doing anything proactive. Telling people to stay at home is proactive, and it's not mitigate because it doesn't reduce the risk, it removes the risk. So we're saying we don't want germs to be spread across the office. If no one's in the office, then germs can't be spread. That's avoid. Next, the chances of you winning the bid are now 100% because you put your best people on the project and reduced overhead costs. What does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The best answer that takes a risk to 100% if it's a positive risk, the answer is exploit. Okay? That's exploit. Exploit is taking the probability to 100% for positive risk. Let's go to our next one. You refuse to do anything in response to a positive risk of $10 million. What is this response called? All right. Hit the pause button. The answer is passive accept. Not doing anything. There's a positive risk. You're not doing anything. It's still accept, even on the side of positive, and it's active accept. All right. Let's go to our next question. A stakeholder expressed displeasure to you about a feature which they had initially tested. You are the PM. What should you do? Three, 2, and 1. So if they express displeasure, you need to understand what exactly is up. You wouldn't just correct the feature and you wouldn't do nothing. You need to evaluate the problem. Are you seeing a trend, a pattern in these where you're actually solving the problem, not doing nothing, and not just jumping in to correct the feature or jumping in to do something? You got to always assess. And that's really what I'm trying to drum in these questions. Here's the next one. When sharing knowledge that is hard to codify, you should use what? Three, 2, and 1. Well, if it's hard to codify, you shouldn't be codifying it, right? You shouldn't be writing it down. You want to use the concept of tacit knowledge. It's one of the things we talk about in this book. There's a difference between tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge. Tacit knowledge is knowledge that you would typically convey as much as possible face-to-face, interacting with an individual in a closer way than just writing it down and telling someone, oh, just go read it. No, because they won't understand it. So tacit knowledge versus explicit knowledge, we talk about that in the building of a shared understanding as well. We talk about this in a number of places in this curriculum. But if you haven't read 4.4, as far as manage project knowledge, it's possible that might have escaped you because it's spoken about in this world of project management. So tacit knowledge is the one you wanted to choose, not explicit. Explicit is easy to codify. Tacit knowledge, that's the one that's tricky, right? That's the one that's hard to codify. Hard logic is just a distractor. It's thrown in there just to distract you. That actually comes from dependencies. We've got hard logic, soft logic, and so on. That's from scheduling. Has nothing to do with this. All right, here's the next one. Which of these is a communication method? 3, 2, 1. The answer is pull. You know, you got interactive push and pull. It's pull communication. Fax, voice to text, those are not one of the top 3, one of the umbrella 3. All right, here's your next one. The first thing you should do after planning a knowledge area is typically what? 3, 2, 1. After planning, what do? You execute. So execute is what I would have been looking for. Let's go to our next one. Next question. To find the variances a team member has caused to the budget, to find the variances a team member has caused to the budget, which of the following would you use? Okay, 3, 2, and 1. All right, the answer is cost variance. Cost variance is what you would use for variances, for cost. Schedule variances would be variances as far as schedule is concerned. Let's go to the next one. Which performance is best for a project that is live and underway? Three, two, one. Let's take a look. Schedule variance of -10. That means you are behind schedule. That's not really good. SPI of 0 means earned value divided by planned value is 0. That means you got a 0 for earned value. That means nothing has started. This says a project that is underway. So the only way you would get an SPI of 0 is if absolutely nothing has been done, or if the project is not underway. If the project is underway, you should have some numbers. All right. In this example, this question, the best option is CPI of 1. It's perfect. It's right on point. And out of all the metrics, it's the one that shows something has really been done. Next question. How many priority 1 items are there in the product backlog? 3, 2, and 1. The answer is 1 priority 1. Think about it. You can only have 1 priority 1. That's why it's called priority 1. So like when we use Kano and Moscow, and we get all of these must have, should have, could have, would like, things like that, satisfiers, delighters, and so on, bear in mind that those are just categories. We still need to slice in those and find out which one is a true priority 1. All right, next question. How many roles are there in Scrum? All right, 3, 2, 1. The answer is 3. There are 3 roles: the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the team. Next question. In Scrum, the most common duration for a sprint is what? All right, some of you have seen this one before. 3, 2, and 1. The answer? 10 business days. In other words, 2 weeks. 2 weeks is a sweet spot. It's not 4 weeks, it's not 30 days, it's not 3 weeks. It's 2 weeks, which is the equivalent of 10 business days. I hope you found this to be helpful, my friends. Remember, if you're looking for help in any respect, going down to praiseon.com, sign up for my free podcast, pmradio.org. And if you are struggling, you're struggling on the topics for your exam, you need to be in my next half-day immersion boot camp. It's very low cost. It's ridiculous. You will never find a course as great as this, offering you so much for such a low cost. So going down to hpmexam.com, it's going to be live. Connect with me. My buddy Roy attends virtually. In other words, we get to hear from Roy. He shares nuggets with us via video. You want to be on that course, all right? Again, you're going to get this 600-page book PDF. It's a really, really great body of work that Roy and I have put together to help people who are getting ready for the test, all right? I hope you found this to be helpful. Don't forget to share this with your friends. If you enjoyed the content that I shared with you tonight, leave a good comment, hit like, hit subscribe, hit that bell icon so that you can be part of the next Power of 3. All right. Thank you very much. I'll speak to you soon. Bye for now. Hello, my fellow project managers. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. I have actually been busy, kind of busy traveling on the road. It's been roughly going to 2 years since I hit the road last. Because of the crazy pandemic, been a while. So I had the pleasure of going through the airport system, providing all the crazy paperwork. My goodness, the paperwork and paperwork and paperwork. But anyway, long story short, I finally got it done. And I'm finally in Europe. So this is my first broadcast to you from Europe. I hope you are doing well, and I hope your studying is coming along great. You didn't think I was going to forget about you. Of course not. Today, I want to talk to you about getting your mojo back, because I know a lot of you are trying to get this thing done in 2021. And the only way you're going to get this done is by developing a rhythm. You've heard it been spoken about in Agile as cadence. You need to develop cadence. You need to be able to go through this content bit by bit. So I want to give you a very quick demo. And to do this, I want to use some of the awesome images one of my PMP gurus shared with me. Her name is Michelle, and you might have heard Michelle's lessons learned on here. So Michelle Barnes-Gideon has shared some really interesting images of her PMP prep. And that is what I want to use to kind of walk you through how to get your mojo back. All right, how to develop a cadence of sorts. So Michelle, thank you very much for this. Let's take a look at what Michelle has shared in images. First of all, let's take a look at some images from the PMBOK guide. Let's go over them with a fine-tooth comb. So do you recognize this? This is an assortment of 49 different little tables that are in the PMBOK guide. You might recognize these tables. In fact, let me highlight a few of them right here. I'm going to use the yellow highlighter. Right here, we can see control scope. See that? That's control scope right there. Let me use the red and put a circle around it. That's validate scope. You see that? That's plan schedule management. You see, each process in the PMBOK guide, 6th edition, has a table just like that. You see, just like that. And you know, the cool thing about these tables, it gives you a count of things to master. In other words, there are 49 of these little tables. And you know what Michelle did? Michelle printed out every single table. And what did she do? She mastered the content. You see them right there, and she's even got it color coded. You got some color coding going on. You see, you got those color codings going on. There is a reason why she did this. This is intentionality when it comes to studying. But you see, to succeed on this exam, my friends, you got to use a similar approach. You got to take them down one by one. But first, you got to understand at a high level, whatever that knowledge area entails. And then you need to focus on value. How do you focus on value? Well, there are 49 processes, right? For every process, you need to ask yourself the question, what is the value to me as a project manager? So here you can see she's highlighted certain outputs. Well, that's control scope. And I can see she's highlighted work performance information. That's in yellow. And that's because as she was going through our videos, we call some of these things out, and she knows what needs to be called out, what is unique, semi-unique. You know, here is validate scope. You can see she's highlighted accepted deliverables because that is pretty unique. That's value you're getting. And you can see work performance information. See, that's value. Here is manage quality. So I know she's probably highlighted TED, test and evaluation documents and quality reports. You see, it's part of a DNA. As you're going through the processes, ask yourself, what am I getting from it? Focus on the value. What value does this document bring? What value does this process bring? What value does this output bring? And then focus on the essence of what you're doing. If we go to the screen behind me, you can see up here, I've got the mission, develop a project charter. That's the mission. It's a high level understanding of what exactly you're getting from every process. See, so as you're going through the content for your exam, Simply ask yourself, what is this process at a high level? What is the value? And then focus on the essence. Secondly, process group. When you're focusing on process groups, focus on the possibility of interaction. So you can see right here, Michelle has printed out certain pages and she's color coded them. That's it. Print out the page, color code it, and go over and ask yourself, okay, how does this process interact with this? How does this process group interact with that? This stuff is in your PMBOK guide, believe it or not, it's there. Be innovative about it. Find out how the process groups interact. All right. Next thing I want to tell you is to choose your own adventure. And what do I mean? We all learn differently. But in order to learn well, choose the way you learn best, whether it is flashcards, right? Focusing on Agile, especially Scrum and Kanban, core definitions, just like she did here. Each one of these is a stack of either definitions, things in Scrum, frameworks, definitions, and you can see the PMBOK guide and the Agile practice guide in the background. But this image encapsulates the amount of work that she put in. And the good thing about putting in work like this, you get to the point where you become a grandmaster, such that when you finally pass the exam, you're not going to be thinking about, oh, do I really know what I'm talking about? What should I do? No, those questions have already been answered as you prepared for the exam. So this is how to do it. The way to do it is to boss up and to roll up your sleeves. In my mind, I would say study a knowledge area a day, get that rhythm, a knowledge area a day, knowledge area a day. I know you might be wondering, okay, Phil, I want to do this. What do you mean by a knowledge area a day? Let me break it down plainly, because I've broken this down in the past, but I know some of you did not get to watch the video. Okay. So you can see behind me, I've got develop project charter. That is one process from integration. Now, if I'm studying, let's say today is my day for integration. When I say study a knowledge area day, first of all, open the PMBOK guide and take a look at the definitions of develop project charter. What do they say in develop project charter? Well, they say this process such and such under 4.1, right? And they say that the true or the real benefit, the benefit of this process is that the key benefit is the language, right? The key benefit of this process is blah, 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 blah. Get that down for develop project charter. Maybe it says something to the effect of the key benefit of this process is that it establishes a partnership, or it establishes an agreement, or it establishes an understanding, or it does whatever it does. Find out what it says about the process, right? It establishes an agreement between the, or it connects the objective of the project to the firm, or whatever it says, right? Understand that. And then ask yourself, what do I get out? Oh, I get out the project charter, okay? What else do I get out? Oh, the assumption log, that's something else I get out. End of story. You're done. Move on to the next one. Develop project management plan. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm assembling all subsidiary plans and baselines. What am I getting out? Project management plan. Okay, go a little bit deeper. This is the first coat of paint you're putting on. Okay, then move on. Director managed project work. Okay, what am I getting from here? Oh, there's some stuff up there. Deliverables, work performance data, issue log. Those are unique. What am I doing? I'm executing the work in the project management plan. Wrap your mind around that at a high level and then move on. Next, manage project knowledge. Okay, what am I doing? I'm managing the flow of knowledge within the project. What am I getting out? Okay, that thing over there, lessons learned register. That's a major thing that's unique. What value does it add to me on the project? Okay, the lessons learned register, it encapsulates lessons learned, things that my team has learned, things that I've learned, to make sure that we don't repeat the same foolish mistakes in the future, and to learn what went well, to repeat those things that actually did work. That's why. Then you move to the next one. Next one is monitor and control project work. What are we getting out over there? Work performance reports. What are we doing? Monitor and control work across the entire project. Getting work performance reports, that's a big deal. Those reports are going to add value to clients, to customers, stakeholders, to help them know what is happening on the project. Then you move to the next one, perform integrated change control. What is the mission in this one? The change control board approves or rejects change requests. Outcomes of change reviews are documented in the change log. It says it up there, right? When you got that understanding, next, what am I getting out of this? Oh, approve change requests. That's one of the major things. And project documents updates, change log, okay? You've got to that understanding, you move on. All right, finally close project or phase. What are we doing here? We are transitioning the deliverables to the customer and carrying out a final lessons learned for phase or project as a whole. What am I getting out? These things. See, final product, service, or result transition, final report. Those are the major unique ones. We just went over 7 processes at a really high level, but you got value because you understood what exactly are we doing at a high level? What am I getting? You know, the major things I'm getting. That's the first coat of paint. Now, when you're done with that, what I would like you to do is go put a second layer of paint. And this is what was in Michelle's diagram, those images that she shared. Next, you're going to go to develop project charter and you're going to go to the next level. Now, behind me, you can see inputs, but you can also see the outputs. And you can see tools and techniques. If I move to this side, you can see those tools and techniques behind me. That is the next level you want to get to. And you want to begin to ask, what is brainstorming? Why am I brainstorming in develop project charter? What are focus groups? Why am I using them? Questions like that, on and on. That is what you need to be asking yourself. See that? And then you go to the next process. Develop project management plan. What are some of the tools up there? See that? Brainstorming, checklists, focus groups, interviews, stuff like that. The inputs and the outputs, you see inputs and outputs go into a deeper level. Ask yourself, okay, is there a sub input here? Okay, there are none, but just try and understand it to a more granular level. You see that? And then when you get done with that, you go to the next level, direct and manage project work. Okay, there's a bunch of tiny little sub-bullets. Do I know what those are? What about that way? A bunch of sub-bullets. Do I know what those are? Okay, it says PMIS, Project Management Information System. What is that? Understand it at a medium level, move on. Manage project knowledge. Okay, some inputs. Do I know what these items are? Do I know what that output is? And active listening, facilitation. Why would I be using these? Okay, because I'm working with people trying to understand the lessons learned. That's how you need to be thinking. Then the next one, you see, we're going down to a more granular level, and you do this for all of them. You do this for every single one until you get to the end and you get to close project or phase and you see, oh, regression analysis. That's the second bullet under data analysis. What is a regression analysis? You ask yourself the question, you see, oh, it helps me rationalize why I arrived at the solution I did, the solution that's documented in that thing called the final report. You see, you're tying it all together. And then when you have tied it together like this a few times, you get better and better and better. And then you ask yourself, okay, taking a look at the 5 process groups, do I really know what this knowledge area is about? Can I go through the 5 process groups and drop the right knowledge area process in each bucket? For example, if I was in integration, I would say, okay, initiating, that's develop project charter, planning, that's develop project management plan, executing, that's direct and manage project work, manage project knowledge, monitoring and controlling, that's monitor and control project work, closing, close project or phase. You see what I'm saying? PMI isn't going to ask you rote questions like this, but this helps you get the content down and to master it. And this is really more important than anything else. It's not just about passing an exam. Many people can pass an exam, but can they deliver when you put them in front of a PMO, in front of a client, to actually make stuff happen, to be a change agent? I dare say a lot of folks may find it hard because they don't have this information at their fingertips. They haven't absorbed the essence of it. You need to absorb the essence of it. That's all I'm saying. When it comes to WPD, WPI, WPR, understanding the flow and the understanding helps you in the real world beyond passing an exam. A lot of people go for interviews, a lot of PMPs, but not every PMP gets a job. Why? Because it's those who can pragmatize it, make it practical. But to make it practical, you got to know it first, right? So I want to encourage you to really know your stuff well. And the more you go through it, chapter by chapter, not just integration, do the same for scope, understand your WBS, the essence of it, the processes of scope, the processes of schedule, right? The processes of cost, everything, all the way on down, just like that, chapter by chapter. These are topics you already know, right? This is bringing it to your mind, quality, going down every knowledge area and seeing things that you in the beginning were clueless about, but now you're like, oh, I got this. I can explain this whole thing to you. Same for resources, communications, risk, right? Procurement. I'm telling you, real deep understanding of process is going to become a lost art. It will, because it's becoming less and less prominent. But guess what? More and more companies are needing it. You see, there's nothing wrong in process. You're still going to encounter this in the real world. The more you know about it, the better you are going to get. So I encourage you, know your processes, get them down pat. A knowledge area a day keeps the PMP exam blues away. Before you know it, you will be a PMP guru. You'll be totally there, but don't give up. Just keep putting one block on top of the other, day by day. You get to the point where you feel very comfortable about this. You know the language, and then you're able to demonstrate an awareness of how people, process, and business interact. Because that's what the questions are going to find out. Are you capable in the people piece, whether in the world of Agile or in the world of predictive or hybrid, right? Can you relate with people on every front, on every level? Can you man the process? Do you know how to make it happen? Can you run a project management office if you're the only one at the helm? Would you know what to do? Would you understand which templates are important? Would you be able to set the team on the right course for success? And do you understand the importance of knowing the business? Now, what steps would you take in various business circumstances? That's what your exam is going to test you on. Am I making sense? All right. So with that said, I want to give you one more perspective, one simple perspective to taking a look at your exam. In fact, I want to show you some pretty straightforward questions, very simple, very straightforward, but they are not process heavy. Instead, I call them questions for newbies, because it demonstrates to you that the exam is not about process alone, right? Or business alone, or people. It's everything. And it's not about PMBOK. You get what I'm saying? The exam is about understanding everything. Agile Practice Guide view, PMBOK Guide view, universal view. All right, so let me show you a few questions that I would like you to ponder on just from a simple humanistic perspective. All right, you're working on a project as a team facilitator. You have identified that there is conflict among 4 team members who have formed factions. What is the best course of action for this situation? Now, you know what I want you to do? I want you to think about this question. Hit the pause button. That's right. Go on. Hit the pause button. And I want you to really apply yourself to answer it the best way possible. Can I rely on you to do that? Okay, go ahead, do that. And when you're done, I'll share the answer. All right? Okay, welcome back. I'm going to show you the answer. Now, The answer to this, it really doesn't have a 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D perspective. It's a simple humanistic view to conflict. And you're not going to get this from the PMBOK guide. It's the application through the lens of the content outline, right? So for those of you who have read your content outline, you'll be able to select the right thing from a lineup. But let's move forward. The answer to this is B. And this is based on the PMP exam content outline straight away. But all the other options are either reactive or incorrect. Excuse me. So if you take a look at A, resolve the conflict issue for the team. No, you don't resolve conflict for the team. Teams got to resolve the conflict for themselves. It's one of the tenets of, if you like Agile, where you do not do things for the team's got to do it for themselves. It's a self-organizing team. So you could help them understand and see the importance of conflict resolution, but you're not going to do it for them, right? B says evaluate, recommend, and reconcile the appropriate resolution solution. In some instances, it could be appropriate to bring some more people into the discussion if they are affected or concerned, but that is on a case-by-case basis. That's why B would be a universal approach, as the content outline recommends. C, avoid getting involved in the conflict. That's not being proactive. That's bad. And D, find out which party is in the wrong. Well, you do know that conflict is not about wrong or right. It's about seeing each party, seeing the other person's point of view and coming to a win, hopefully. So B is the best answer. You see, this has no process language. And the reason I'm showing it to you, you could get stuff like this on the exam. Here's the next one. Go ahead, hit the pause button, and I'll tell you the answer in a few seconds. All right, 3, 2, 1. The answer to this one is actually B, right? A new team member just joined the project. She's eager, right? She's confident in her abilities to learn. And it says, which approach do you use? Well, she's new. And if you know how the Hersey-Blanchard model works, you know folks that have a lot of enthusiasm, but not skills, we use a directing approach with those folks, don't we? We use a directing approach. So someone who is just joined, they're very enthusiastic, right? She has little experience. That means she needs directing. She is confident in her abilities, and she's very eager to take on work. So we don't need a whole lot of supporting. What we need in this case is really more of the directing approach. And the answer to this is C, directing. Okay. That's it. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at the next one. As a servant leader on an Agile project, one of your key responsibilities is to what? So again, take some time, think about the answer. I'll show it to you in 3, 2, 1. All right. Again, this is a very straightforward one. If you know the tenets of servant leadership, you know that one of the things we do is we remove roadblocks. So the answer is A. It's not to delegate work to team members, because delegating is not something you do as a servant leader in a Scrum context, because you don't delegate. There's no overarching, company appointed leader. Organic leadership happens, but delegate is not a word we would use in this context, right? Says on an Agile project. So that should have been a clue. C, plan out the schedule and cost, plan out the scope, schedule, cost, and quality. That is not to say that they couldn't, but the best answer, the most universal answer we know, is to remove impediments. Now, when you're on an Agile project, planning out schedule and cost, it's done in other ways. It's done in flow-based Agile. It just happens by virtue of the structure. In iteration-based Agile, it just happens based on the structure as well. So we don't go all out to say, oh, you one person, you're going to be involved in planning, schedule, and cost and scope. No, it's not like that. So the best answer is A. Does the team plan in Agile? Yes, probably even more than we do in predictive, but we do it in iterations, and it's certainly not one of your key responsibilities as a servant leader. All right, so that was a bit of a bogus set of options, C and D. It would not be the case in Agile. Here's another one. On your 5-month government project with 20 powerful stakeholders, you also have a stakeholder with a low level of power and interest on the project. What should you do next with this stakeholder? So think about it. I'll tell you the answer in a few seconds. 3, 2, 1. Now for this one, you do need to have an awareness of the power interest grid. And hopefully you do remember this configuration, M, K, M, K. Okay. What is the M here? Monitor. You monitor stakeholders with a low level of power, low level of interest. These ones you keep satisfied. This one you manage close. And this one you keep informed. And we're talking about power. Power on the y-axis and interest on the x-axis. Let's do that again. Interest. Okay, and that's why we call it a power interest grid. Power interest grid. See? And that's really it. So if you have a stakeholder with a low level of power and a low level of interest, they're right here. And that's why the answer is monitor. See? And these are some of the things we train on our project management professional course. But if you've been to a good course, hopefully they taught you that. Here's our final one for the day or night, wherever you are. Understanding what ready means so the team can take in work, what done means so the team can judge completeness consistently should be in a document known as what? Hit the pause button for more time. 3, 2, and 1. All right, so the answer to this is in the PMBOK guide, the Agile Practice Guide, I beg your pardon, page 50. And this is really talking more about the team charter, the team contract, social contract, all same thing. See? And the answer is C, social contract. All right. Now, believe it or not, I just went over with you a selection of 5 questions, simple questions from the people piece of my quick questions. All right. So this is people. What I would like you to do is go over the PMP exam content outline. You'll see references to each of these kind of buried because that's where this is from. Okay. As you get ready for your exam, one more time, do not forget, you got to know your processes. Okay. But don't forget, in addition to knowing the processes at this high level, you also need to know what I call the 80-20 rule for the PMBOK guide, and that's exemplified in what I call the PMBOK guide mainline. There are 11 processes out of the 49 that show you a line of best fit across everything. I'm talking about the ones on the screen. I want you to take a screenshot of this, and I want you to try to combine them arrow by arrow so that you can draw out the flow with the inputs and outputs. If you haven't watched my video on the PMBOK guide mainline, you should just Google it. You're going to find my PMBOK guide mainline video that shows you how the processes are intertwined. Develop project charter connects to develop project management plan, that connects to direct and manage project work and monitor and control project work. Also links to manage project knowledge, everything is interlinked, inputs and outputs interlinked for many of the processes. But ultimately, you're going to get to deliverables, verified deliverables, accepted deliverable, final product, service, or result transition. You're going to see how these 49 processes can be whittled down to the essential 11. And when you understand how these flow, you have a baseline that you can plug everything else into. I call it the PMBOK guide mainline, all right? If you haven't watched the video, you might want to just Google it or just search for it on YouTube, and you'll be able to watch the PMBOK guide mainline. Trust me, it will help you. It'll help you a whole lot, okay? So that is a summary, my friends, for today. I appreciate you joining me. It's time for us to shut it down. In closing, I just want to let you know, if you're getting ready for the exam and you're wondering where to start from, maybe you've heard the 7th edition is coming out, and maybe for some reason you're freaking out about the 7th edition. I want to give you some good news and perspective. For those students who are joining our hybrid project management training for the 7th edition, which is starting this weekend, if you go to hybridprojectmanagement.com, sign up for this course, because those of you who are still working on your PMP, you're going to get a 1-month freebie, which will give you access to hundreds of hours of video that you can go on and watch and beef up and tool up and get wired for this exam. So I haven't announced this previously, but those of you who are getting ready for the PMP exam, you will also have an optional 1 month to work on our learning system to prepare using other videos. So signing up to learn about the 7th edition might actually be a great idea for some of you, because it's coming with PMP training coaching, all right? So go on down to hybridprojectmanagement.com, okay, if that's something of interest to you, and let's see you there. Roy and I will be training you from an agile, hybrid, predictive perspective. It's happening this weekend, all right? Thank you very much for joining me. I wish you all the best. You won't hear from me as much, but you hear from me every now and again. All right, until I'm back. You take care. Bye for now.
You are working with your team as a servant leader and facilitator to identify threats and issues by educating and engaging the team at various points in the project in order to resolve them at the appropriate time and improve processes that caused issues. When is the best time to resolve issues and impediments restricting the team? A. Sprint planning. B. Sprint review or daily scrum. C. Backlog refinement. D. Team meeting. This is a test of Agile and Scrum practices. The best option is D. Team meeting. The answer sounds vague, but it is the best answer, since sprint planning, sprint review, daily scrum, and backlog refinement meetings are not primarily meetings to resolve impediments. Impediments could be found at any time, but resolve of impediments could be done in team pods by specific team members who the impediments concern. Outside of the daily scrum, team members could get together to brainstorm and actively resolve the impediments with the help of the Scrum Master and other stakeholders. Remember to use the process of elimination and strike out similar incorrect options when on your exam. This will help you narrow down the correct answer. Thank you for your participation. Please hit like and subscribe to be notified when more episodes become available. Day by day, build on your knowledge with solid questions to test your coverage of the massive PMP exam content and your aptitude. Remember to sign up for the PMP Half-Day Bootcamp at hpmexam.com. Have a great day and bye for now.
Hello there, welcome to a preview of the Project Management Masterclass. Today, we're taking a look at questions from the process area. The intent is to give you small snippets of people, process, and business across 3 episodes, and to get you into that mindset. Let's get into the process piece. Dash, help Agile teams using Scrum learn from its previous work on the product and its process. Is it lessons learned? Is it B, knowledge management? Is it C, retrospectives? Or is it D, work performance reports? 3, 2, 1. The best answer, according to the Agile Practice Guide, Section 5.2.1, is retrospectives. Retrospectives help Agile teams using Scrum learn from its previous work on the product and its process. Let's go to our next question. The product owner often works with the team to prepare some stories for the upcoming iteration during one or more sessions in the middle of the iteration. The purpose of these meetings is to refine enough stories so that the team understands what the stories are and how large the stories are in relation to each other. What does this describe? Is it A, backlog refinement? Is it B, iteration planning? Is it C, sprint planning? Or is it D, sprint review? All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The answer is A, backlog refinement. This is a ceremony that happens in the middle of the sprint, but it is not formally recognized in the Scrum Guide as a ceremony. It is not one of the 3-5-3 configurations from Scrum. You know, we say 3 roles, 5 ceremonies, and 3 artifacts. Well, the backlog refinement ceremony is not one of the formal 5, but it's an important one nonetheless. Subliminal, if you wish. A lot of teams recognize this as a ceremony, but the Scrum Guide, till date, though mentioned, does not see this as a formal ceremony. Let's go to the next question. You are the project sponsor for a new initiative. You have been approached by the project manager for direction on how to initiate the project. Which of the following sequences would you recommend? Is it A, business case, benefits management plan, needs assessment, project charter? Is it B, needs assessment, business case, benefits management plan, project charter? Is it C, benefits management plan, project charter, needs assessment, and business case? Or is it D, project charter, business case, benefits management plan, and needs assessment? You may need more time for this question in particular. Hit the pause button if you need it. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Taking a look at the options. These options are listed in a particular sequence,
And you can immediately see when something sticks out if you have great mastery of these items. The project charter should not be the first thing. That disqualifies option D. The benefits management plan should not be the first thing. That disqualifies option C. Option A says business case and benefits management plan before needs assessment. That is wrong. The correct answer is B. The needs assessment is first, then the business case. You could do the business case and jump between business case benefits management plan until you are done and proceed into the project charter. Definitely take a look at page 30 in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. Next question. You have completed your review of the deliverable being created for your customer. The deliverable output does not reflect verification or acceptance by your quality team. What should the project management team do next? Is it A, control the project scope and prevent scope creep? Is it B, proceed to validate the project scope and obtain approval? Is it C, perform quality assurance and review any generated change requests? Is it D, carry out regression analysis and administrative closure? Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end that poll and let's take a look at the answers. So, when you have reviewed a deliverable and it does not reflect verification by your quality team, it should not proceed any further without you getting down to the bottom of why that deliverable did not pass the test. So there are a number of ways you can look at this question, and there's quite an elaborate assortment of charts I would like to share with you before we move on to our final question. First of all, think about direct and managed project work as producing that deliverable. But in the background, you have managed quality. And that is because as you're creating a deliverable, you should be checking the process. That's exactly what we do in managed quality. Now, the deliverables, when produced, go to quality control or control quality, if you will. This is what is being described in the question. The deliverable went to control quality, but it was found to not be satisfactory enough to send further. So we had a change request of sorts. What should we do? Well, that change request, if approved, is going to go back into the pipeline. But there's something else that happens. Not only do you have a change request, you should also have some steps that precede the change request. And that step is from quality control, you are going to have a feedback loop that goes from control quality to manage quality. And this feedback loop contains some very important measurements, and it is known as quality control measurements. And a quality control measurement is used to deduce the reason for non-conformance of that product, service, or result as identified by the quality control team. So think about it like this. Yes, we could get change requests directly from control quality, but at the same time, we could get quality control measurements going to manage quality, and that giving us change requests as well that go into the perform integrated change control process. Now, understanding the flow of these processes used to be something that was needed for the exam on most fronts, but we don't hear a lot about it today. Nonetheless, the logic could help some people who get questions of this nature. So just remember, we could have a change request from managed quality for changes that are generated as a result of you analyzing those quality control measurements. And this is how you should view the question that we just looked at. Let's move on. Now we are done with understanding the logic. Going back to the question, we can see control the project scope and prevent scope creep is in the past, since the deliverable is already created. Then B, proceed to validate the scope and obtain approval. You can't do that because your deliverable does not reflect verification or acceptance. And D, carry out regression analysis is premature. This should be done in closed project or phase. So the best answer is perform quality assurance and review any generated changes. I hope that clarifies it. Next question. Your team is using Kanban as a method to complete project work. When is the best time to carry out a demo or review? Is it A, demo at the end of the iteration as all the scheduled work is complete? Is it B, when enough features have accumulated into a set that is coherent? Is it C, use the rule of 4-week cadence to demonstrate any completed tasks? Or is it D, Kanban uses group approval, has no ceremonies for demonstrating work? Three, two, and one. The best answer can be found in 5.2.5 in the Agile Practice Guide. It reads, in iteration-based Agile, the team demonstrates all completed work items at the end of the iteration. In flow-based Agile, which of course Kanban would fall into, the team demonstrates completed work when it is time to do so, usually when enough features have accumulated into a set that is coherent. Teams include the product owner, need feedback to decide how early to ask for product feedback. Teams including the product owner need feedback to decide how early to ask for product feedback. So the best answer is B. All right, let's go to our next question. You are the team facilitator and coach. Your team is currently experiencing work delays and overruns due to insufficiently refined product backlog items. What is the best course of action? Is it A, a servant leader should help clear these obstacles and do the heavy planning? Is it B, most likely the team doesn't know the options they have, consider a coach? Is it C, the product owner and the team should workshop stories together? Or is it D, have the Scrum Master create better acceptance criteria and definition of done for the team? Three, two, and one. Let's take a look at these options and use the process of elimination. Taking a look at A servant leader should help clear these obstacles and do the heavy planning. We don't do heavy planning in Agile, so we're going to cancel A. A is bogus just from the way it's worded. B,
Most likely, the team doesn't know the options they have. Consider a coach. Well, it says you are the team facilitator and coach. So why would you look for another coach? You should be able to do your job as a coach. So getting another coach is not the answer. By the time that coach ramps up and understands the project, the team has moved on to another sprint. C, we'll come back to C, and let's take a look at D. Have the Scrum Master create better acceptance criteria and definition of done for the team. Well, the acceptance criteria for each story and the definition of done for the team is not done by one person. It's done by a number of people. So it cannot be D. Best answer is working together. Workshop stories together. Create stories, decompose stories, all that. And that is why that is the best answer. Let's go to another question here. Your Scrum team is currently experiencing a lot of technical debt and degraded code quality. What should be done about this? Is it A, the product owner should provide a better product roadmap? Is it B, velocity should be considered when the Scrum Master creates the sprint goal? Is it C, refactoring, agile modeling, and automated code quality analysis? Is it D, conduct retrospectives with all stakeholders to better decide on requirements? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at these options. Using the process of elimination again, we'll take a look at option A. The product owner should provide a better product roadmap. Now, while the product owner could be involved in creating a roadmap, product owner is not the sole person to do so. And secondly, it reads a lot of technical debt and degraded code quality. This degraded code quality is not the fault of a product roadmap. This is to do with the team. This is to do with how work is being done. And it has nothing to do with the product roadmap. And saying the product owner should provide a better roadmap means there's no understanding of Agile if that's the choice. So very poor understanding of it, because the roadmap is done by a number of people. Let's take a look at B. Velocity should be considered when the Scrum Master creates the sprint goal. Again, this is false. The Scrum Master does not create the sprint goal. The sprint goal is all about what the team decides. And of course, when we say team, we're talking about the Scrum team. So this is a Scrum team thing. But of course, we have the product owner at the helm who decides what we're going to do, prioritizes the backlog, and focuses on value. Let's read option D. Conduct retrospectives with all stakeholders to better decide on requirements. Well, could retrospectives help better understand requirements or better decide on them? They could, but it's definitely not with all stakeholders. That is a false statement saying that a retrospective should be conducted with all stakeholders, because whatever you do in the retrospective needs to be within the team, the core team, the Scrum team. So D doesn't hold. And that leaves us with refactoring, agile modeling, and automated code quality analysis. And that is the correct answer. So when in debt, refactoring, agile modeling, pervasive testing, automated code analysis, and the definition of done are things that can help. This is on page 58 of the Agile Practice Guide. And all of that language there as far as what to do when you're encountering various problems in Agile. Highly recommend you read that page, 58 in the Agile Practice Guide. And that concludes our review of the process piece. We had more questions in the process piece than the people piece, because of course, you know, process is 50% of your exam. I hope this gives you some context for the process piece. Remember, you're going to have agile, predictive, hybrid. You take care. I'll see you in the final episode where we address the business domain. See you soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to our PMP exam studying for today. We're going to be taking a look at risk management. You know, risk management is a beast. It has 7 processes, a lot of minutia. So we've got 20 questions to talk about. Let's jump into them one by one. I call it the PMP Exam Risk Quiz 1. Here is your first question. Now, these have got 5 options, and I've done it this way to make it more challenging. You're driving along a single carriageway. You decide to overtake the vehicle in front of you, and you wait until there are no hills or valleys. At this point, you can see a full mile of the oncoming lane to ensure no traffic is visible before overtaking to reduce the probability of a head-on collision. Which risk approach does this describe? Now, I'm going to be reading these very, very quick. So I would implore you to go as quick as you can. 1 minute, 15 seconds, hit the pause button. And when you spend enough time, listen to the answer. Okay. All right, spoiler alert. Hit the pause button so that you don't hear the answer if you're not ready. Okay, the answer is not E, neither is it D. Why is that? Let's take a look at the keyword here towards the end. Keyword. To reduce the probability of a head-on collision. When you reduce the probability or impact, you are mitigating. So the answer to this is A. It's mitigate. All right. By the way, if you have any doubts about these questions, I invite you to put a comment below so that I can better help address any doubts you may have. Okay, good. Move on. You're working in a chocolate manufacturing company on a local project. After meeting with a client for a weekly meeting, you learn that they are looking for 20 tons of chocolate to be supplied to an overseas facility. Your firm decides to put aside a contingency reserve of $509,000 to manage the opportunity if it is awarded to your firm. Which risk approach does this describe? Hit the pause button if you need more time, because I will reveal the answer very soon. All right, my friends, spoiler alert, hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer to this is not exploit, and neither is it accept. Or is it? Let's come back to that one. Is it enhance? No. Is it share? No. Is it escalate? No. Oh, it is B. It is accept. Now, why is it accept? It may come as a surprise, but you haven't really done anything other than put money aside to manage the opportunity if it occurs. Manage the risk, which is positive if it occurs. So that is accept. Putting money aside is not proactive because you're not doing anything as far as increasing the probability of the risk or enlarging it. We're talking about a positive risk or opportunity. You do know that positive risks are called opportunities, right? So this approach, doing nothing proactive other than putting money aside, is actually the accept strategy. All right. Sorry for the scare. It is Accept. That sounds like a whole lot of chocolate to eat, doesn't it? All right, let's move on to the next question. All right, question number 3. You are categorizing risks by source and type. What does this describe? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Hit the pause button for more time. The answer to this, when you are categorizing risks, this is a dead giveaway. The answer is qualitative risk analysis. That's where you categorize risks by source, by type, however you wish to categorize them. All right, that's an easy one. All right, let's move on. You are driving along a single carriageway road. At first, you want to overtake the vehicle in front of you, but when you survey the incoming traffic, you decide not to do so for safety reasons. Which risk approach does this describe? All right, 3, 2, and 1. This should be pretty straightforward. So it says you decide not to do so. You decide not to bite. So it's neither of the others except avoid. Not doing so, not taking the risk. That's avoidance. All right, so the best answer is C. That one is probably the easiest of them all because doing nothing is very straightforward. All right. Let's move on to the next one. You are creating a decision tree to better understand certain opportunities. What does this best describe? All right. 3, 2, and 1. So this is, again, pretty straightforward. If you know the definition, this is more like a definition question. You probably won't get questions like this exactly on the exam. It's very short and straightforward. You probably get 1 or 2 in my mind, not a whole lot. All right, so this best describes understanding opportunities by doing decision trees. This is quantitative risk analysis. Okay. Take a look at your 6th edition. You find a fair amount of information about quantitative risk analysis. All right, let's move on. Next question. You're working in a chocolate manufacturing company on a local project. After meeting with your client, you learn that they would like to award an additional scope of work to the tune of $8 billion to the project. Your firm forms a spin-off company, Choc-Saras, to effectively manage this additional scope of work. Which risk approach does this describe? Take some time and think about it. All right. 3, 2, and 1. Hit the pause button if you need more time. So in forming a spin-off company, my friends, what you've done here is not exploit. Neither is it accept. It is not enhance. Neither is it escalate. It is a share approach. Now, if you read the definition of share in the PMBOK guide, which I will do for you very shortly, but if you talk about sharing a risk, you are sharing some or all of the opportunity. But beyond that, there are certain descriptions in the PMBOK guide that you should be aware of when it comes to sharing. So let me read. This is in the 6th edition, page 444, and it reads, sharing involves transferring ownership of an opportunity to a third party so it shares some of the benefit of the opportunity if the opportunity occurs. It is important to select the new owner of a shared opportunity carefully so they are best able to capture the opportunity. Then it goes into examples. It says examples of sharing actions include forming risk-sharing partnerships, teams, special purpose companies. This is a special purpose company in this example, or joint ventures. So the best answer is share. You got to understand PMI's minutiae in the book, and it will help you. Let's move on to the next one. You are deciding upon the format of the risk register and creating a risk strategy. What does this describe? Again, hit the pause button if you need more time. I'll be showing you the answer pretty quick. The best answer to this, my friends, is A. You're planning how to manage risk. This is planning risk management. As you're developing your risk management plan, the format of the risk register, and creating a risk strategy, those are things you do in planning risk management. Okay. Let me share a page with you in the PMBOK guide so that you can read some of this stuff. Now, if you are reading the very beginnings of risk, like the very first few pages, you'll see that the risk register and the risk strategy are things that you do earlier on. In fact, risk strategy is listed as one of the major ingredients in a risk management plan. Just go to page 405, check that out. And then when we talk about the methodology, specific approaches, tools, sources that will be used, we're talking about planning as well. Okay. When we define the risk categories in advance, you talk about the different categories in the risk breakdown structure. All of that stuff is done in planning. Okay. Even up to the probability and impact matrix, all of that stuff. Okay. Let's move on. Next question. You are analyzing stakeholder risk tolerance levels. What does this describe? This is another one that's going to go very quick, so hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. So the best answer to this, as far as where you bring your stakeholders in right from the get-go, is plan risk management. So when you are exploring stakeholder risk tolerance levels, you are in the planning section of risk management. Stakeholder risk tolerance levels. It's something that you want to do upfront. Okay. Anything to do with how your stakeholders may feel about risk in general. We're not talking about any one particular risk, but we're just talking about risks in general. Okay. Those stakeholder risk tolerance levels, we talked about them earlier on. All right, let's move on to the next one. So to make it very clear, the answer, so take this one, that's A. All right. Let's move on. Next question. You know that in the next 2 weeks, you will be embarking on a trip to Flagstaff, Arizona, driving along the notoriously narrow and steep 60 degrees carriageway, single carriageway road. You have purchased insurance ahead of the trip that covers collision, property, and yourself in the event of an injury. What risk approach does this describe? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, is just straight up Transfer. This is transferring a risk to a third party. It's very straightforward, talked about in the PMBOK guide. So let's not dwell on that. Let's move to the next one. You just computed the expected monetary value of a project. What does this best describe? Hit the pause button for more time. I will reveal the answer pretty quick. All right, the answer for this is not A, B, or C. It is quantitative risk analysis. That is where you compute expected monetary value. All right, moving on. Next question. You are deciding how to respond to a certain risk event. What does this best describe? All right, hit the pause button for more time. This is very straightforward. Again, my friends, it's more like a reminder than a quiz, to be honest. The best answer is C. Here you are planning how to respond to risk. It's planning risk responses. All right, let's move on. You are working in a chocolate manufacturing company on a local project. After meeting with your client, you learn that they would like to add an additional scope of work to the tune of $2 billion to the project. You share this information with team members and show interest when speaking to the client to increase possibility of winning the additional business. Which risk approach does this describe? Now hit the pause button. Some of you are going to need more time because you're going to be waffling between two. I know, I've been there just like you. Trust me, I've been there. Hit the pause button. Okay. Now, let's disqualify certain things. It says this is being done to increase the possibility. Okay. Now, accept does not increase the possibility. Share does not increase the possibility. And escalate does not increase the possibility. There are only two that have this connotation around them. But when you take a look at what you're doing, one, you share this information with team members. That really doesn't do anything, but it begins to get them interested. But it says, show interest when speaking to the client. Now that could increase the possibility of you getting the additional business, but it does not seal the deal like exploit does. Exploit would use more aggressive language, such as to ensure that the possibility of the risk is 100%, or to ensure that that risk absolutely occurs. So there's nothing in this question that alludes to it being exploit, and therefore the best answer is enhance. You're increasing the possibility. All right, let's move forward. Next one, you are deciding upon a preliminary response to a risk. Which process does this best describe? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go ahead. And the answer to this, my friends, is not plan risk responses. I know it's going to shock you, but it's not. The key word is preliminary response. And it's not implement risk responses either. It's not monitor risk. The best answer is identify risks. All right, now it might come as a surprise, but this is talked about in the 6th edition. If you go on down to page 411, it reads, preliminary risk responses may also be identified and recorded in identify risk. It's right there. All right. All right, let's go to our next question here. You are driving along the single carriageway road. You decide to overtake the vehicle in front of you and you wait until there are no hills or valleys. At this point, you are able to see a full mile of the oncoming lane to ensure no traffic is visible before gleefully overtaking. Which risk approach does this describe? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time because I am about to reveal the answer. Okay, so the answer is obviously not escalate or transfer, and it's not avoid. Now, there's going to be a little bit of waffling between avoid and perhaps accept and mitigate. But it's not accept because you are taking some action. You wait until there are no hills or valleys. This should be a reminder of the earlier question we saw. The reason why it is not avoid is anything could happen. A car could come out of the bushes. A car could come out from anywhere, you know, that is not immediately visible, but to you, what you're seeing is the stretch of road. But haven't you seen people veer out from the bushes? It's not impossible. So it's not an absolute zero probability, and for that reason, it's not avoid. The best answer is mitigate, okay? Avoidance in this case would be not to overtake, right? Because when you think about it, there's still a risk that bad things could happen when you're overtaken. Other things could happen, okay? So you got to think about it. Although there's no immediate threat visible, there could be one in the bushes, or your vehicle could malfunction. So the risk of a bad thing happening is not totally eradicated. I hope that's clear. All right, let's move on to the next one. You identify new risks midway into the project. What does this best describe? All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button. The answer to this, my friends, is not identify risks. It's not these ones either. The best answer is monitor risk. Monitor risk is where you are identifying new risks. It says midway into the project. If you read the details in PMBOK guide, you will find that the concept of new risks is talked about in monitor risk on page 453. It says, monitor risk is where you are identifying and analyzing new risks. Okay, so go read that. Let's move on to the next one. So to make it clear, if I didn't, the answer is monitor risks. All right, let's move on to our next one. You are working in a chocolate manufacturing company on a local project. After meeting with some government officials, you learn that a new regulation surrounding cocoa bean shells is in effect. You decide to hire a third-party auditor to ensure your firm is in strict compliance to minimize chances of a hefty fine in the millions. Which approach does this describe? Hit that pause button, my friends, because I'm about to show you the answer. All right, the answer to this is none of these. The answer is mitigate. Why? Because you are minimizing chances of a hefty fine. Calling in a third-party auditor is not a transfer approach. That is not transfer. They are not dealing with the risk. They are ensuring your firm is in compliance to minimize chances of a hefty fine. You're not giving them the work to process the cocoa and dispose of the shells. That would be transfer. In this case, third-party auditor, just checking to see if you're in compliance. That's mitigate. It minimizes the chances of a hefty fine. That's all. All right, bit tricky with the wording, I know. Third-party stuff may have thrown some of you off, but the answer is mitigate still. All right, let's move on. You are reviewing work performance reports while managing risks. What does this best describe? All right, 3, 2, and 1. So my friends, the work performance reports, remember where you get them? You get them from monitoring control project work. But that's beside the point. You don't have reports in identify risks. You don't have reports in planning risk responses. So it leaves 2, right? And you wouldn't be reviewing reports before you implement the responses. You'd be doing this as part of monitor risks, okay? And that's why that's the answer. Apart from the hard logic that you find in the PMBOK guide where work performance reports is an input to monitor risks, it's just common sense when you think about where you are in the grand scheme. All right, let's move on. Moving on to the next question. You are working in a chocolate manufacturing company on a local project. After meeting with the client for a weekly meeting, you learn that they are looking for 20 tons of chocolate to be supplied to an overseas facility. Although this sounds good, you have scarce resources to deal with it. This is outside your project, but a great opportunity for the company. Which approach should you take to deal with this risk? All right. So hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer is not exploit, because this is outside of your project. And for that reason, all the others are not appropriate. It's outside of your project. So the best thing you should do at this point is escalate the risk, because it's at the company level. It says a great opportunity for the company. Which approach should you, as you as a project manager, what should you do? Shouldn't do any of the others because it's outside of your project. So I think one of the things people miss about the escalate strategy is knowing the best place to use it. So let's read the escalate strategy a bit. It reads, escalated opportunities. Okay, let's read. Escalated opportunities are managed at the program level, portfolio level, or other relevant part of the organization, and not on the project level. See that? The project manager determines who should be notified about the opportunity. But let's read the very beginning. Okay, this page is 444. It reads, the risk response strategy, this risk response strategy escalate is appropriate when the project team or the project sponsor agrees that an opportunity is outside the scope of the project, or that the proposed response would exceed the project manager's authority. There you go. It's outside the project. It's better to escalate this. Okay, hope that makes sense for you. Let's move on to the next question. We only got a few more at this point. All right, let's read. You are driving along a single carriageway road. There is an old 1927 Ford Model T in front of you, taking forever to climb a steep incline. The engine is sputtering and the windows are shaking violently. You decide to throw caution to the wind and overtake the vehicle in front of you without a second thought of oncoming traffic. Which risk approach does this describe? So, hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, my friend. So in this case, you threw caution to the wind. The answer is accept. You accepted the risk and you went for it. Okay. Final question. You're working in a chocolate manufacturing company on a local project. After meeting with your client one day, you learn that they would like to add an additional scope of work to the tune of $2 billion to the project. You immediately begin to put forward your best food experts, chocolate artists, resources, and team members in a massive bid to ensure this risk absolutely does happen. Which risk approach does this describe? Okay, it's the final one. So finish big, finish big, finish big. Finish big, my friends. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friend. So the answer to this is all in the final sentences. It says to ensure this risk absolutely does happen. In a massive bid to ensure this risk absolutely does happen, that's taking it all the way to 100. That, my friends, is nothing other than exploit. That's the exploit strategy. Okay. And we have come to the end of our session today on these risk-related questions. I hope it helped you hone in on risks. We got immersion training at hpmexam.com. It's a half-day boot camp. If you're struggling and you're finding value from these and you feel like you need more and more help going down there, if you need a full-blown 35 contact hour course, go to projectmanagementmasterclass.com or go on down to praiseon.com and take a look at the plethora of training materials and options we have for you. All right, I hope you found value from this. I'll see you in the next episode. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to Project Management Masterclass, Daily Drills in Agile. This was put together by my buddy Roy and I. Here's your very first question. You work for a Fortune 500 firm in Beirut. Over the past years, you have been the lead engineer using predominantly predictive project management approaches. Recently, the CEO announced a reorganization and a new approach to planning using lightweight, low-tech, high-touch philosophies. You have been appointed as the project team lead. What will the result of this reorganization be? I'll give you a minute to think about the answer. Ten seconds. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much for choosing an option. Now let's take a look at the options we have, and using logic and the process of elimination, we will select the right. Typically, when I get a question on any practice exam or real exam, I tend to look at all of the options as one composite. I try to look for those that may stand out as a result of how long they are or how short they are. And the answer could be anyone. In some cases, you get options that are all uniform, and then you have in between the lines even more. So I'm going to start from the bottom and go up. D, fully defined product features early in the project. Well, here's the keyword in the question: Agile. Agile approaches don't fully define features early in the project, so we will disqualify that. Option C, results in a fully defined schedule and budget. Now, schedule, it's relative. We talk a lot about tasks. And when we talk about tasks in the predominantly predictive world, not necessarily in the Agile world. And that is not to say we don't have a schedule in Agile. We do, but the word fully defined is a bit heavy-handed for Agile. In the world of Agile, we plan in iterations. We plan at a high level, we plan at a mid-level, at a low level, but we don't plan at a low level until we get towards the sprint that we're working. So C, results in a fully defined schedule and budget, is not common in Agile. So we will cross that out. B, focuses on the plan documents rather than the planning process. Well, if you think about the tenets of Agile, it reads individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation. Both of these are stretching it a bit as far as is concerned, focusing on plan documents rather than the planning process. That is not Agile. Either way, in Agile, we focus on the interactions. We focus on the individuals. We focus on working product. Left with one option: results in plans that encourage change and that are easily changed. So let's think about it for a second. What do we mean by
plans that encourage change. Take a look at your product backlog. The product backlog is never etched in stone. It encourages change all throughout the process, all throughout the sprints. So even if you've got a release plan that says, this is what we're going to do, release by release, iterations in the release, that is subject to change. And when you get down to the product backlog level, not everything in the backlog is going to get every single time on every single project. Some projects you abandon a lot of user stories, even epics, because evolution of time, there's bound to be change. And these tenets are also talked about in the PMP exam content outline. So about change, we need to encourage change if we are working in an agile environment. And that is why this is the correct answer. It reads, Agile is a change-based approach, adaptive, not prescriptive. I want to go to the PMP exam content outline, and I want you to take a look at how many times you see the word change. I want you to journey with me as we take a look at this very important document for your exam, because believe me, your exam is not based on the PMBOK guide, neither is it based on the Agile Practice Guide. Your exam is based on the PMP exam content. So let's go there and let's take a look at what we have. So let's go all the way through at a very high level. This is all about the people domain. And as you begin getting towards the end of the people domain, you begin to see things that are important when it comes to change. Collaborate with stakeholders, build trust. All of this is for one reason, to be able to adapt as necessary. That's why we collaborate, we get the synergies. To pivot, we can. If we need to persevere, we will. These are some of the thoughts you should be having in mind as you're going through this. Now, when we're to the process domain, let's take a look. Assess opportunities to deliver value incrementally. What does that do? It enables you to adapt, to change as necessary. Let's go down to the next page. Here you can see plan and manage schedule. One of the things you see there is a telltale sign of Agile, story points. And then you see modify the schedule as needed based on methodology. So if you're working in an Agile environment, that is definitely going to happen. Let's scroll down further and take a look at a few more things. Here in task 10, we have changes. Anticipate and embrace the need for change. You got it. It's there again. Let's go down a little bit further into the next section. Coming to the next section here where we talk about closure and transition. It says, determine the criteria to successfully close out the project or phase. Validate readiness for transition. Conclude activities to close out the project or phase. Here's a surprise for you. All of these can happen at any time in an Agile environment if for any reason the project has been found satisfactory and good to be closed, even though you have a ton of items in your product backlog. If quality and value have been achieved to the extent the client is happy about, you do not need to go all the way to the end of the product backlog. So keep that for your exam. One more point. This is very, very important. When we talk about the business environment, look at this. Recommend options for scope or backlog changes. Backlog changes. What causes those changes? The environment, the external business environment, even the internal environment. When we talk about EEFs and OPAs, those also trigger change. Lastly, support organizational change. So we learned from today's question in a nutshell. In a nutshell, we've learned that Agile is a change-based approach. It's adaptive and not prescriptive, and don't fall into the trap of choosing shiny objects such as schedule and budget. And those words jump out at you on the exam. However, they're not terms to choose. The best terms to choose are those that align with the method being discussed. If Agile's being discussed, get into that mindset. There are many shiny objects in this question. Some of them, for example, lead engineer, predominantly predictive, that kind of down a rabbit hole partially before you realize the question is talking about Agile. And on the exam, I assure you, you're going to get questions that may lead you a little bit towards a rabbit hole, but ultimately you need to come out of that rabbit hole if you're going to get it right. All right. I hope you enjoy this to be useful. All the very best on your exam. Don't forget, if you're taking the PMP exam and you are struggling, you're wondering, my goodness, how am I going to cover this syllabus? There's now the 7th edition. There's the Agile Practice Guide. There's all sorts of content out there. What am I going to do? If that's what you're thinking, I want to let you know we have help at praizion.com, which is the master website. But if you go to praizion.com, you'll see a plethora of training opportunities. There's one that we have that you can access directly at projectmanagementmasterclass.com. And we have classes all the time. So just go on down either to praizion.com or projectmanagementmasterclass.com and sign up for our next training opportunity. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Hello, welcome to Question of the Day. Your firm has adopted a new way of working with some specific cadence and incremental work with an iteration-based approach. The team is conducting a demonstration event with the business unit and their representative. There are severe disagreements about whether the deliverable, the PSI, for the just concluded sprint are acceptable. What step was not adequately completed? Now let's highlight a few important points and we'll use process of elimination. First of all, it says deliverables and PSI. PSI just means potentially shippable increment or the increment. And it said business unit. That's talking about the customer and their representative. Representative could very well mean the product owner. Now, what step was not adequately completed? Because there are severe disagreements about the PSI, about whether this is acceptable. Using the process of elimination, A says the product owner failed to define the acceptance criteria. Now, while that sounds logical, this is not about acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria is for user stories. This is about the PSI being unacceptable. So it's not A. Also, it's not B for the same reasons. It's not about acceptance criteria, and even if it was, it's not the Scrum Master's role. C says retrospective meetings were not held in an effective and timely way during prior sprints. This has nothing to do with what is happening right now, right? Timely retrospectives do not contribute to the PSI being off. The best answer is D. The definition of done does pertain to all of those actions that should be in place before the deliverable, the PSI, is deemed completed, completely ready for the customer's inspection, ready for the demo. So when we take a look at definition of done, we could say, for example, in software, we code it to standard. Everything has been peer reviewed. It was implemented with a test-driven development approach. It was 100% tested. It has been integrated. It has been documented. Documentation is complete. And all the good engineering practices were followed. You get it? So that's definition of done. Definition of ready is different. Definition of ready is so easy and accessible through the INVEST acronym.
And if you haven't seen that, just look for my video on the INVEST acronym for definition of ready. I hope you found value from this, my friends. Speak to you in the next episode. Take care and bye for now. And don't forget, we have training coming up again for those of you looking for training on the hpm.com website for the immersion. If you're looking for a half-day boot camp to get you tooled up and wired in the process, whether it's agile, hybrid, predictive, go on down to the website hpmexam.com. All right. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Welcome, my friends. It's our daily Scrum. For those of you that haven't joined our daily Scrums, you can do so at hpmexam.com. Jump on the immersion program and you begin to get invites to them. So today, as usual, we're taking a look at a quiz, and I call this PMP Exam Micro-quizzes. I also call them genetically enhanced questions. The language might sound predictive in a lot of instances, and the answer might be something else. So let's take a look at the very first one. Our friends here have already gone through them, so we're going to launch the poll and go ahead and tell me what you chose for the very first question. All right, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and end the poll and let's review what the answer is. But let's first of all take a look at the question. So it says, an issue affecting the schedule is identified during a project that was not anticipated during planning. How should the project manager respond? So let's use process of elimination first of all. Brainstorm ideas with the project team to mitigate the risk. I thought it said issue. So that cannot be the answer. Right off the bat, we got to eliminate it. It said brainstorm ideas with the project team to mitigate the risk. No, it said an issue. This is one of the cheapest tricks in the book of the sleazy question writers. They mention issue and then they give you a risk solution, or they mention risk and they give you an issue solution. So beware of that. B, communicate this to subject matter experts and project stakeholders. What good does that do? It does not move things forward, so no. C says, request extra funding from the sponsor to address this risk. Again, trick. See that? It's not a risk. It is an issue. And then the final thing says, perform data analysis and follow recommended change procedures. Well, that's the only one that really makes sense. All the others are wrong. So the best answer is D. All right. Any comments about that one? All right, let's move on. You can ask the questions at the end. So just note anyone that tripped you up. All right, let's go to our next one. A stakeholder believes that a recent increment is not complete or compliant with expectations. What should the project manager do next? Let's go ahead and relaunch the poll. All right, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and let's stop. End the poll. Share the results. Very polarized. All right, so let's examine. First of all, it says a stakeholder, right? So this is someone who we should take notice of, but what should we do if a recent increment is not compliant? Note, it did not say if a requirement, right? It said an entire increment. The entire increment is not complete. How do we know that an increment is complete? Let's take a look at the options. A, analyze this stakeholders' needs and expectations against the product roadmap. Well, we already know that we don't analyze things against a roadmap per se. The roadmap is so high level that that may not make sense. Now, you could argue and say, but expectations could also be part of what is in the roadmap. That's true, but this is talking about an increment specifically, right? So we're going to get rid of A. Remember, the roadmap will contain several different releases or increments. All right, let's take a look at option D, right at the bottom. Obtain the stakeholders' agreement upon reviewing story acceptance criteria. Well, story acceptance criteria has to do more with the individual user stories, not the entire increment. This is the entire potentially shippable increment that contains, of course, many different stories that have probably been worked on it, right? So there's a difference between story criteria and definition of done, which relates to the entire increment. So it's not D. And finally,
C says, review the product vision, definition of ready, project charter with stakeholder. Definition of ready has nothing to do with the stakeholders not being happy with the increment or not being compliant. Definition of ready means ready to work on a story, independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small enough to fit within a sprint and testable. So it's not that. The best answer is examine the definition of done as defined in the team charter. In your examining the definition of done, you'll be able to balance up what the stakeholder believes and the definition of done. Everything else will not help. Okay. All right, let's move on. And do take note, if you got any questions, let me know at the end. Here's the next one we did. And I'll read it and launch the poll. A project risk budget was approved that only considered high impact, high potential risks. During project execution, a risk with high impact but very low potential occurs. While it is in the risk register, it is not in the budget. What should the project manager do first? All right. Let's end the poll. And let's share the results. So you might remember this from yesterday. Those of you who were here yesterday probably experienced this one. So let's take a look at the language. Risk budget was approved. That means a budget put aside to deal with risks that we have identified. Okay. Now, if that risk budget has been approved for risks of a certain nature, we cannot go against that strategy. All right. So let's take a look at D. Escalate the problem to the sponsor. Well, this shouldn't be escalated because it is within the jurisdiction of your project. So it's not D. Let's take a look at B. Immediately execute the risk response plan using the available risk budget. It just said it is not in the budget. So it cannot be B. Take a look at option C, conduct an impact analysis. That's not a bad thing. And then submit a change request. But let's back up. Why do we need to do an impact analysis when it says high impact, high potential risks? That's in the risk budget. And it says a risk with high impact, but very low potential. The impact analysis has already been done. We don't need to do it again. So this is redundant. Also, it's asking to increase the budget. It's like banging your head on a brick wall when you've already been told no, right? So the best answer is A, update the risk management plan based on risk monitoring and assessment. Now, I know it may seem, but how does updating a risk management plan do anything to the risk itself? Well, based on monitoring and assessment, it could be that the risk plan changes. That is your best bet. Everything else has already been done or is redundant. Okay, I know it's a bit of a tricky one. This question was not changed at all. This is exactly how the PMI gave it. All right, let's move on. Food company. I'll go ahead and launch the poll again. A food company receives customer complaints that the larger a product is, the less chips are in the bag. What tool or technique can the project manager use to determine reason for this? All right, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. All right, so what is happening here is we have a situation where there's a relationship between a large product and less items in the bag. Now, the control chart will tell you if a process is stable, but it will not tell you the reason for instability. So it's not the control chart. That just shows you the process is unstable, but it doesn't tell you why it is unstable. Scatter diagrams do show a relationship between a product being large and less chips. Remember what the scatter diagram looks like? So you plot on the X and Y axes, and
By the time you plot, you can see, oh, there's a relationship there, or maybe it's one of these that has a direct relationship, and you can see, oh, there's a relationship, right? So that's a scatter diagram. That's how we know there's a relationship, right? But as far as why there's a relationship, scatter diagram doesn't do that for you. Affinity diagram is just used to group ideas. So an affinity diagram could group reasons for something happening, but as far as the actual reason, affinity diagram cannot do that for you. So affinity diagrams, for example, if you're trying to group what you found as reasons, and you're saying the reason for this is people, the reason for this is machines, the reason for this is process. Yeah, that's an affinity diagram, but the reasons themselves, an affinity diagram can't find that for you. What can is a why diagram. Why diagrams, also known as Ishikawa, fishbone, cause and effect. Same thing. That's your best bet for this one. Okay. All right, let's move on to our next question. A project manager submits a project review report showing that the project has completed 7% of its activities, has a schedule variance of 25 to 50, and a cost performance index of 2.5. What can the project manager do next to successfully complete the project? Let's go ahead and let's launch. And what do you think? All right. Come on now. What did you folks choose? Hello. Are you thinking it? You know, there's this funny thing that happens when Phil reads the question, it suddenly sounds different, huh? All right, I'll give you a few more seconds. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Come on now, where's everyone? Is anyone home? All right, thank you very much. Let's end the poll. And let's take a look at the results. So, very simple. When you have a schedule variance that is positive, that means you are ahead of schedule. If it had said minus 25K 250, we know we're in trouble, but it has a positive number. That's good. So we are ahead of schedule. No action is needed to crash or fast track. So we're going to eliminate option B. Option B's got to go. All right, let's take a look at option A. Develop a bottom-up estimate for the remaining work to increase cost efficiency. Now let's take a look at the cost efficiency, the cost performance index. It's a 2.5. That means you are 2.5 times better than what you were expected to be. In other words, you were expected to get $1 worth of work for $1, but you got $2.50 worth of work for $1. How more efficient do you need to be? So the answer is not A. This part about increasing cost efficiency, you don't need to do that. You're already too efficient. You see that? All right, let's take a look at option C. Identify parallel activities to reduce the critical path and get the project back on track. You do not need to do anything to the critical path. You are ahead of schedule. So it's not C. Which leaves one option. Let's read it. Ensure no charges are hidden other company projects. That makes absolute sense. Why? Because if you are charging to other company projects, the costs aren't hidden and the ratio of earned value to actual cost seems abnormally high. This is actually a question from my real world when I worked at Honeywell. Now, while the CPI wasn't crazy like 2.5, it was much higher than it needed to be.
But the problem was people were charging to a different cost center. The moment we reversed that and the cost hit the right cost center, everything was normalized. All right, so the best answer, my friends, is D. Everything else is unnecessary. We're already good in cost, no need for cost efficiency, no need for schedule variance to be managed. We don't need to reduce the schedule variance, right? Crashing or fast tracking is only going to make you more ahead of schedule. You're already ahead of schedule. All right, that's the end of that one. And do note your questions so I can answer them effectively at the end if they are questions. Let's go to the next one. During project initiation for a compliance project, the project manager performed a cost-benefit analysis that resulted in 1.25. What should the project manager do next? Let's go ahead, launch the poll. And you do remember what a cost-benefit analysis is? Hopefully. All right. Go ahead, tell me what you chose. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, Chandra. I see you there. Okay, go ahead. All right, let's go ahead and end the poll because everyone has spent time in advance answering, right? So we're going quick here. Come on now. Come on now. Where's the missing lady or the missing man? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share our results. So taking a look at what we have here, it says A, review the poor results with the project sponsor to confirm the project's viability and feasibility. Now, that's suspicious. Why? Because a cost-benefit analysis is this. It is the ratio of benefits or revenue. Ratio of benefits or revenue. Ratio of benefits or revenue divided by cost. That's really what it is. So think about it. If you got $1.25, or let's say 1.25 million, let's make it more dramatic. Let's say you got $1.25 million of revenue from an endeavor, and you only spent $1 million to deliver the solution for the project. The question is this good or bad? You spend $1 million to run the project and you got 1.25 million revenue. It means you made yourself 0.25 million. That's what it means. That's your profit, right? Now, while we were not given these explicit numbers, because it could be anything, it could be 1.25 billion, right? So it could be anything, but the ratio shows the benefits outweigh the cost. So it's not a poor result. So the answer is not A, it's not a poor result. This is what we would consider feasible or viable, okay? Depending on other things, but on face value, it's not poor. All right, let's take a look at B. Examine reports to determine if the project should start or be rejected. Face value, that's your report right there in the question. There's no need for any additional reporting. So it's not B. Let's take a look at option C. Consult with stakeholders about project approval. Think about it. This is a project that will result in a profit. Why do you need to go ahead and consult further? It says during project initiation for a compliance project, you have to do it. It's a compliance project. See? So this one, this statement right here will eliminate this one. And in terms of sensibilities, a compliance project that will result in benefits, you got to proceed to plan and execute the project work, even if that number was still not the best of numbers, compliance. You got to be careful with words like that. So on two fronts, it eliminated everything else. All right, let's move on to our next question. While executing a project that is nearly behind schedule, a project manager must commission a new piece of equipment. A local party who will be impacted by this asks the project to be stopped because they were not given an opportunity to provide project approval. What should the project manager do next? Let's go ahead and launch the poll. Choose an option. All right. Let's go ahead. 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. All right. And it seems everyone chose the same answer, but is that the right answer? Let's read. So, while executing a project that is nearly behind schedule, project manager must commission a new piece of equipment. Local party who will be impacted by this asks that the project be stopped. Okay. So let's look at A. Refer to the stakeholder engagement plan. This is not about stakeholder engagement. This is about someone who is not happy and they feel they were not given the opportunity to provide project approval. So referring to stakeholder engagement plan is premature at this stage. It's something you should have done. B, obtain sign-off and approval of the project charter. Again, something that you should have done. So it's not that. That should have already been done. It didn't say, what should the project manager have done to prevent this? It said, what should project manager do next? Let's take a look at option C. Apply concepts of collaboration, transparency, and openness. That sounds very agile-ish, but even in the world of predictive, you can't go wrong with that, can you? Let's take a look at D. Use conflict management techniques. Is this really conflict? No, it's not. This isn't conflict. This is really you needing to put on your collaboration hat. This is you thinking customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And it's about our highest priority is to satisfy the customer. So the best option is actually C, right? It's not conflict. It's just good old project management. So well done. Got that one right. Let's move on. Next question. A project manager leads a complex project with stakeholders located in several countries. The project manager learns that a senior manager asks a team member for confidential information. What should the project manager do next? What did you choose? All right, just go ahead. Don't second guess yourself. Don't second guess yourself. Don't second guess yourself. All right. Come on now. Don't stop at the ledge. Jump off, grow your wings on the way down, my friends. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll and share the results. A little bit polarized, but let's read. A project manager leads a complex project with stakeholders located in several countries. Project manager learns senior. So a senior manager asks a team member for confidential information. Let's examine what should have happened. So D, refer to the stakeholder register for communication flow channels. They're not in the stakeholder register to begin with. So this is not going to help you in the regard of communication flow channels. The fact that it's specifically mentioned in something that is in the communications management plan is going to kill that option straight away. So beware of options on the exam where it says do one thing to get something that is not in that document. No, it's not D. All right, let's take a look at C. Coach the team member in private, not to share classified information. Okay, let's put a question mark next to that. Let's take a look at option B. Review plans to deduce if the manager is privy to the information. So this statement, review plans, is very high level, but that means it could actually mean a communication plan. So let's hold on to that and take a look at A. Review the project management information system. Well, that doesn't make sense. That's just a system with all of the information across the project, so that will not help. So the thing that will really move this forward is you checking to see if this manager is privy to the information. Let's read the question again. It's a very sleazy question. A project manager leads a complex project with stakeholders located in several countries. The project manager learns that a senior manager asked a team member for confidential information. Now, what if that manager is privy to it? Did the team member give the information yet? Nothing in this question alludes to that. So this person saying needs coaching is presumptuous. It's presumptuous because you're assuming that they did share the information. It just says a senior manager asked a team member. It didn't say the team member actually did it. And even if they did it, what if they're privy to the information? You see? So actually the safest option is B. You got to review and see, oh, is this person privy to this information that they are requesting? Because you talk about confidential information. If someone is privy to it, they get it. It's that simple. So B would be the best thing to do, not to coach the poor person the poor person may not have even done a single thing. All right. So that's why I said it's a very tricky question. You got to be aware of those. All right. Let's move on to the next one. A project is being planned in a remote area with limited access to healthcare facilities. The Zika virus has recently ravaged the surrounding area. You got to love questions like this, just a big old story. Project manager proposes that the company proceed with sending its employees in briefly to complete project groundwork despite this development. The project manager has assigned you to scout out surrounding provinces for treatment centers in case anyone on the team falls sick. What type of risk response is the project manager demonstrating? Let's go ahead and relaunch. What did you choose? All right, this is classic PMP sleaze. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much for your votes. Let's go ahead and let's end the poll. I see Ben came in, so you're welcome. We're just having fun here. So if you take a look at the options, my friends, there's certain language. You got to be aware of this language whenever risk is being talked about. Anytime you've got a question that says, do XYZ in case something happens. So you mean if nothing happens, I ain't doing nothing. I'm not going to do anything if nothing happens. All I've done so far is see, oh, where are their treatment centers? Oh, there's one there, there's one there. Okay, I know where the treatment centers are. Okay, let me go back to the company. I guess I won't do anything to proactively deal with this situation. If someone gets sick, if the risk happens, then we have a backup plan. That, my friends, is not transfer. This is not the transfer strategy. Do you see the train coming? This is not being proactive. It's not avoiding. And it's actually not mitigating either. Because you're not mitigating anything. You're not reducing the probability of the risk. Think about it. There's a possibility that someone could be sick. Okay. Are you doing anything about it? No. If they are sick, we will do this. That's accept. So you got to look out for these trickeries in the question that say, do this. And if the risk happens, then at least we know what we can do. That's reactive. It's like saying, there's a risk that people could get sick from COVID. What should you do? A, look for treatment center or get them the jab. Getting them the jab will be mitigate. Cordoning off the area where people are eating and saying, okay, put people in groups in which they came in, that's mitigate. But saying, if someone gets COVID, well, we'll send them to the hospital. That's accept. Okay. It's one of the trickeries of the exam. They do this a lot. All right, let's move on. One final question, and it reads, a $5 million healthcare project has been executed and you are the project manager. To date, the planned value is this, the actual cost is that, and the budgeted cost of work performed is this. So, it's one of those. What is the project's current status? So I think one of the answers is missing. So just bear with me. I'm going to fix that. The missing answer. All right. Well, you've probably guessed.
We can still get it.
Exactly. You've probably guessed, but let's go ahead and make it look right for our friends at home. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. All right, read it carefully, but I think Carice let the cat out of the bag. My additional one there will not make much of a difference, so it's probably a freebie for you folks. Excuse me. Talking so much makes me thirsty. All right. Everyone done? Let's go ahead and end it. 3, 2, and 1. Come on now. Who are the resistants? Come on now. Just choose an option. It doesn't hurt. Let's get used to choosing an option when it's uncomfortable. Come on now. All right. 3, 2, and 1. You don't need a calculator for it. You don't. You don't. All right. This is what we came up with. So let's examine. It's like saying this. Let me break it down like this. It's like saying the work done is 690, all right? 690 worth of value, right? 690,000 value is the work done. And then the cost spent is 650,000 value. Let's talk about the crazy housing market. You got a house valued at 690,000 for 650,000. That cannot be a bad situation, right? Also, think about this. You planned by a certain milestone to get $630,000 value. Think about that. You planned by this milestone, we'll get $630,000 worth of house complete. Let's say you're building the house, right? And if you're gonna like say, okay, each piece of the house is worth a particular amount. Let's say you plan that by the third quarter, you'd get $630,000 of value in that building through maybe improvements or whatever you're doing. But when you got to that milestone, oh, we actually have $690,000 of value at that milestone. That's a good thing. You planned to get 630 by a milestone, you ended up getting 690. And then you spent 650, not even the value. You spent less money than the value of what you got. That's got to be a win on all fronts. So this is ahead of schedule and it's under budget. You got 690, you're ahead of the schedule. As far as the budget, you only spent 650, but you got a bigger value. That's under budget. So the best answer, my friends, as you've probably guessed, is B, ahead of schedule and under budget. All right. And with that, we have come to the end of our little adventure for today. This is what we do here in our daily scrums. For those of you who are still on the fence as far as joining the hpmexam.com movement, you need to do that because we keep engaged daily. We show up, we talk about impediments, obstacles, and our blockers. We talk about what we did yesterday, talk about what we're going to do today, and we also talk about our goals overall. All right, so if you haven't signed up, going down to the website, it's hpmexam.com. And like I said, it would be a pleasure to have you in one of our classes, www.hpmexam.com. All right, we're going to take a pause here and get questions from our friends. Hello, my awesome PMP warriors. How you doing? I hope you're getting ready for your test. And part of getting ready for your test is being on point. So what I'm trying to do every day for the next number of days is not only give you some content to study, but also some quizzes. So this is quiz number 3. If you haven't taken a look at quiz number 1 and 2, please do that. And let's jump straight into it. Question 1. A project manager is reviewing approved change requests made within the past month. The process has not been efficient and implementation is taking longer than originally planned, with traces of overprocessing, inventory, and waiting. What does this describe? You know the way this rolls. Hit that pause button. Three, 2, and 1. Okay. So the answer to this, my friends, going to option D, is not cost of quality. Overprocessing is not a cost of quality. That is actually not a good thing. So we're going to cancel D. Quality management and control tools is different. Those are tools of quality. Inventory, waiting, and overprocessing are not quality management and control tools, even though they are somewhat associated with quality. B. Wastes identified in Kaizen philosophy. Although they are wastes, they are not identified in Kaizen. They are forms of waste of lean. You might have heard about the 7 forms of lean, even 8 forms of lean waste, that is. 8 forms of waste in lean and 7 forms of waste is talked about throughout this whole lean topic. All right, so the answer is A, forms of waste of lean. Let's go to our next one. A project manager is reviewing approved change requests made with the past month. The process has not been efficient and implementation is taking longer than originally planned, with traces of overprocessing, inventory, and waiting. What should the project manager do? All right, so hit the pause button if you need more time. I highly recommend doing this because you have about 1 minute 15 seconds for every question on the PMP, so it's okay to hit the pause button, but I will show the answer now. Looking at the options, requesting additional resources to assist in change request review. This is not the first thing to do, right? The first thing that you need to do is, of course, assess, but it's not to immediately request additional resources. So we're going to cancel that and go to C. Ask stakeholders to raise only critical changes. That is not in the spirit of being a PMP. We don't tell our stakeholders, don't raise any change requests that are trivial, only critical ones. No, you don't do that. So that is not in the spirit of good project management, and it doesn't even have to be agile. It's just not good practice from a customer stakeholder standpoint. B, follow change management procedures to monitor implementation. That's neither here nor there. Let's take a look at A. A says create a value stream map and identify improvement opportunities. That's a more plausible choice. So we're going to cancel B and go with A because it would make sense. Since you have found these traces of waste, you need to optimize the system. You need to improve the system. And one of the ways you can do that is by value stream mapping. You got to map out the processes. You got to look for where the waste is occurring. You got to pinpoint those areas, identify those improvement opportunities. And then if there needs to be a request for change, a revised process, then that happens. Okay, let's move on to the next one. A project increment has been successfully presented to stakeholders and the team is executing sprint closure procedures. What should the project manager and the team do first? Okay, hit the pause button for more time. Let's take a look at the options. I'm going to start from option D. Backlog refinement for the next sprint. This says executing sprint closure, which means you're finishing one iteration and going to the other. Now you got to look out for language on the exam that combines some predictive kind of stuff with some agile kind of stuff, right? If you take a look at the language here, nothing talks about Scrum Master. It's all mixed up. So you got to keep your eye on what exactly has happened or what is happening. So we're closing down the sprint, and backlog refinement is not what we do when we're shutting down a sprint. Demo or sprint review, well, that's actually what is being discussed. It says project increment has been successfully presented to stakeholders. So the demo or sprint review has already happened. See? B says sprint planning, but we know that the increment has been successfully presented. The next thing that should happen in order to successfully close out the sprint is a retrospective. And that's the best answer. Not sprint planning. Sprint planning will happen in the next sprint. But for now, what to do first is have that retrospective, and then in the next sprint, you can do your sprint planning. Let's move on to the next one. A team member is eager to add new stories for features being considered by the customer to the backlog. Before adding stories to the product backlog, whose approval is required? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right. Well, let's use process of elimination. So, a team member. This is someone on the team. Someone on the team wants to add new stories for features being considered by the customer. This person is on the team. So Scrum team approval is not needed. Scrum Master approval is not essential. And actually, believe it or not, product owner approval is not needed to add to the backlog. Even if this was someone from outside of the team, adding to the backlog is not an issue. It's whether what is in the backlog will be done. Moreover, you got to remember this is a team member. Team members add to the backlog all the time. No approval is necessary. So the answer is A. All right, I hope you're learning from this. Remember, hit that like button, subscribe so that you'll be notified of other videos from this very challenging series. A lot of the questions that I've given you in the past are pretty in the middle of the road, but these tend to be a little bit more situational because that's how the exam is. And quite frankly, a mock exam is even more challenging than a lot of these questions I'm giving you here. So just take this as a benchmark. If you're able to get like a 70, that's great. If you get less, really close those gaps because the exam is very similar to this in terms of length and difficulty. All right, let's move on to our next question. All right, let's take a look at this one. A project is completed and sprint closure activities are underway. The burn down chart at the end of the sprint reveals that 7 story points of high value remain to be burned down. What should the team do? All right, hit that pause button if you need more time. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at the options. Again, we'll use process of elimination. And this time, we'll start from A. Product owner should move them to the bottom of the backlog since value diminished. Now, product owner should move them. I mean, one could say, what is them? Well, them probably refers to the stories associated with those story points. So, should you do that if you were the product owner? And how do you know value has diminished? You don't know that for sure, so that's bogus. It's bogus on many fronts. It has you presuming what is being said, and of course, that's not the best thing to do, to just blindly move them to the bottom. No. B, the Scrum team should review the stories and decide what to do next. That's not a bad option. Let's see. C, the team should work overtime. That's a big no-no in the world of Agile. So it's already getting my crossing out here. Team should work overtime to complete the incomplete stories. And D, they should be added to the backlog. Watch what it said for the current sprint. No, this sprint is being closed. Adding it to the current sprint doesn't make sense because they're already in the current sprint, right? So that is redundant. The best answer is B. Review the stories. Team will put them back into the backlog. They may even have to re-estimate those stories, like if they're partially done, So there are many things that surround this question, but I can tell you it won't be the product owner automatically taking them to the bottom of the backlog. And value may not have diminished, like it's putting words into your mouth. You see that? All right, let's move on to our next one. Signs of a potential economic recession were present during the planning stages of a large construction project. The risk of the recession was assigned a probability of 4, an impact of 5, with an expected duration of 18 months. 6 months after the project begins, your firm has been involved in the production of a vaccine that yielded enormous revenues. The recession has not hit, and the threat has downgraded to a probability of 2 and an impact of a 3. What should the project manager do? Spend some time thinking about this one. All right, let's take a look at the answer. So, process of elimination. If you take a look at the probability of 4 and the impact of 5, that gives you a risk score of probability times impact 4 times 5, and that gives you 20. So you have a risk score of 20. The current state is a 2 and a 3 for the risk score, which is a 6. So we have a differential of a 6 and a 20. So we need to take this down to 6. All right, so the best answer is obviously A. It's not decrease. Oh, I beg your pardon, see, you almost tricked me. It's not increase by 6 points. What am I saying? Let that be a lesson. You could get a question wrong if you're not in the zone, and that's what happened. I was partially in the zone. So we're not going to increase the risk by 6 points. We're not going to decrease the risk score by 14 points. We are going to decrease the risk score by 14 points to get it down to 6. Okay, I had 6 on the brain, and that's why I chose 6. That's not the right answer. The right answer is C. And it's not a new risk. So It's not D either. It's not a new risk. It's same risk, but it's just changed because things are better. The economy is better, and we were involved with this vaccine. We got enormous revenues, and we're not looking at the recession as hitting us a whole lot. See that? So double whammy for this one, but I hope it gave you a good run for your time. Let's go to the next one. During a meeting, one of the stakeholders asked the project manager for a new high-value product feature on an Agile project. The project manager is unsure who has the authority to ultimately prioritize this for the next iteration and approve this request. She asks you for advice. What should you tell her? All right, so this one is written in such a way that the answers are all kind of subjective in that it's not a complete sentence. But when you get a question like this, just think about the line of best fit, right? Because it says who has the authority. So who will you tell her has the authority? That's really what these are. It wouldn't be changelog because that is not a person. So we're going to eliminate that, okay? Taking a look at all the others. You should be able to eliminate quite conveniently key stakeholder. And you're left with 2. You know this is an Agile project, so the likelihood of the project sponsor being involved is almost next to nothing anyway, right? Even if there is a project sponsor, it will not be getting involved in this level of minutia, right? It will be to authorize the project, provide resources, but in terms of who has the authority to prioritize, see? It's not the job of the project sponsor, it's the job of the product owner to prioritize, right? The priority of the backlog is something the product owner should be all over. Could the team help? They could, but the product owner should have the final say as far as the value of the items, you know. So user stories have value. We could prioritize by value, prioritize by risk and other factors, you know. So best answer is A. All right, let's move on. After the kickoff meeting, the project manager notices that to deliver the system, the team must implement new hardware within the next 3 months. The procurement team notifies the project manager that the current suppliers need at least 3 months' notice to deliver this type of system. Worried about the risk to delivery dates, the project manager decides to use a different solution and cancels the initial order. What risk response strategy did the project manager use? Hit the pause button for more time. All right, so the answer to this, my friends, is not accept. Neither is it transfer or mitigate. The best answer is avoid, because that's exactly what this PM did. They changed their approach, used a different solution, and then they canceled the initial order. That's avoid. So using a different solution than original, canceling the initial order, that's an avoid strategy. Okay, so you're trying to avoid this notice, right? Current supplier needs 3 months. You're trying to bypass that, and going ahead to do that would be avoid. All right, we have one final question. A project manager submits a project review report showing that the project has completed 50% of its activities, has a scheduled performance index SPI of 1.2 and a cost performance index CPI of greater than 1. What can the project manager do next to successfully complete the project? All right, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so taking a look at this, you can see the SPI, Schedule Performance Index, is greater than 1, which looks good, right? So you are ahead of schedule. Cost Performance Index is greater than 1. Oh, you are under budget. So you're under budget, and you are ahead of schedule. So let's see. It says, what can the project manager do to successfully complete the project? Developing a bottom-up estimate for the remaining work to increase cost efficiency. Why do you want to increase cost efficiency? It's already good. You don't need to do more than this, right? So I would cancel A. B, crash or fast track the project to keep up with cost spend? That doesn't even make sense. You are under budget and ahead of schedule. What more do you want? Why would you crash? That's silly. Don't crash for no good reason, right? There might be some instances where a question tells you greater than 1. How do we know that it's not greater than 1 to be 1.2 on par with the schedule? You see, we don't know that. So you got to be careful when you're answering these. Don't just take what it's telling you. You got to think, all right, what if, is that really true? You know, that's how you need to be thinking. All right. Identify parallel activities to reduce a critical path. You're already doing great with a 1.2 in your SPI. You do not need to reduce the critical path. D, ensure quality and scope is not being compromised. Yeah, to be so efficient in terms of cost and schedule, you got to take a look at quality and scope and make sure that they are not being compromised. And that, my friends, brings us to the end of our PMP Exam Micro-Process quiz for today. Hope you found it to be useful. Again, remember, you folks who are getting ready for the exam and need additional help, you need additional coaching, mentoring, I would advise you to go on down to our website. It's hpmexam.com. HPM just stands for Hybrid Project Management. Go on down there. We got boot camps coming up, holding this week, holding next week, all year round. All right, hpmexam.com. Thank you, my friends. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.
Hello, my awesome project managers. Day 20 was a couple of days ago on the 40 days to PMP exam success. So today we're going to take a look at a few questions from the process domain and a few from the people domain that by now I expect you should be able to get at least a 50 to 70% on this test. All right, so let's jump straight into the very first question. During a project's development stage, a stakeholder is transferred to another department and has far less engagement with the project. What should the project manager do first? All right, if you need more time, just go ahead and hit the pause button. Okay, so the answer to this, my friends, is not A, because this stakeholder has not left the project. This stakeholder is still on the project. So you do not need to do anything with the stakeholder register. Okay. Assess the impact on risks. This will not be the very first thing that you should do. So if a stakeholder has less engagement on the project, you as the project manager want to immediately think about how much engagement that stakeholder needs to have. Whenever something affects a knowledge area, the first thing you want to do is work on that associated area as much as possible. So having less engagement means you need to engage that stakeholder differently. And that's what you should be focusing on. Okay? So it wouldn't be B and it wouldn't be C immediately. What you do want to assess immediately is the engagement that that stakeholder needs to have. And that engagement level will prompt you to update the stakeholder engagement plan. Okay? That is what should happen first before doing anything else. Okay? Because the stakeholder engagement plan is about how you engage the stakeholder. And once you focus on the engagement, everything else follows. Okay? So, when you take a look at this concept, think about it like this. You take a look at the current engagement, you take a look at your stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, and you ask yourself, what do we need to do to get this stakeholder where we need them? So their engagement will change
That's addressed, and then everything else follows as a result of you investigating the engagement level. Okay? Let's move on to the next question. A project sponsor directs a project manager to immediately begin a critical project with a very tight timeline after developing a project charter. What should the project manager do first? So if you need more time, hit the pause button. I will show you the answer very shortly. Okay. So the answer to this question is not A, because this has already been done. It says, after developing a project charter. The concept of buy-in has already been done. Now, begin defining detailed requirements, defining scope, and a scope baseline. That does come after the project charter, but look at D. Draft the project schedule to determine whether the deadline is feasible. It's like saying, this very tight timeline, check in if it's feasible. Of course it's feasible, which is why the project sponsor has worked with you, right, to develop a charter. So those milestones are in the charter already. You wouldn't need to determine if the deadline is feasible because you've already got the high-level milestone schedule in the charter. So the best option is C. And you've got to be able to read the questions to decode what has been done, what hasn't been done. All right, let's move to our next question. A project manager prepares a charter for an in-house project that aims to automate 20% of product testing. The project sponsor advises the project manager to assign senior test engineers to identify the tests that can be automated and decompose associated tasks. However, the test department manager and team is uncooperative because they believe that the definition of ready will be too rigorous. What should the project manager do first? So spend some time taking a look, and I will break down what the correct answer is shortly. All right. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So when you boil it down, you got to find out what the real problem is. The problem is that this team is uncooperative. And why are they uncooperative? It's because they believe the definition of ready will be too rigorous. So you got to address the definition of ready with these folks. So which of these relates to a definition of ready? See, because it sounds, this could be a hybrid type of question. Meet with the test manager to explain the procurement statement of work. Note the word procurement. This is an in-house project. So a procurement statement of work does not come up. A procurement statement of work comes up when you're looking to contract work outside. B, explain the definition of done and the acceptance criteria for each story. So this is something totally different. This is muddying the waters. It's talking about DOD, which has to do with the increment itself, and acceptance criteria is for user stories. And while acceptance criteria for stories relates to definition of done, this is irrelevant. It's not the definition of done, it's definition ready. That's the issue. Explain the concept of achievable story independent, negotiation, value, size, and estimation. It's not a bad one. Let's take a look at D. Raise the risk that the senior testing engineers will be unavailable for the testing. Think about what this is. Hey everyone, these folks aren't going to be available. Alert, alert. But you've not solved the problem, right? And the problem is relating to the definition of ready. So you need a solution that addresses that. So the best answer is C. This is where we talk about the INVEST acronym, and these are all variables that are in the INVEST acronym that better explain the definition of ready. Okay? All right, let's move on. Next question. A project that should have been 80% complete by now is only 75% complete. Total project budget is $100,000. Actual cost of work performed is $72,000 US. What can be determined from this information? All right, so take a look. If you need more time, hit the pause button. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friends. So simple calculation, right? This is a budget at completion. Okay. This is an actual cost. To solve this problem, you need to use the 80% complete by now, which really pertains more to the planned value. That means the planned value is going to be 80% of this. And the 75% complete refers to the actual, which is the earned value. So you need to find 75% of 100,000. What you're going to find is the PV is 80,000, right? 80K, just put 3 zeros behind it like this. And the EV is 75K. Now, if you put those numbers in, you're going to find that the cost performance index is 1.04 and the schedule performance index is 0.94. So when you take a look at the options, which of these options portrays an SPI of 0.94 and a CPI of 1.04? And you see in a few instances the SPI incorrectly shows 1.04. These are all wrong because that is not your SPI. You can immediately see that the SPI is inflated. You are obviously behind schedule because you should have done 80%, you've only done 75. So that should already be a red light right there. And of course, B is not correct either. Okay, so if you do the work, this project is behind schedule and it has a cost performance of 1.04. All right, so the best option is A. All right, everything else bogus, wrong. All right, let's move on to our next question. A project is completed and closeout activities are underway. The project manager discovers that a team member is performing risk management activities related to the program and delegated by the program manager. Since the final deliverables must be handed over to operations, what should the project manager do? So this is one of these questions that is all over the place. And you got to ask yourself, well, what is the real problem here? Final deliverables must be handed over to operations. Project manager discovers that a team member is performing risk management activities related to the program. So you could say, oh, this stuff needs to be delegated, or it needs to be escalated rather. So it's been delegated, which means whoever is working on this is within the program jurisdiction. So there really isn't a problem. The question is, this program related work, does it relate to this project? See, because it's related to the program, and we can deduce from here that this team member is doing stuff that it is relating to a higher level program and maybe not the project. So this points to an escalated risk, perhaps. So what should be done in this instance? Think about it. Is this team member really doing anything wrong? Working on a program, especially since these responsibilities have been delegated by a program manager? And the answer is no. In fact, you don't really need to do anything other than make sure that if they are using up company time, which they are, it's being charged the right place. So the answer is not A. It's not that. And it's not B. Or is it? Let's take a look at C. Ask the team to assist in completing the operations work and close the project. This doesn't even relate to the question. This is one of these classics where you have an option that doesn't even relate to what is being done, right? Or what is being talked about. D, again, doesn't really relate. It relates to the last piece. Something must be handed over to operations, but is that the problem? No. The problem seems to be this
performing risk management activities related to the program. So, to be quite honest, the best answer is actually B. Ensure no unrelated charges are being made to the project. So you see how that answer is phrased in a very safe way. It didn't say that the work being done does not relate to the project. It said just make sure that no unrelated charges are being made. And that is the best option. Everything else doesn't address the problem at hand. Okay, let's move on to our next one. The project manager and their team identified risk, performed a qualitative risk analysis, and prepared a risk response plan. However, there have been residual risks appearing after carrying out the risk responses. What should the project manager do next? Spend some time, hit the pause button, and let's take a look. So, A, assign risk owners to the associated risk. How does that help when it's already been done? Because it said after carrying out the risk responses. So this means there must have been risk owners to carry out at least the legwork in that response through maybe the risk response owner. So we have risk owners, we have risk response owners, but the bottom line is this is after carrying out risk responses. So this has already happened, right? Okay, update, and this is a wrong tense in contrast with the question, but don't be moved by it. Always put things into context, because on the exam you will have noise. May not be this bad kind of noise, but you will have things that could throw you off. So what should the project manager do next? Just read it as update the risk management plan. A risk management plan for how to manage risks overall? Probably not as a result of residual risk. There are other things you should do, but not so sure of B. Let's take a look at C. Distribute the risk response plan to the project sponsor. And what is the project sponsor meant to do with that? That's clearly wrong. Let's take a look at D. Performed an analysis on the associated risk conditions. This is a very neutral, safe statement. But in contrast with B, it provides more action that is relevant. So perform an analysis on these residual risk. So what we're going to do is read these associated risk conditions as meaning residual risk. Because risk management plan, that's a plan for how to manage risk. The problem at hand here is we have some residual risk that needs to be taken care of. If someone had said, make an update to the risk response plan, that could have been a good contender, but definitely not B, because there's a difference between the risk management plan and risk response plan. All right, and that's it. So the best answer is D. Very neutral, but it is what it is. All right, let's move to the next one. A project manager is ready to close a project. What should the project manager do next? Hit the pause button if you need more time. I'll be showing you the answer very shortly. So, the answer to this, starting from D, is not D, because you do not measure project deliverables against a project charter. You don't. You measure deliverables against things like an RTM, requirements traceability matrix, quality standards, and things such as that. You do measure success against a charter, but not project deliverables. The other thing that makes it wrong, it says, and request customer acceptance. Well, acceptance should have already happened as far as a deliverable is concerned before coming to closing. So two things make it a little bit wonky. C, manage quality to validate that deliverables have met standards. So manage quality, looking at this as a process, should have already happened. And that's not where we validate deliverables meeting standards. We do that in control quality. So C is a bit wonky as well. B says resolve all project risk to ensure that the deliverables will be accepted. It's already late in the day. You're ready to close a project, so all this stuff should have already been resolved. The best answer is A, prepare a final report upon deliverable transition. Okay? So that means transition to deliverable, prepare a final report. Let's take a look at the next one. The owner of a consulting company initiates a project to expand the number of services the company provides. The company has a competitive advantage, outstanding expertise, and an excellent reputation. The executive team is concerned about the potential for negative business outcomes associated with adding new services. To evaluate the stakeholders associated with the project, what should the project manager use? Hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, so what are we trying to do? Evaluate stakeholders. To evaluate stakeholders, it's not going to be A, and it's not going to be a forecasting report. It's not going to be a decision making and change request log. You won't use any of these to evaluate stakeholders. See? So the best answer is, of course, C, influence impact grid. Be aware that you've got many different types of these grids. Next question. A food company receives customer complaints that the larger a product is, the less chips are in the bag. What tool or technique can the project manager use to determine if there is indeed a relationship between these two variables in the product line? Hit the pause button if you need more time. All right. Okay. 3, 2, and 1. All right. So let's take a look here. A control chart shows stability of a process. So the best answer is not going to be control chart. So understanding if there's a relationship between variables is not a control chart or a histogram or even an affinity diagram. The best answer, just by sheer definition, is option D. Okay? All right. I hope you're finding value from this. Don't forget to smash that like button if you are. And don't forget to share this video with your friends. And if you are getting ready for the exam, look for all the other videos in the series. It's 40 days to PMP exam success. We've been going strong for 20 days. And I highly advise you to go to hpmexam.com if you need a boot camp to boot you in shape, get you to the end zone of success. Definitely check out hpmexam.com. All right. Okay, let's go back to our questions and let's move on to the next one. Next question in line. A project manager is developing the schedule management plan for a data center migration project. The project sponsor asks for a schedule that leaves zero tolerance for delays. The project manager is presented with possible network path that will not violate schedule constraints. Which of the following relationships should the project manager select? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. Okay. So, what exactly are you trying to do? You're trying to get a schedule that has zero tolerance. In other words, everything must happen in quick succession without delays. No leads, or no slack, no float, I should say. No slack, no float. So if you take a look at all these options, A, B, C, and D, there's one option that leaves zero slack or float in all of the activities. So the best option, my friends, is where you have the LS equal to the ES. Okay, if we have early start bigger than late start, then we have some slack in there. We don't want that. If early start is smaller than the late start, that means we're late. And if the early start equals a late start in most activities, that means most activities are right on point without slack, but it could mean that some, because it says most. So that means there are going to be some that don't have a zero slack or float. So the best answer is late start equals early start. And that means the slack or float, total slack is going to be 0. Okay. Let's move on to a final question. During a periodic review with stakeholders, the The project sponsor asks the project manager how processes will be verified for efficiency and compliance. In which process will the project manager and the team uphold this standard? Hit the pause button if you need more time. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friends. So it says, in which process? Did you catch that? So which of these is not a process? A is not a process. B is not a process. C is not a process. The best answer is D. When process is asked, you got to give process. Now, I made these questions different from how they were written by PMI. So it's also a lesson to you if you were whizzing through the questions and saying, well, I've seen this before, and you've crammed the answer, then you wouldn't be able to get through this. And it's a good lesson for those of you that have seen these questions from PMI, the way they were worded at first. They have been genetically enhanced to include new content. It's a good lesson to learn. All right, so I hope you found value from this. Again, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and go to hpmexam.com. We've got a boot camp coming up. If you want to be part of that, go on down, sign up. Thanks so much, my friends, and I'll see you, hopefully, very soon. Take care. Bye for now. Agile and Hybrid PMP Test. In this video, we will take a look at 12 hybrid questions to open your mind to the possibilities on the PMP exam and to better understand the description of hybrid life cycles. Let's take a look at the first question. You'll need more than a minute to answer this in some circumstances, so do hit the pause button before I reveal the answer. Hopefully you did that and you have come up with a solution. Let's examine the right answer. Reading through the contents here, you can see that the best answer is D. It reads, your project's iterations are planned in a lot of detail. Prototypes are created. That in and of itself is hinting at iterative. But as you read further, it says on final agreement of concepts and details, a team delivers the solution to the customer after one more round of iterative planning. What should the project manager do next? This is an iterative project, obviously. You wouldn't do A because that's predictive. You wouldn't do B because that says agile. This is not agile. This is iterative. C says report success of this hybrid approach of Scrum and Agile. That doesn't make sense. Scrum is an agile framework. So A, B, and C are incorrect. The best answer is D. Moving on to the next. I'll give you a minute to read it. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Three, two, and let's go. The answer to this question is option B. It does read, your schedule consists of a storyboard with WIP limits. That's a Kanban board. Clear indication of milestones should already be an indication that this is tending towards some predictive mix, but it goes further to say milestones and phases. We all know that in the world of Agile, we don't do phases, we do iterations. So this language is at best not predictive, which is A, not pure Agile, which is C, and definitely not Scrumban. The best answer is D. Next question. Take a minute to read, hit the pause button. All right. The answer to this one is A. Report success of your hybrid project. Why? Well, this describes one of the models talked about in the Agile Practice Guide. It's an Agile delivery followed by a predictive rollout. It says your project delivery consists of frequent smaller deliveries in the initial stages. However, towards the middle, delivery halts. So those frequent smaller deliveries points to an incremental type of arrangement. And it says towards the middle, delivery halts. A new system is rolled out, marking a milestone towards the end. Well, that's when you're switching over to a predictive approach. And it says, when attending a debrief with the customer, what should you do? Well, it is not an Agile project. It is not C, a predictive environment, and it's not an iterative life cycle. So the best option points towards A, using the process of elimination. Next question. Take some time to read this. It is a long one. Hit the pause button. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So the summary of this question, if you have read it, asks, which of the following tools will best help you perform quality assurance? Everything else was pretty much a story. And these stories can waste time on the exam, but cutting to the chase, which of these best helps you with quality assurance? Using the process of elimination, sprint planning, and technical debt can be eliminated. These do not expressly help you with quality assurance. And tree diagrams in general could be any diagram. We don't necessarily understand whether this is talking about a decision tree or a WBS. We don't know. So this is rather vague. Cutting to the chase, understanding that in quality assurance, we analyze the process to find areas of improvement. The best option is D, process analysis. Let's take one more question for today. You are 2 years in working on a $715 million hybrid project. I'll let you read it. Three, 2, and 1. If you read very carefully through this, it's painted a picture where you're working with Agile tools, and it says you have obtained a roadmap to meet quality requirements, and you've developed an integrated master schedule. Now, these are describing things that could be from the world of Agile and also from the world of predictive. But the bottom line is, you need to be able to follow the sequence of what was done before getting here. So it says you are 2 years in. You're 2 years in, you've already done a product vision. You needed that before you started. You've already done an Agile project charter. And if you know page 30 in the PMBOK guide, 6th edition, you've already done a needs assessment before the charter. The most sensible thing here is research or some sort of enablement for the work that is ongoing, and that describes spikes. I hope you found this to be helpful. This is the first episode of getting the hybrid aspects under control. Make sure you hit like and the bell icon so that you're notified when the next hybrid adventure is published. All the best on your exam. And for those of you who are thinking of taking the PMP exam, really, if you need additional help in the world of Agile, I encourage you to go on down to our website, praizion.com, It's spelled PRAIZION.com. Look at the tools we have available. You take care and bye for now. Hello, my friends. Welcome to PMP Exam Micro Process Quiz number 5. It's in a series that we've been reviewing over the past number of weeks. So let's jump straight into it and let the questions come. Here's your first question. For the past year, research for a highly competitive product has been underway and successfully concluded. Now, upon issuance of the Agile Project Charter, a company plans to deliver a new product that requires skills only present in a few team members at the level needed. On what should the project manager focus to initiate this project? Select 2 that apply. Okay. Now let's take a look at the answer. So, part of this question has a clue. It says, a company plans to deliver a new product. So this kind of alludes to something new that requires skills only present in a few team members at the level needed. So it suggests that we need to get the team up to this level. The way you can do that without being presumptuous is not coding and programming, because no one said anything about this being a programming, IT, software, even hardware project. So we're going to cancel that suggests coding, programming, and testing training. The next one, it says competitor analysis, D. We will cancel that because it said for the past year, research has been underway and successfully concluded. That competitor analysis should be part of the research. So the best options here are pairing and paint drip profile. Okay, now what is pairing and what is paint drip profile? Let's read in the Agile Practice Guide real quick. So if you open up to page 153 in the Agile Practice Guide, pairing or pair work is a technique of pairing 2 team members to work simultaneously on the same work item. And as they work together, the less developed team member will learn from the more developed team member. And then we also have the paint drip profile. And if you take a look at page 153 again, you're asked to refer to broken comb, which is the same concept. Broken comb also means the same as T-shaped skills. It is when a team member is looked at as being a T-shaped person that has a broad set of skills, just like the letter T, broad set of skills, but also narrowed down specialisms. And that's why it's called a broken comb or paint drip or T-shape. And that's the idea. All right, let's move on to the next one. Without a project manager's knowledge, an unofficial communications platform on social media was established to ensure effective communication among team members. The project manager learns that the platform is being used inappropriately. What should the project manager do to avoid this in the future? I'll let you take some time to think about it. This is choose an option. All right, my friends, let's use process of elimination. So this question is asking, what should the project manager do to avoid this in the future? Not what should the project manager have done, but what should the project manager do? And these are very different. What the project manager should have done could be in the past and therefore not relevant for the future. Okay, so let's take a look. A, effectively communicate with all individuals, thus negating the need for such a system. That means there's no communications going around among team members. No, communication does not just center on the PM to the team. The team amongst themselves will communicate, so that cannot be right. Let's take a look at option D. Direct the project team to discontinue use of the platform and report to the PMO. Now, doing that will stop them using the system, but it will not in the long run. Like if you say, stop using the system, how does that avoid recurrence of them finding another tool and using it inappropriately? And reporting to the PMO does not help in that regard. Let's move to option C, terminate the platform as it is not part of the communications management plan, okay? Similar to D, but it does not help as far as avoiding it in the future. You could terminate the platform now, but what happens in the future? How do we guide good behaviors? It's option B. You got to develop a team charter with clear ground rules and details. And when you do that, that will most likely result in you not having this problem in the future. Everything else, it doesn't help. Stops them using the platform, but doesn't help develop the behaviors as option B would. All right, let's move on. A senior Scrum Master is guiding a new Scrum Master in servant leadership. What should the senior Scrum Master list as the key benefits of a retrospective? Select two options. All right, let's take a look at the answers. So, A, it is a chance for everyone to discuss and resolve impediments. The retrospective, although it could capture impediments, and although it could be used as a forum where that could be done intentionally, it is not what our major focus is, but it's not a bad one to choose. But let's see if there's something better. B, provides the team with a platform to self-inspect and adapt. I will definitely choose B, but let's read C. Allows the team effectively cope with the storming stage in all other future sprints. Now think about what it's saying. Storming stage in all other future sprints. This goes against the grain. It says cope. So we don't want to cope with storming. We want to go through storming. We don't want to stay in storming in all, what's that word? All other future sprints. That is not right. So for that reason, C has got to go. All right. So which two options would you choose from here? D says helps the team learn from its previous work on the product and its process. That is definitely what we do in retrospectives. And of course, the self-inspect and adapt goes in line with the Agile Manifesto. At regular intervals, the team tunes and adjusts. So A chance for everyone to discuss and resolve impediments. It's not an impediment resolution meeting. That is not what our retrospective is known as, even though it is not totally off limits, but that is not the best way of describing a retrospective. The best ways here are B, because B would contain even A. It's more inclusive, right? And D is also more inclusive. So I would go with the more inclusive options. When you have one option that's rather narrow and you have broader options, you got to choose the broader options. Moreover, we resolve a lot of the impediments in the daily, after the daily Scrum, in the after meeting. So keep that in mind. All right, let's move on to the next one. During project execution on a purely agile project, the project team determines that additional resources are required. The team selects Duncan, a junior programmer, with what you believe are poor communication skills. What should you, the project manager, do as it relates to hiring Duncan? Think about it. All right, let's take a look at the answer. So A, refer team members to the communications management plan. B, develop a communications plan with strict governance and adherence rules. C, coach Duncan to be able to work without the team. Okay, we have to shoot that one down immediately, because what use is it hiring someone if they're not going to be able to work with the team? So that has to go. Let's look at D, allow the team hire the team member of choice. So going through all of them right off the bat, we can get rid of C. The communication management plan does not have to do with hiring. It says as it relates to hiring, and developing a communications plan with strict governance does not have anything to do with the hiring. This is talking about hiring. So if you went off chasing communications, then you have learned a lesson to stay focused on the question at hand. So the best answer is allow the team hire the team member of choice. This is what we do in the world of Agile. It says purely Agile project. So keep that in mind. Let's go to number 5. An important product milestone for the 5th sprint regarding an industry convention for the product to be showcased was not documented during product road mapping. A stakeholder notices the error during the 2nd sprint review. What should the product owner do? All right, hit the pause button for more time. So let's go through them. A, meet with a stakeholder to discuss the missed deadline and negotiate a new date. Now, that one right off the bat has some untruth in it. It said a missed deadline. There's a difference between a milestone that was not put into a product roadmap versus a missed deadline. This is not a missed deadline. So A has got to go. Same for B, investigate the impact of the missed deadline. If you read it, it said it's a milestone, an important product milestone for the 5th sprint is picked up during the 2nd sprint review. You've not missed this. You still got time to fix it. So it cannot be investigating the impact of the missed deadline. C, modify the necessary documentation with this update. Doesn't sound bad. And D, call for an emergency steering committee meeting to discuss whether to include the missed milestone as part of the product features. It's not a missed milestone. Again, these are all red herrings, and the best answer is C. Modify the necessary documentation. In other words, the product roadmap. You get a lot of questions with vanilla flavored answers such as modify necessary documentation and things like that. So be ready to face those kind of questions. All right, let's continue along and let's read. A project manager is working with team members in a loose matrix arrangement on a project as a risk coping mechanism. The project is taking place in many cities throughout the country. During the final stage of execution, a team leader informs the project manager that in one city, effective immediately due to COVID concerns, authorities will not allow congregating of team members. What should the project manager do about this? All right, let's take a look at the answer. So, what exactly is the problem here? So, because of COVID, authorities will not allow congregating of team members. But is that really a problem? Let's address it. It says in a loose matrix. What is a loose matrix? A loose matrix is not a weak matrix. A loose matrix just means the people are not geographically co-located. They are dispersed, right? It actually says this project is taking place in many cities throughout the country. So we have people working in different locations. So we have A, escalate to the sponsor. There's really nothing to escalate, right? It said this is from authorities. So that's not even a thing. B, report as an issue to key stakeholders and brainstorm. Well, is this really an issue? Congregating is not allowed. It's not a problem because it's a loose matrix, so there's really no issue here. D, arrange a co-located meeting with the team and share this news. Why do you need to do that? It says they don't allow congregating. So actually here, there's no problem. This is just a pretty simple common sense question. And all you needed to do was sift out the fact that a loose matrix means virtual anyway. So do nothing different and follow current procedure. It's that simple. Everything else is just a waste of time because there really is no problem. All right, let's move on. You are the Scrum Master on an Agile hardware manufacturing project. During the recent sprint review, a senior stakeholder complains that a feature essential to their department was not addressed. What should the Scrum Master do next? Let you think about it for a bit. All right, my friends, let's take a look. The answer to this, using process of elimination, is not to explain to the stakeholder that her requirement was low priority. You don't know that for sure. So even though a feature is not addressed in a recent sprint review, that does not mean that it's low priority. It could mean that it was prioritized based on certain criteria by the product owner, but it doesn't mean it was low priority. Okay. B, coach the stakeholder to understand that in Agile, only value work is delivered. All right, Miss Stakeholder, so your requirement is rubbish, so we're not going to deliver it. No, you wouldn't do that. All right, let's look at C, manage stakeholder expectations more proactively. To be quite honest, there's nothing wrong here. Okay, this is a sprint review where we are reviewing what has been built, and nothing suggests that this requirement will not, actually it says feature, nothing suggests that this entire feature will not be addressed some point down the road. Nothing suggests that. So what should the project manager, what should the Scrum Master in this case do next is not to be proactive. There's really nothing in terms of proactivity to do. What you should do at this point is defer to the product owner and let the product owner take it from there. The product owner can explain the logic and the rationale behind the prioritization of the backlog. We prioritize by value, by size, by other dependent factors, and many more. All right, so the best answer is D. It's one of those where you would defer to the accountable party. Product owner is accountable for the product backlog prioritization. Let's move on. Number 8, a project needs resource support from a supplier because several components to be worked upon are heavily specialized. Concerns arise about the restrictions involved when using a supplier for the project due to the restrictive nature of terms. Which option presents more flexibility for agile work? Choose 2. Go for it. All right, my friends. So just going by what we know about Agile, we do not use a whole lot of FFP. That is not flexible enough. So firm fixed price is known a lot in the traditional world, not the best for Agile. So we're going to cancel that. There's not a lot of flexibility there. Taking a look at D, high risk, low value option. That is a bogus one. In fact, this is what you don't want to do. You don't want to do high risk, low value. You want to do high risk, high value, high risk, low risk, high value. And you could do low risk, low value, but high risk, low value, you want to stay away from those. So the best answer here is dynamic scope option and early cancellation option. Refer to page 77 of the Agile Practice Guide, page 77 of the APG. That will help you better grasp this flexible contract types. All right, let's move on to number 9. During a project's initiating phase, the project manager reviews the lessons learned repository. The project manager learns that a previous project failed due to constant poor defined scope. This project cannot afford a loose scope arrangement. What should the project manager do to avoid project failure? I'll let you read it. All right, my friends. Hit the pause button for more time. Let's take a look at the answer. So the answer here is that the previous project failed due to constantly poor scope. To avoid this in the future, you don't want loose scope. The way you deal with this is not by managing stakeholder expectations. Stakeholder expectations need to be set anyway. So you're not going to do a very good job of that if you do not have other things in place. Same thing with managing stakeholder engagement. You could engage a stakeholder, but still fly past what is needed from their perspective as far as scope is concerned. C, define a cost baseline with contingencies is not the answer because that's talking purely about cost. This is a scope related problem that caused projects to fail. So the best thing to do is to develop a performance measurement baseline, a PMB. And in your performance measurement baseline, you have the scope baseline, the cost baseline, and the schedule baseline. Scope, cost, and schedule. And when you have baselines for those, you have a better definition of scope. But the thing that relates most to it is the PMB, because the PMB has all of those 3 baselines, and it's going to cover the scope in the sufficient level that it needs to. All right, so again, when you're faced with questions like this, say what gets to the root. Manage stakeholder expectations and manage stakeholder engagement, they don't get to the root. You need the root to be able to do those effectively. So the answer would be B, develop a performance baseline. In other words, a performance measurement baseline. All right, here's our final question, number 10. While at the sprint review, a stakeholder determines that a few cosmetic quality issues are inherent in the deliverable. The stakeholders decide to move ahead with the pending release and allow the team complete any modification later while in production. What does this scenario best describe? All right, let's take a look at the option. So A, it says COPQ, the cost of poor quality. Remember, we're talking about the entire scenario here, which is moving ahead with a release and completing any modification later. That does not describe COPQ. So you're going to cancel that. Storyboarding and road mapping. No. This has nothing to do with storyboarding. That is not a befitting name. And we have two more, technical debt and continuous testing and integration. Well, continuous testing and integration does not have to do with moving ahead with a pending release and allowing the team complete any modification later. The best answer is technical debt. Technical debt is when there are things that are not final, when they're not done the best way possible, and the system is working, whatever you built is working, but you have something that needs to be fixed. For example, code that is messy. Is the system working? Yes. Does anyone know what's happening under the hood? Yeah, but not the people who are using the system. To them, everything's fine on the surface until you go to the next level on the back end and you realize there's messy code, poor syntax, and things like that. So that is technical debt. And PMI have their definition of technical debt. It's not as robust as what I just described, but let's read it. Page 154 of the Agile Practice Guide. Page 154 of the Agile Practice Guide. All right. And it says, the deferred cost of work not done at an earlier point in the product lifecycle. So think about it. You got work done, but you know that that code's messy. It's a deferred cost because you're going to have to go back in and clean up in the future. So go to Agile Practice Guide, page 154, read the details there. And if you are getting ready for your exam, whether it is the PMP exam or some other exam, I would highly advise that you join us on one of our programs. We've got a number of options, and one of the options that we have is called the PMP Exam Immersion. And you can sign up for that at the website hpmexam.com. If you go to hpmexam.com, you can sign up for our next bootcamp. If you want to be part of a more extensive program, which covers everything from the beginning, I mean, even beginner level stuff, then you need to be on the project management masterclass, which is more robust. You see, some folks go for training, and the training they go for, to be honest, is not very helpful. It's not that great. So if that sounds like you, maybe you went for a course that was less than ideal, and you need to come aboard a program that puts things straight for you, I would say go on down to praizion.com and look at some of our solutions that we've got there. And that concludes our session for today. I hope you found value from that. I'll see you in the next episode. Bye for now. Agile and Hybrid PMP Test 2. The buzz on social media about hybrid and agile on the PMP exam in 2022 is deafening. Therefore, we will take a look at another set of questions to bring the number up to 12. Here's our next question. You are working, I'll let you read it. The way this works, take a minute, read the question, select an answer, and I will reveal what the correct answer is. All right. So I hope you have made a selection. I hope you hit the pause button. Spoiler alert. So if we read through this, it talks about the project we're working on. And then it reads, as part of the project you're working to a plan that will deliver rapidly and frequently. So that tells you rapid and frequent cannot be predictive. So we're going to eliminate predictive. And then it says, with a very minimal amount of change. Iterative has a high amount of change, and it only delivers once, so it cannot be that. And then it says, as part of the project, you're working on a plan that will deliver rapidly and frequently with a minimal amount of change. Which of the following best describes a team's actions? So if we read through this, just by the process of elimination, we have gotten rid of 2. Now, the first part about working on Chicago's O'Hare International Airport, blah, 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 it really doesn't have much of an effect on the best answer. There is nothing in this that speaks to hybrid. It speaks just plainly to the fact that it is incremental because it has a minimal amount of change, just like incremental, and it's delivering rapidly and frequently. What is the goal of incremental? Speed, frequent, smaller deliveries. So there's nothing here that suggests that there's a copious amount of change and frequent delivery, which is what Agile is. So if you haven't read page 18 and 19 in the Agile Practice Guide, you should, because that's what will point you to why the answer cannot be D. The best answer, remember, we always go for the best on the exam. The best answer is B. I know it will shock some of you, but that's the answer. All right, let's move on to the next one. Take some time, read it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Hit that pause button if you need more time. You're developing a database type software that would be workflow oriented and include highly detailed behavior data and analytical queries. You expect the types of variances that have occurred on the project to date to continue. And then he talks about 500 story points. Well, 500 story points planned for the iteration is really code for planned value. 750 story points completed is really code for earned value. What is SPI? Scheduled performance index is planned value divided, I beg your pardon, let me do that again, earned value, I beg your pardon, divided by planned value. And therefore, if we say the earned value of 750 divided by the planned value of 500, we get the number 1.5. And that is why the answer to this is A. It's 1.5. So it's very simple. The questions you get on the exam may not have any calculation. They may just go straight to SPI is 1.5 and ask, what does it mean? But in some instances, you could get problems, as some people have said they did. Next question. Take a minute, select an answer. Bear in mind, this question is a select all that apply. So more than one answer will be correct. All right, hit that pause button if you didn't already. Have you selected your answer? All right, let's take a look. The answer to this question, my friends, by the process of elimination is not backlog refinement. That's an event. That is not part of a baseline. The other one we're going to eliminate is management reserves, because management reserves are for knowns and they are not part of the baseline. In the 6th edition, it talks about it being part of a budget at best, but definitely not part of the baseline. So the correct answers are scope statement and work breakdown structure. Remember, the performance measurement baseline consists of the cost, scope, and schedule baselines. And in the scope baseline, you have the scope statement or project scope statement, as it's formally known, the work breakdown structure, and the work breakdown structure dictionary. So moving on to the next question, take a minute, read it, choose the best solution you think, and let's take a look at the answer. All right, so using the process of elimination, it gives us a picture. We're working on a hybrid project, we're building a prototype, and it then says at the end, because everything else, all this stuff is really not very relevant. Now, on the exam, it could be relevant, and that's why you cannot afford to skip it, because it could be tricks buried in there. So you do need to read that. But it says, which one, just one of the following techniques best emphasizes developing various prototypes in order to select the ideal prototype? So it's not predictive. Predictive is not known for prototypes. Incremental is not known for prototypes. We don't have time for that. It's a speed-driven thing, as you'll see in the Agile practice guide. And as far as Agile is concerned, it does not best describe this. Iterative, on the other hand, is best known for its rapid prototyping, or maybe it doesn't take that quick. Maybe it's longer, but the bottom line is developing various prototypes in order to select the ideal prototype. That's the key thing. You want to select the ideal prototype. So you got many things you're doing, repeating until correct. And then when you get the prototype you need, that's it. That's iterative. Iterative is a one-time delivery. All right. So the best answer to this is, of course, iterative. Iterative is a one-time delivery. All right. For those of you who are looking for training, coaching, and help on your journey, go on down to agileprinciple.com. We're going to take a look at the Agile Practice Guide, piece it apart, and we're going to be learning that on Sunday. So if you are interested in this, go on down to the website and sign up. All right, let's go to our next question. Hit the pause button if you need more time. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, so it reads, you're documenting team member roles and responsibilities for your hybrid project. Some of the responsibilities include understanding purpose and objectives, working to timescales and within constraints, reporting progress against plans. So immediately you feel, okay, this probably isn't Agile. But that's not the point. It then goes on to say, which of the following should be done to support the effort of you documenting these things, roles and responsibilities, right? So when we talk about roles and responsibilities, this is one of the hallmarks of resource management, and it's what we do when we are planning resource management. Now, the roles and responsibilities do not exist in the team charter. They do not exist in the Agile project charter, and the definition of done does not include what we are documenting, team member roles and responsibilities. So in order to support your effort of doing this, you would create a resource management plan. Now, I know some of you might have read it in a different way and chosen something else, but the answer that I was looking for is the resource management plan, because this is exactly what the plan does. It is where we document the roles, responsibilities, such and such. So that would have been the best option in my mind. Second best would have been a team charter. This is how the exam is. I know many of you are wrestling with how close the options are. Well, that's why I put this together, so you could be aware of how these things are on the exam. Next question, hit the pause button and read. All right, let's take a look. So you're working on a hybrid project which has a double-decker elevated highway, and it talks about the project on. And it says, the project is on time budget. Unfortunately, an earthquake struck in the middle of the project, damaging the structure. Placing the viaduct will be more cost-effective than repairing it. What should you do when sponsors are no longer interested in continuing the impressive project? Well, remember, you're working on this. Your role is that of a project manager, right? If you tailor this to the project manager's authority, there are certain things that you would not do. So one, the project isn't complete, so D is not right. C says work with the team to immediately work on a risk response plan. Well, you wouldn't do that. That should have already been done. So we've got A and B. Think about it. Issue an informal document that shows the reason of early termination. Nothing in this question said it has been terminated. So A is bogus. But then looking again at B, it says issue a document that formalizes the procedures for the transfer of finished and unfinished deliverables. So A, C, and D are not the best options. The best option is B. That is more realistic and that is more in line with what should happen, even if you are not the project manager. Based on what we have in the question, A is premature. So you wouldn't do that. All right. Be aware that when these questions are written on the exam, you are a project manager, a facilitator, servant leader, something of that nature. Let's take a look at the final one. And it says, you're working on an aviation administration project. It goes on and on. I'll let you read it. Three, two, and one. So this one, you got to read it really carefully, right? So the first piece is all informational about the type of project. And then it says your project schedule and budget is, watch this, completely fixed. So with a fixed schedule and budget, you know that this is not predictive. So A can go because in predictive, scope is fixed, cost and schedule are flexible. So it's not that. In fact, you already see the train coming if you have read your definitions properly, as well as the DSDM upside down triangle, which shows you that in the world of Agile, scope is fixed, scope is flexible, I beg your pardon. What am I saying? The DSDM upside down triangle shows you that in the world of predictive, scope is fixed. In the world of Agile, scope is flexible. And it shows you that schedule and costs are fixed. So it says, schedule and budget completely fixed for each of the 10 project iterations where you are analyzing tools and methods that will help the project to achieve its goal, to allow planes to fly more routes instead of following the existing inefficient flight paths that are arranged like highways in the sky. Your team shows you a report of, watch this, incremental deliveries. So these incremental deliveries cannot be iterative either. Iterative is a one-time delivery. Incremental is multiple deliveries. So now we understand that we have the hallmarks of Agile in this description, and we have the hallmarks of something else that Agile includes, which is incremental deliveries. And then it says, and associated flexible scope efforts. You see that? So this is pointing not towards hybrid. There's nothing that sounds hybrid in this. Instead, this just sounds completely Agile. We're talking about fixed budget and schedule, flexible scope, and we're talking about incremental deliveries. The best answer is C. Now, I know some of you are going to struggle with these questions, but this is the level. This is the aptitude. This is the ability that I'm looking for if you're taking the exam. You've got to be really confident and firm. Now, I know it's just 12 questions, but don't let the number fool you. These questions will find your gaps. I wrote them purposely to find your gaps in collaboration with another PMP. All right, so I hope you found this to be useful. You got any questions? You put them in the comments below. And don't forget, if you're struggling with the whole concept of Agile, you need to be on agileprinciple.com, coming for our training and coaching this weekend. You take care and talk to you soon. Bye for now. Welcome, I'm here with my awesome friends, and we're taking a look at the power of three. These are my friends from the immersion meeting, and we are going to be looking at a core ingredient for your PMP exam. If I didn't mention it already, let me mention it that the PMI, they use this lingo. You are a project manager on a hybrid project. They give you a scenario, and then what should you do next? In this series, I really want to make sure that you understand how they could build on process. I keep hampering on process because that's what is coming back to me as a very hot topic
in 2022. All right, so let's jump straight into the power of 3. I call it A, B, or C. So when I launch a poll, my friends, I want you to choose either A or B or C. There is not going to be an option D. It's just going to be A, B, or C. All right, so let's go ahead and remove option D. We will not be using option D today. We're going to use A, B, or C. Here we go. This is our first question. The increment was produced by the team. What should happen next? Let's launch the poll, and you've got an A, B, or C. What do you think? All right, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's end the poll. And I will share the results. Remember, it's anonymous, so even I don't know who voted what. So if you want to vote, get your vote in. It's anonymous. All right, let's end and let's share the results. So it's pretty much split between the middle. But think about it. In the world of Scrum, when you are done with an increment, that's towards the end of the sprint. So you're done with the increment. The next thing that should happen is you should have a review, sprint review. The customer should review that increment. It will not be a retrospective. The retrospective happens after the sprint review. Remember, the retrospective wraps up the entire sprint. And it wouldn't be a daily Scrum because you at the end, you're done with the increment. The next thing that needs to happen is the sprint review. So the best answer to this is A. Any questions? All right, let's go to our next one. Next question. It reads, project charter was developed. What should you do next? Here's a poll. What would you do next? Thank you for the votes. Thank you very much. All right, let's end it and let's share the results. Brilliant. The correct answer is develop the plan. It wouldn't be monitor risk because you just developed the charter. You wouldn't jump all the way into monitoring and controlling, right? You would have to plan the project because initiating is developing the charter and identifying stakeholders. You got it. Well done. Let's go to our next one. The stakeholder register was created. What should you do next? Remember, you can move the poll out of the way if it's distracted. And we're going to give this roughly 20 seconds, I beg your pardon. 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. These are fast, fast, fast. Let's share the results. So a majority of us have gone with option A. Let's take a look. So stakeholder register is in initiating. You're in initiating. You wouldn't begin to create reports immediately because that's in the monitor and control project work process. See that? Instead, you would develop the plan. That's what makes logical sense. You wouldn't monitor risks either. So the answer is develop the plan. Okay, I hope you're learning and finding some gaps here. Let's go to another one. The requirements have been collected. What should happen next? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Now let's end the poll.
and let's share the results. So think about it. This question is saying you've collected the requirements. What should you do after collecting the requirements? What is linked to the requirements? The requirements happen in scope management, right? So you could guess, maybe it's something in scope, or maybe it's something closely related to scope. But if you take a look, you've just collected the requirements, you wouldn't create a risk breakdown structure immediately. You would need to flesh out the requirements into more understanding of the scope to deliver those requirements. I often say requirements beget scope. Based on the requirements, then you realize what the scope is. So in this instance, my friends, it's not C. And A says, did you note it did not say work breakdown structure? The organizational breakdown structure is an organizational hierarchy of who reports to whom. So it wouldn't be this that you do. It wouldn't be to create an organizational breakdown structure, because an organizational breakdown structure is not anything related to the requirements. That's to do with the resources. So the answer that I was looking for is to do with the scope, how you flesh out the scope. So the answer is the scope baseline, not the organizational breakdown structure. In fact, did you know that the OBS, a lot of times that already exists coming into a project? The OBS is already developed by the organization. That's why it's called organizational breakdown structure. Okay. All right, let's move to the next one. So I know it said breakdown structure. That was a trick. It's trying to make you think it's WBS. No, that's a different breakdown structure. All right, let's move on to our next one. The next one says the risk register was developed. What should come next? This will be our final one in this series for now. What do you think the answer is? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. So think about it. What do you do in risk? We talked about this yesterday. You plan how to manage the risk. That's not part of it, but we have identify risks, which gives you the risk register. What do you do after identifying the risk? You analyze them. You don't analyze them qualitatively. After quantitatively, you do it before. Quantitative is after. So it's not this. Planning risk responses happens after you do the quantitative. So it's not this. The answer is qualitative. Qualitative comes before quantitative, and quantitative comes before planning risk responses. All right. So I hope this is making sense. To close this out, my friends, I want to show you one more very important topic. And if you watch my recent video on YouTube, you'll see how I broke down the logic in processes on the exam. Now, I know there are many voices about what you need to do for process. Don't listen. Listen to me. Hey, listen to me. None of them are your friends like I am. So listen to me. Seriously, listen to me. For your exam, I would love for you to master this. I didn't say memorize. I said master. I want you to master this flow that I'm about to show you. Here's the flow. This is like the 80-20 rule of the PMBOK guide. 20% of the PMBOK guide will give you an 80% payoff. What am I talking about? This is called the PMBOK mainline. And I'm going to show you 11 processes out of the 49 that will give you a massive payoff. It starts like this: the development of the project charter. The charter goes to identify stakeholders, and we get a stakeholder register. This is like the holy grail of PMBOK. You gotta know this stuff first. You gotta know. Absolutely, Kareem, we will. We'll get done with this and allow anyone who wants to jump off, and then we can take a look at some more. But this is like the 80-20 rule of PMBOK. Now, when you understand that, you also understand that the project charter goes into the development of the project management plan, and the project management plan goes almost everywhere, except two processes. So let me give you a very shortcut. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, I got to cram all the places that the project management plan is an input to. No, you don't. It goes everywhere except itself and except develop project charter. Project management plan goes to all the other 47 processes. So that's a shortcut. So the project management plan goes to direct and manage project work. And from direct to manage project work, you see these jokers, Charlie in the factory working, well, they're trying to produce a deliverable. That deliverable needs to go to control quality. It needs to be checked by you, the performing organization. Do you see this chain of events meandering through the processes of the PMBOK guide, cutting across knowledge areas? I need you to know this because I know it will help you. I know it will help you. There's no need for you to cram the 49 to understand the flow. Instead, know this main line. It's going to help you. Now, the project management plan also goes to control quality. Hello, I just told you it went everywhere except two. Now, from control quality, when your team is inspecting the deliverable, if that deliverable is fit for use, conforming to requirements and satisfying the customer, you're going to get a verified deliverable. In other words, verified means, boom, stamp of approval. I love it. That's what it means. And now we can send the verified deliverable on to the next step. And that's to the customer. So when you do your QC, you want to make sure this is presentable. And then it goes to the customer in validate scope. Validate scope is where the customer is inspecting for themselves. Did you see that little difference? Control quality is you inspecting, validate scope is the customer inspecting. Now, if the customer, this joker, Mr. Bean, decides, yeah, this is good, then we get another tag on the word deliverable, and that's accepted. So if the customer accepts the deliverable, it then goes to close project or phase. Boom, you just saw a path through the entire PMBOK guide. After all, what is your major objective in project management? It's to deliver a deliverable that's accepted, and ultimately that deliverable is going to give benefits. It's going to give value. It's going to deliver an outcome that the customer is looking for. See that? So close project or phase could produce a final report as well as a transition to the customer. You see that? So it started off with a charter, then a plan, then we executed the plan to get deliverables, then we checked the deliverable to get a verified deliverable, then the customer checked the verified deliverable to get an accepted deliverable, and then we sent that on, theoretically speaking, to the final step, which is to close out the project or the phase. But wait, there's more. There's associated things that happen, like the project management plan going through the entire main line and being an input to close project or phase. Being an input, like I said, it goes everywhere. But there's one I want to call out. All of these non-integration processes in monitoring and controlling, they all give you change requests. Now, I'm not saying that's the only place change requests come from, but it's very common that if you are in scope, control schedule, control cost, control quality, right? Control resources, monitor communications, monitor risk, control procurement, monitor stakeholder engagement, you always see change requests as a possible output. That's what I'm calling out. And guess what? All those change requests, they all go to perform integrated change control. That's where you are going to assess, should we do or should we not? Now, the project management plan, like I said, goes everywhere. So it goes to this other process, monitor and control project work. And guess what? Monitor and control project work gives you work performance reports. Now, what is the relevance of work performance reports? They are an input to you looking at change requests and saying, based on our current report, the state of this project, it doesn't make sense to take on more change requests. we're behind. We cannot accommodate this. Or maybe it's, wow, we're so ahead of schedule. Well, let's go ahead and accommodate this change request. So work performance reports has relevance when you're reviewing change requests. See that? And this is how it all interweaves. And then from all of those non-integration monitoring and controlling processes, we get work performance information. What is work performance information? It just means that we've analyzed our data and now we have conclusive decisions as a result of that data. And now we've got work performance information we need to put into a report. After all, what is a report? A report is made up of work performance information. You're just crystallizing it, whittling it down, and making it appropriate to each audience. Different stakeholder audiences, different reports. Senior management, give me a high-level report. I don't want to see your tasks. Just give me a high-level report. That's how it works. Now, like I said, the project management plan goes to every process except two. It does not go to develop project charter as an input, and it does not go back into itself, but it goes everywhere else. And that's all I'm calling out in this section over here. Now, moving forward, we're about to finish. We're about to finish. This next green line contains the work performance data. You see the work performance data going in. You see that line, work performance data, it's going in to all of those non-integration monitoring and controlling processes, because this is where we analyze the data. And this is where we get the information generated. Did you see that? The WPD, work performance data, goes in, the work performance information comes out. This is just logic. If you get data, you got to analyze the data. If someone gave you a 16-digit number, it could be anything, but you analyze it and then you realize, oh, it's a credit card. That's information. You see? So data is just raw observations until you analyze it. Then you get information and you could put that into a report. Let's finish this off by showing you a few more things. Like I said, project management plan goes everywhere. It also goes into managed project knowledge and deliverable, your deliverable. It's an input to manage project knowledge because you could glean a lot of knowledge from your deliverable. From everything surrounding your deliverable, you could glean knowledge, lessons learned. That's why it's an input to manage project knowledge. So my friends, if you haven't already noticed, can anyone tell me which knowledge area is predominant in this image? Which one is predominant? Do you see a recurring theme of knowledge area here?
Planning, I suppose.
All right, which other one? Knowledge area, because you told me process group. So which one is the knowledge area that's predominant? Knowledge area. Does anyone see it? What's the knowledge area? The yellow ones?
Managing and controlling.
So that is a process group. Oh, Esther, how are you doing? Good to see you. So that is a process group. Monitoring and controlling is a process group. You see what I'm doing? I'm trying to make you think knowledge area. Thank you, Kareem. Uh-oh. Can someone give me an answer? Am I stuttering or is it me? Can you hear me okay? Everyone hear me okay? Good. All right. So which knowledge area? Come on now. So how many?
Could it be scope?
There's one thing from scope, but there are like 10 other things. Where are the 10 other things from? Where are they from? Where are the yellow things from? Come on now.
Integration.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Develop project charter. Let's count. Develop project charter, develop project management plan, director manage project work, manage project knowledge, monitor and control project work, perform integrate change control, close project phase. Boom. All of these are from integration. Do you see why I say integration is so important? If you don't understand integration, you can as well forget it, because it's going to be hard for you to see how the project is interwoven. And that's why I call it the main line. The main line is what binds all of the processes together. So you know what is cool about this main line? You could plant in any knowledge area directly into this one, develop project management plan, by inserting a baseline or a plan, a subsidiary plan straight in there. For example, the scope baseline is an input there. Schedule baseline is an input there. Procurement management plan is an input there. Resource management plan is an input there. So this just shows you how everything is interwoven. There is no process that is not interwoven into this in some way. And I can show you how everyone, so for planning, let's just say every planning process, this is an intersection point right here. So just use this as a placeholder. Any planning output can go there easily. And when I say any, I mean anyone. Anyone can go there, any planning component. Now, as far as the executing, any executing component, you can probably see where I'm going. Any executing component can be inserted into direct and managed project work. Why? Because this is integration. And there's always going to be an intersection point between any executing process and direct and managed project work. So anything in executing, if you wanted to see where it is introduced into the project flow, just look for direct and managed project work. It will make sense. The other one makes total sense because I've already shown it to you. Anything from monitoring and controlling, boom, it just integrates right into monitor and control project work. And that's already there in this pink or purple box right here. As far as closing, well, there you go. There's only one process in closing, so that about does it, right? As far as which other one? Initiating. Well, there's initiating. There's only two things in initiating. So instead of you trying to like cram the 49 process flows or whatever, just master this one and be able to explain, all right, this is where planning fits in. This is where executing plugs in. That's where monitoring and controlling plugs in. And that's where initiating plugs in. All right. Any questions about this flow? It's called the PMBOK main line.
Can we get this diagram from somewhere?
So I created this. I made this about 7 years ago. I've just put the screenshot in the chat. But if you Google PMBOK mainline, you'll find so many variations that I've put out. Because I don't believe in drawing like all 49 processes on the screen. That's a bad use of time. It's better that you just understand how integration flows through the whole thing, and the rest is very easy.
I just like to do this, but would you mind? I mean, you explained that wonderfully, but would you mind explaining again the work performance? I mean, I understood everything you were saying, but I was just, my mind was just going all over the place. I was like, and I was trying to give myself like ideas of examples, but would you mind going back over that again?
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's to talk about WPD, WPI, and WPR, which students say helps them to better master the material. I want to direct you to one of the slides in your handout. And this slide just covers WPD, WPI, WPR. So let me bring that slide up. And I think it will be a better use of our time. So while I bring that up, let me explain that in the PMBOK guide, they have a recurring theme of work performance data, work performance information, and work performance reports. It can become a little bit annoying because if you don't know what they are, you keep seeing them over and over and over again. So while I bring up this slide, let me ask you, do you recall what I said comes first in the sequence of these three things called information, reports, and data? Does anyone remember the three things? What comes first?
I think you said that the WPD was raw data, and then you get the work performance information, which is the data that you analyze.
Good.
And WPR is when you kind of create a report for a particular audience, whether it be the high-level folks who need information captured in a certain way or presented to them in a certain way, or another group.
Brilliant. You absolutely nailed it. Thank you so much. Why don't we take a look at a different view and it will make more sense. All right, so I'm going to go in baby steps here just to make sure we have fully absorbed the information. Here we go. All right, so it starts off with the most important process. I call it the most important. I guess you could say, Phil, but there's one more important than that. Well, I call it the most important because it gives us deliverables. And without deliverables, your project will never end. You just try. You try closing out a project without delivering the deliverable, whether it's a product, service, or result, and you see if your stakeholders will buy that. So direct to manage project work, like I said, is super important. And it gives us this thing. Just think about it in bare bones fashion like this. When you're working in any job, you're also hopefully making observations about how the work is proceeding. And if you're not doing that, you should always be taking note of, okay, how are things proceeding? Are they going well? Are they not going well? You could even go as far as, how many defects do we have? Have we got any defects? If so, how many defects? What is our failure rate? How reliable is what we're doing? And things such as that. That's what we do as workers, as project managers. So work performance data is simply a raw observation of how the work is proceeding. It's that simple. How is our work going? It's a raw observation. Another example of work performance data could be, we have this resource on the project, and his name is Phil, and he's a key resource. Think about this. Phil is a key resource on our project. He's suddenly not available for 5 days. Why do we care? Well, you need to analyze this. So Phil's not being available is raw observation. How can we analyze it? We can think about the time impact, the quality impact, the cost impact. We could say Phil is a subject matter expert in the QA and QC team, and quality is going to be severely impacted, and schedule is going to be severely impacted, and the cost, right? It's going to cost us additional money. There's going to be penalties. Do you see how you can get one single data point and explore it and expand on it and get better understanding of the impact? This analysis that I'm doing here is the information. See, the data is, Phil is absent on the project, but when we flesh out the impact, now we're talking about information. See? Now, what are some examples of work performance data? Work performance data could be raw observations, measurements, work completed, KPIs, whatever those are. So think about it. A KPI, someone just says 0.9. Okay, 0.9, what's that? You got to know what the 0.9 is. Oh, it's a CPI. Oh, now we're talking. Or is it an SPI? No, it's a CPI. Okay, then why is it a 0.9? It's a 0.9 because we had this event and we went over budget. You see where I'm going with this? You got to analyze the data. Otherwise, it's just data. 0.9 is just data. So we get things like technical performance measures. You analyze your technical performance. Oh, we found 50 bugs. Okay. What's it going to take to fix them? Now we're talking information. You get what I mean? So number of defects, actual cost, actual durations, all that kind of stuff. We could say those are raw observations. You got to expand on them some more. And that's where work performance information comes in. So your work performance data, like I said, comes from direct to manage project work. Then it goes into all of these monitoring and controlling processes. But there's something peculiar about these monitoring and controlling processes. And that peculiarity is this. Stay with me now, because this is a punchline. All of these processes are not in integration. They are outside of integration. They are all of these. So work performance data goes into all of these red processes. And out of these red processes, I know it's beginning to make sense for someone. Out of these red processes, we're going to get work performance information, and guess where it's going? Right into monitor and control project work. But where did the work performance data come from? It came from direct to manage project work, and it went into these guys over here. So here's the deal. Here's the mystery of WPD, WPI, WPR resolved. Work performance data goes in. Work performance information comes out, and a work performance report is what you get out when you have consolidated all of that information. You can then put that, like I said, into a work performance report. So we can show an arrow coming out of here, and the work performance report goes to a bunch of places, but I'll just show you one place. The work performance report needs to be distributed to senior management. How? Through managed communications. So work performance report comes out of monitor and control project work, and it goes to 4 places. I'll show you the others, but the main place is managed communications because you're going to distribute it. And another place is also the very process that sits with monitor and control project work. I'm talking about perform integrated change control. That also uses the work performance report, as I explained earlier. So that's the mystery. It's a long story, but I didn't want to cut corners in explaining it. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And I think the other one goes into managed team, right?
Exactly. You get it. That's exactly where I'm going. So let me share this screenshot with you just so that you got it. I know a lot of people say, well, it's not even tested on the exam. Well, it's good to understand the logic as you read the guide. It just gives you more dominance over the content, which is really what we're after. In the real world, we want to be able to blow this stuff up and to be really good with it. So here's the last part of the story. From here, we put our work performance information into a WPR, and that WPR goes to these 4 possible places. But really, it's understanding the logic of the flow. Data becomes information, becomes a report. I often say you got data, D for data, I for information, R for report. They all follow each other in the alphabet. D comes before I, comes before R. So if you're ever stuck on the sequence, just remember D comes before I, comes before R. Data, information, report. All right, I hope that explained it, my friends, and I didn't mean to keep you so long. So I know Kareem wants to do a few more. We'll go ahead and we'll officially say goodbye to anyone who needs to hop off and get any final questions before we go into some more questions.
Welcome to the Agile 5-minute question time. Are you getting ready for the PMP exam? Then these questions from your friend Phil will help you master the core concepts of not only Scrum but also Agile. Let's get started, and be sure to hit the bell icon for notification whenever another PMP video is available. Okay, Phil, are you ready?
You bet, buddy. I am ready, and thank you very much for your positive mental attitude and optimism. Indeed, a lot of people have been trying to get certified in 2021, and believe it or not, some folks are still finding it hard because Agile is a curveball for them. So the intent is to work with a team and for them to give some scenarios that get you warmed up to the concepts of Scrum and Agile. So let's go ahead and hear from the team and Check out a few scenarios.
The team is conducting a review meeting with the product owner, and there are disagreements about whether the deliverables, the product increment, for the iteration are acceptable. What step was not adequately completed?
All right, we normally have a countdown, so 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look.
Now, taking a look at this question one more time, it reads, the team is conducting a review meeting with the product owner, and there are disagreements about whether the deliverables, in other words, product increment, for the iteration are acceptable. Did you notice that this is not talking about user stories? This is talking about the increment. So this question is really a test of the understanding of acceptance criteria for individual user stories versus an understanding of the definition of done, which cuts across the entire increment. Let's examine the definition of done and what acceptance criteria means from the Agile Alliance. Acceptance criteria is used to test the validity of a user story. The given when then formula is a template intended to guide the writing of acceptance tests for a user story. Given some context, when some action is carried out, then a particular set of observable consequences should obtain. For example, given my bank account is in credit and I made no withdrawals recently, when I attempt to withdraw an amount less than my card's limit, then the withdrawal should complete without errors or warnings. Let's examine the definition of done. Let's read from the Agile Alliance. The team agrees on and displays prominently somewhere in the team room a list of criteria that must be met before a product increment is considered done. Failure to meet these criteria at the end of a sprint normally implies that the work should not be counted towards that sprint's velocity. Now, with our understanding of the difference between the definition of done and acceptance criteria, from this question, we can see that what is at play here is not acceptance criteria. It is really the definition of done. And that is why the best answer is D. The definition of done was not properly addressed. Now, there are other clues as to why the answer would still not be any of the other solutions offered. Take a look at option A. The scope statement mentioned is not a legitimate addition in the world of Agile. Taking a look at the other options, the product owner is not solely responsible for every single piece of acceptance criteria. Let's even say you misread it and you couldn't decipher that it was talking about definition of done. You can read between the lines to observe that some of these things are not truly agile, such as saying acceptance criteria is in a project scope statement. Taking a look at option B that says retrospectives were not held, we know that acceptance criteria, even if we made a mistake in reading the question, retrospective meetings are not where acceptance criteria is collected anyway or written. So it was pointing to C or D, and that should have narrowed down your focus to really ask the question, which of these is true? Which of these is most likely going to be the reason? When it comes to the responsibility of acceptance criteria, it would be inaccurate to say the product owner always defines the acceptance criteria for every single story in isolation.
And that should have been a wake-up call as to, are you sure they're talking about acceptance criteria? All right, I hope that explains it. Let's move on.
The Agile team expresses items of work in terms of a user story. A well-written user story must follow the 3 C's. Which of the following best describes the criteria for a well-written story?
So taking a look at the options, we know that the word customer should not be in the array. We know that it has the word card in it. So which one has the word card in it, but does not have the word customer? So we see customer here, confirmation card and customer. That's not right. This one has customer in it. That's not right. And D says customer correctness confirmation. So right off the bat, if you know what you're looking for, you would choose C. So the right answer, you can see, is card, conversation, and confirmation. And the reason is a user story starts with a card. The card concept started as a 3x5 index card, and this was used to keep the user story. Then it progresses from a card, we go into a conversation with the end users, we find out more details, and the confirmation is all about the back of the card. We confirm that indeed it has been met. And that's the card, conversation, and confirmation. Let's move on to the next one.
During the 5th sprint, the team has a huge influx of change requests for their video game machine. They should do what within the sprint?
All right. Be sure to hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. So, as you might have heard on this channel many a time, once the sprint is in motion and airborne, you should not A, encourage copious change. Don't do that once you are within the sprint. Let change happen normally and naturally outside of the sprint. But once you are within the sprint, you're definitely not going to encourage copious change. Watch those words. Let's go to option D. D says forbid any changes. And that is a pretty strong word. When you say forbid, that means never, ever, ever. And that is not reality in a world of Agile. There's definitely going to be situations where there is change that needs to absolutely happen right then, but we do not forbid any changes. Let's take a look at option C. Encourage moderate change. Now think about it. Within the sprint, what have you done? Remember, the sprint is a container, and the very first thing you do within the sprint is you do the planning of the sprint. So in sprint planning, what do? You have the courage to make commitments to getting the work done. And there's certain things that you say you will get done and other team members say they will get done. Well, if there's change, how are they going to meet their promise? How are they going to meet the commitment? So while the team sets out in good faith, it would be foolish to encourage any type of change within the sprint, knowing fully well that they've budgeted to their capacity. They have estimated to their capacity. So C is not an appropriate response. The best answer here is to discourage change. We discourage change. We know it could happen, but the best disposition is to discourage it. And when people understand that you've made a commitment to get such and such amount of story points done, and what they're bringing is a distraction, they'll change their behavior and only ask for changes when it is absolutely necessary. And you do know that every change within the sprint, it must go through the product owner. If the product owner says no, that's it. The product owner role must be respected in the organization. All right, let's move ahead. Please move to the next one.
Your team has just completed an agile transformation. In the middle of a daily stand-up meeting, Boris, the project manager from the PMO, bursts in, talking loudly on his phone, demanding status. The Scrum Master is not in attendance. What should you do as a developer? A. Tell him PMs are not needed in Agile and he is an intruder. Report to the Scrum Master. B. Ask the team to quickly give status to Boris and then advise him to leave. C. Report the matter to the PMO and offer coaching. Boris needs help. D. Ask him to wait until the Scrum is completed to address his concerns.
Well, this one, we will give you a few more seconds because it is one of those trick questions. 3, 2, and 1. So the answer to this one, we will get by using the process of elimination. Boris is a project manager. He obviously has some clout in the firm, but he bursts into this daily stand-up meeting. In other words, the daily scrum. And you do know the cardinal rule of the daily scrum is not to allow interruptions. So how do you balance that? You're not the scrum master, you're a developer, but as you know, the scrum master does not have to be in attendance in the daily scrum, except the team request the Scrum Master to be. But we encourage Scrum Masters to allow the team to breathe and grow so that with or without them, the team will get the daily Scrum done and the Scrum Master will coach other teams to get to that level and coach other teams to get to that level. And that's the idea, not to be a babysitter. So in this case, the Scrum Master is not in attendance. So should you A, tell him PMs are not needed in Agile? And he's an intruder. Oh my goodness, you don't want to do that. That not only is disrespectful, not acting in the ethos of being Agile, right? Because it's an opportunity for him to receive some sort of coaching and mentoring. It's a signal that he doesn't really understand what is going on. So we're not going to tell him that he's not needed and he's an intruder. Reporting to the Scrum Master is not a bad thing, but the first part invalidates what came next. Option B, tell the team to quickly give status to Boris and then advise him to leave. Again, this is not acting in the integrity and ethos of Agile. Interrupting the daily Scrum is disrespectful and it's not the right thing to do. So you shouldn't ask your colleagues to quickly give status. Remember, you're a developer like your colleagues. That is not the best thing to do. Now you're left with C and D. C, report the matter to the PMO. Well, you obviously cannot report the matter to the PMO and you cannot offer coaching right now. Now, while it's a good gesture to offer coaching in the future and saying Boris needs help, you will not report the matter to the PMO right now. In fact, reporting to the PMO is not exactly the way to proceed. We prefer dealing one-on-one as much as possible with our stakeholders and not going through red tape and hierarchy. Let's look at D. Ask him to wait until the Scrum is completed to address his concerns. Now, C is not going to solve the problem right now. If Boris knows he'll get what he's looking for at the end of the daily scrum to address his concerns, that is a bit more respectful than A, a lot more respectful than A. And at the same time, it'll also be an opportunity for you to have a word with Boris, perhaps. And if not, for you after D to report to the Scrum Master. But that is not part of the option. And that is why it could be very tempting to want to go with A and want to go with C. But the right response is to address his concerns, ask him to wait until the daily scrum is over. There's nothing wrong in that. I know he shouldn't have been in attendance in the first place, or maybe he should. We don't know. Maybe he was invited. We don't know. It says he burst in on his phone, or who knows? But anyway, the most respectful and proactive thing to do when you have someone in authority burst into your daily scrum, interrupting, you ask them to wait. That's the most respectful thing to do. And that concludes our final question for today. I hope you found that to be informative. I hope you found it to be useful. And we look forward to seeing you on another episode of the 5-minute question time. And don't forget, we have a lot more of these coming up in the future.
God bless your hard work on your PMP exam journey. Many colleagues have had troubles on this journey, but do not worry. Keep working hard and you will succeed. Remember to hit like and subscribe to be notified of other adventures. See you again very soon. Alvida.
Hello, my friends. I hope you're doing well. How's your day? How's your PMP exam prep coming along? Well, our awesome students on the PM Masterclass program sent these in. They have their study group every now and again, and they take a look at roughly 150 questions going back and forth between them. These are some of the questions they sent me to clarify. So this is the 11th question, and it says, your project initiator has taken the next step to formalize the project. You assisted in the creation of the document that authorizes the project. That's the project charter, right? You need to review all things considered to be true without proof. So what are things that we consider to be true without proof? They are assumptions, right? You also need to review factors and things that limit team options. What are those constraints? And it says, what should you do next? Well, if that's what you need to do, what you should do next is work on a document or a process that combines these two. So since you're already in the development of the charter, you already developed the charter, it sounds like what you possibly have left to do is these two things. So you need to review the things called assumptions and also constraints. There's only one document it could be. It has to be the assumption log. Option C. Okay, so the answer to that first one is C, the assumption log. Okay, that's what you need to do. All right, let's go to the next one. Now that I've clarified for you that this is the assumption log, let's see the next question you brought up. And I appreciate you sharing these because our friends on YouTube get to look into it as well. All right, this one is about backlog preparation. All right, let's take a look at this and see which number it is. Okay, it's the next one. What do you know? That's the next one. Okay. You have been involved in backlog preparation with your stakeholders. Now, on the exam, if they tell you it's backlog, you got to remember that backlog is an umbrella word that is used for any sort of backlog. It could be product backlog, it could be service backlog, it could be IT request backlog, whatever the case. It says your team member is assisting you in creating a product backlog. What is the next best step? So it's a little bit vague overall. You got to look in the options to understand what they're talking about. So A, include the Agile project charter and scope of work. No, you don't include the Agile project charter and scope of work in your product backlog. And again, the term scope of work is not typically used in Agile. That would be a red herring right there. Next one says, include the definition of done and definition of ready. These are in the team charter, not in the product backlog, not in the backlog. Okay. C, include the sprint goal and acceptance criteria. You're in the product backlog, so it cannot be anything to do with a sprint goal in your product backlog. So we're going to get rid of that one. And the acceptance criteria, you know, is at the back of the card, the user story, which is in the product backlog. But at this point, we don't have this. That's sprint goal, so that wouldn't be correct. D says, include user requests, in other words, user stories, and requirements that have been written in that format. So the answer to this, the best answer is D. All right, I hope that demystifies those for you. Let's see what else we've got here. Okay, let's see. Your product owner is working with the team. Let's see which question that one is. Product owner is working with the team. Okay, question 35. Let's see if we can fish that out. Question 35. Here we go. Your product owner is working with the team on deciding on a set of conditions that is required to be met before a user story is accepted. Okay, so we're talking about the user story acceptance, not the PSI, not the potentially shippable increment. We're talking about the user story. All right, so you said it was a toss-up between, okay, between A and B. So the definition of ready is not the same as acceptance criteria. When we talk about a user story being accepted, we mean that the story has been worked on by the team and the user story is, in quote, at a point that it can be incorporated into a deliverable, or maybe that story is in and of itself something that can be delivered. But the bottom line is, when we say a story is ready, we mean it's ready to be worked on, not ready to go, as in you could say the user story is done. I don't like using the word done because done is used for the PSI, but for lack of a better word, you can say the particular story is at a point where it can be integrated, or it is at a point where it is, what's the word? Acceptable, right? So for lack of a better word, the best answer here, my friends, is not the definition of ready. That means ready to be worked on, right? And you remember what we talk about when we say a story is ready. We talk about the INVEST acronym: independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small enough to fit within a sprint, and testable. So the best answer is not A, and of course it's not C or D, which you folks knew. The answer is B. That's your acceptance criteria right there. Remember, when we talk about the user story, we talk about the front of the card and the back of the card. The front of the card has a story. The back of the card has the acceptance criteria. Okay? Definition of ready is all about the INVEST acronym. So the answer to that one is B. Good. I'm glad you folks had fun with these questions. Let's see what else you sent me. So another one about scheduling, huh? Okay. Let's check that one out and see what number that one is. And by the way, I think you folks might be looking at the old, the limited edition one or the limited number one. You need to look for the one where you got about 150 questions. That one has got the numbering scheme at the top right. That's the one you want to look at. And remember I told you, don't look at the answers. Well, the answers are in the new one. So I'm not sure which one you folks were looking at. But anyway, here is the final question, establishing how to build a schedule. Let's see if we can find that. Okay, that's number 53. Let's go on to number 53. All right, here we go. And it says you're in the process of establishing how to build a schedule, the policies, procedures, and documentation for planning, developing, managing, executing, and controlling the project schedule, right? Which result do you expect to receive from this process? So this is right in the beginning. This is the, if you will, plan schedule management process. So let's talk about why it's plan schedule management. It says the policies and procedures for and documentation for planning, developing, managing, it's the whole shebang, it's everything. So you're planning how. Anytime you see establishing how, you know it's talking about a planning process. How are we going to do this, that, and the other? So using the process of elimination, we know it's not the project schedule, that's from develop schedule. It's not the schedule baseline, that's from develop schedule. It's not schedule forecast, that's from control schedule. It has to be schedule development approach, which is one of the sub things you have in your schedule management plan, which is from plan schedule management. Okay. And those are the answers, my friends. I'm really glad that you worked on this today. I look forward to seeing you on Saturday. Those of you who have not yet signed up for our project management masterclass, you want to go on down to the website praizion.com. You see Praizion as it's spelled over there, praizion.com. We have a masterclass starting at the beginning of the next month. All right, so jump on the bandwagon, and I look forward to seeing you. You take care. Bye for now. All right, my friends, welcome. Let's get started with 25 easy questions that every PMP student can ace. These are pretty easy questions, okay? So we're going to get started right now. The very first question. If you need more time, hit the pause button, because what I'm going to do is whiz through the questions and the answers. So if you need more time, just go ahead and hit the pause button. Here's your first question. You have just been assigned as the project manager to an Agile project. Which of the following will help you share the vision with your team? Very easy question. If you need more time, hit the pause button. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I am about to reveal the answer, so if you need more time, hit the pause button. The answer to this is not work performance reports. You don't have that yet. And it says you've just been assigned, right? The risk log, you don't have that yet. You've just been assigned as the project manager. And what this question is looking for is the sharing of the vision. It won't be the human resource plan. That will not help you share the vision. The best answer is the Agile project charter. See, told you it was easy. Easy stuff. Easy. You're going to come away realizing you know a lot. Let's go to our next one. True or false? There are 3 artifacts in Scrum. If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer to this question is true. There are 3 artifacts in Scrum: product backlog, sprint backlog, and increment.
Let's go to our next question. The next question reads, Scrum is a heavyweight framework that helps people, teams, and organizations generate value through adaptive solutions for complex problems. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I told you this was an easy one. The answer to this is false. Scrum is not a heavyweight framework. It's a lightweight framework. Let's go to our next question. It's another true or false, and it says, in Scrum, a product owner orders the work for a complex problem into a product backlog. Is that true or false? 3, 2, 1. That is a true statement. It is indeed correct to say a product owner orders the work for a complex problem into a product backlog. Remember, the product owner is responsible and accountable when it comes to the backlog. Now, even though work could be delegated, the first person you think about as being accountable is the product owner. Next question. You have just been hired as a project management professional. You join a company where they are looking up to you for direction and guidance, being that you hold this great certification. What is the first thing you should do on an Agile project? That one could be a little bit of a head scratcher, but you should pull through. I'll give you a little bit more time to think about the answer. Time up on that one. What do you think the answer is? 3, 2, and 1. Well, on an Agile project, the very first thing you should do is not to refine a backlog. You don't have a backlog, right? It's not sprint planning because you would need your backlog to do that. And it's not sprint review. That's when your customer checks a deliverable. So the answer in this case is backlog preparation. Take a look at pages 51, 52 forward in the Agile practice guide. Get to understand the practices in the world of Agile. I know some people will struggle with that, thinking it should be sprint planning. No, that would not be the first thing that would happen. You need your backlog. Without it, you can't do sprint planning. All right, let's go to our next one. This is a true or false question. An iteration must be 4 weeks or less. True or false? 3, 2, 1. Remember to hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer to that question is false. It does not have to be 4 weeks or less in other Agile frameworks, only in Scrum. So in the world of Scrum, we say 1 to 4 weeks. But in other frameworks, Kanban is flow-based. Your cadence doesn't have to be 4 weeks or less. It could be more than 4 weeks. All right, here's another question. True or false? In Agile project management, scope is flexible and cost and schedule are fixed. True or false? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer is true. In the world of Agile, the only thing that is flexible is scope. The other two components, they are fixed. Keep that in mind. Let's go to our next question. True or false? The Scrum Masters and product owners turn a selection of the work into an increment of value during the sprint. Is that true or false? 3, 2, 1. The answer to that question, that is false. It is not the product owner and Scrum Masters. It is actually the developers, the development team. Next question. You have just completed a sprint review. what is the next thing you should do on this Agile project? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. After the sprint review, the next ceremony is a sprint retrospective, and it's the final one in the world of Scrum. Next question, true or false? In Scrum, 2 or more product owners are advised where possible. Is that true or false? 3, 2, 1. The answer to this question is false. In Scrum, 1 product owner is advised. Next question. In Kanban, we strive to limit WIP. True or false? WIP stands for work in progress. The answer to this question is true. We limit our WIP in the world of Kanban. The key goal is really optimization, but we limit WIP. We have limits that we place when it comes to our work in progress, depending on the capacity of the team. Next question, true or false? In Scrum, the first event is the daily Scrum. 3, 2, 1. The answer to this question, it is false. The first event, it should read, is the sprint itself. The first event is the sprint, because the sprint is a container for all the other events. Think about it like that, okay? The first event is the sprint itself, and then we do our sprint planning. Once the sprint, of course, has started, you do the sprint planning. All right, a little bit of trickery in that one, but nonetheless, you should be in very good shape to get at least an 80% in this thing. Next question. You have just been hired as a project management professional. You join a company where they're looking up to you for direction and guidance, being that you hold this great certification. The project deliverables have been accepted and signed off on. What should you do next? Please hit the pause button if you need more time, because I will show the answer pretty quick. 3, 2, 1. The answer to this question is not learn about what needs to be done next. You've only got sign off. There are other things you need to do, right? Eventually, you should get to the point where you close the phase, release all the resources. But the most sensible thing to do at this point is to go into administrative closure. Don't release the resources yet, because they could very well help you in the administrative closure. And when we say all resources, we're talking about human, equipment, material, supplies, and so on. All right, let's go to our next one. Scrum employs an incremental predictive approach to minimize predictability and to control risk. 3, 2, 1. This is false. Better said, Scrum employs an iterative incremental approach to optimize predictability, not to minimize predictability. You catch that little play on words there? Every word counts on your exam, my friends. Next question. Commitment, openness, and courage. These are known as the 3 pillars of Scrum and the Scrum principles. True or false? Hit the pause button if you need to think about it. 3, 2, 1. The answer to this question, my friends, is false. The 3 pillars of Scrum are transparency, inspection, and adaptation. For those of you just come in, it's another one of those pub quizzes. Your buddy Phil just trying to test and see, make sure you know all of these very basic things. I'm going to put a little chat here. If you have any questions about the exam, please go ahead and ask. The whole idea is to check up on you, make sure you're doing well, make sure that your questions are answered if there are any. If you are taking the CAPM exam, this isn't for you. There's too much Agile in this question set. All right, so if you have questions, please ask them, put them in the chat box, okay? Thank you very much for joining. It's a timestamp. It's 10:01 on the East Coast. So feel free to put your questions in if our times do align, all right? 10:01 on the East Coast, 10:01 p.m. on the 14th of April. My goodness, where's April going? It's going crazy, crazy quick. All right, let's go to our next question. Next question here, true or false? Burn charts are an essential artifact and mandatory in Scrum. True or false? 3, 2, 1. This is false. Burn charts are not an essential artifact in Scrum. It's nice to tailor up when you're using Agile. Though helpful, burn charts are not essential in Scrum. It might surprise you because we talk about them all the time, right? Bear in mind, user stories as well are not mandatory in Scrum. It's not referred to in the Scrum guide that user stories are essential or burn charts. All right, let's go to our next question. You've just been hired as a project management professional. You join a company where they are looking up to you for direction and guidance, meaning that you hold this great certification. The project deliverables have been accepted and signed off by the customer. What should you do next? What should you do next? What do you think? I'm going to give you a little bit more time to think about this one. More seconds. All right. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at the answer for this one. 3, 2, and 1. So what should you do next? If the deliverables have been accepted and signed off by the customer, that validates scope. You still need to think about other things on the project. So learning about the next project to be done, that's all well and good, but that's not what you're going to do next. So it's not that. Releasing all the resources is not what you want to do immediately because you have to do some closeout stuff that they could help you with. And it won't be to close out the phase because you would need to release the resources, of course. So the best answer is compile all the lessons learned. You would need to do that. That would be the best choice. All right, so the answer to that is compile all the lessons learned. Let's go to our next question. Lean thinking increases production and waste while it focuses on the essentials. True or false? 3, 2, and 1. All right, the answer to this question is false. It is false because it talks about increasing waste. You are minimizing waste in the world of lean. Lean thinking does not increase waste. All right, here's another question. True or false? SPI equals EV divided by AC. If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer, my friends, is false. The correct formula is earned value divided by planned value. Okay. EV divided by AC is a different formula for CPI. So that is false. Okay, next question. On a Scrum team, work must be released every sprint. True or false? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer to that question, my friends, is false. You do not have to release every sprint in the world of Scrum. In the world of Scrum, we get an increment. We could refer to it as a potentially shippable increment, but it doesn't mean that you need to ship because you may not have enough features in the product to release it. So there's a difference between a sprint and a release. Many sprints could be in a release. Many PSIs, if you will, potentially shippable increments, could make up a release. So you don't have to release every sprint. Next question. In Scrum, there must be backlog refinement every sprint. True or false? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, my friends. Before I reveal the next answer, I would ask you for a favor. If you're watching, you're finding value from these questions, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, hit that bell icon so that you can get notified whenever I come online with some of these pop quizzes. We had one yesterday, and we always have them every now and again. The answer to this question, my friends, is false. You do not have to put backlog refinement in as a ceremony or event every sprint. In fact, the co-creators of Scrum, Ken Schwaber and Jeff Sutherland, don't put this in the Scrum guide. And the reason is the product owner could choose to do this as he or she sees fit, depending on a lot of factors. So it's not mandatory. A lot of people do backlog refinement, and that's good, but it's not mandatory. The word must gives it away. Next question. You have just completed your project management plan. What should you do next? This should be a rather easy one. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, 1. The answer to this is direct the project work. Well, first of all, you wouldn't create a business. You're already in a business, hopefully. You wouldn't create a business case, right? Because it says you just completed the project management plan. All of that stuff should have been done before. You wouldn't authorize the project because it was already authorized in the charter. So the best option is direct the project work. Very simple, right? Simple logic. All right, here's another one. True or false? There are 5 process groups in project management. 3, 2, 1. That is easy peasy. It is true. There are 5 process groups: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. Let's take a look at this one. The Scrum team consists of stakeholders, 1 Scrum Master, 1 product owner, 1 architect, and developers. If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer to this question is false. The Scrum team consists of 1 Scrum Master, 1 product owner, and developers. Stakeholders, architect, those are all made up. So that is false. Okay, let's move on to our next question. The project team's velocity is fluctuating and is much higher than normal. What is the most likely purpose? I will give you a few more seconds than normal to answer this one. And if you have any questions about the PMP exam or anything else you want me to address in project management, feel free to chat in the chat box. You'll see the live chat, put it in there, and I will answer as soon as I can. Again, timestamp, it's 10 minutes past 10 on the East Coast. It's the 14th of April, and we will be ending this in the next 3 or 4 minutes. So put any questions in there, and I'll get to them as soon as possible. For now, let's play a little bit of music while you answer this question. up this question. So what do you think? What is a likely purpose? Okay, so in this case, it's not a bad thing for your velocity to be much higher than normal. It's something that you want to know why, though, right? Why is this happening? So if your velocity is high, it means that you're getting more work done. You're getting story points that you typically wouldn't get done. You're getting more story points done, right? So it can't be because your capacity is low. It could be because your capacity is higher in a particular time period. Maybe people are not on holidays like they have been. More people are available. People have more time, So it's not one. Let's take a look at number 4, many user and system requirements. No, that would be the opposite. If you had all of these things to do, right, it's possible that those could suck you down. But having a lot of requirements or having a lot of stories is not a contributor to your velocity being higher. Velocity is how many story points you're getting done in a sprint. So it wouldn't be number 4. The stories are too tough. Again, it's already baked into the estimate. So whether the stories are tough or whether the stories are easy, the story points are story points. If anything, if the stories are tougher than you estimated, your velocity would be low. So this does not explain why your velocity is higher. So the best answer is the most ambiguous one. It's hard to tell. On your PMP exam, you will come across questions where the answer is just in the middle of the road. It looks rather bland, but that's the best answer, my friends. All right, let's move on to our next one. This is about Scrum again. The ideal size of a Scrum team is 3 to 15 members. True or false? What do you think? 3, 2, 1. All right. The answer to this is false. It is not between 3 to 15 members. 15 would be too big of a number, okay? So if you go into the Scrum Guide, go to scrumguides.org, and if you haven't already done that, I would like to recommend that you do that. It's not a bad thing to do, to read the Scrum Guide. Yes, it's a PMI exam, but do you know that Scrum is used so widely across the world? Go down to that link and read the Scrum Guide and understand a little bit more about Scrum beyond what is in the Agile Practice Guide. I think it will really help you. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at our final answer. Final answer. Okay. Again, you got to choose the best option. The ideal size of a Scrum team is 3 to 9 members. True? False? What do you think? All right, 3, 2, and 1. So I'm going to leave this question as a cliffhanger. The reason is in the Agile Practice Guide, you have Agile teams being defined as 3 to 9 members. But in the Scrum Guide in particular, it reads, the Scrum team is small enough to remain nimble and large enough to complete significant work within a sprint. Typically 10 or fewer people. So 10 or fewer. See that? And that's why it's a cliffhanger. If I had said, according to the Scrum Guide, the ideal Scrum team is ... 10 or less, then that would have been more of a fair question. So I want you to be aware, though, that in the world of the Agile Practice Guide, it talks about between 3 to 9 for an Agile team, but you do know that Scrum is just one of the Agile frameworks. Just one. You got many others. All right. So, my friends, we have come to the end of our pop quiz for today. I hope you've enjoyed it. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, hit the bell icon so when your buddy Phil comes on, you'll be notified. All right. Any questions before we round up? Let's take a look. I do not see any questions. Seems like everyone is still answering the questions, and you did hit the pause button just like I advised you to. Well done. I wish you all the very best in your prep. Talk to you very soon. Bye for now. All right, so here we are. We're taking a look at the classics of the day, and we're looking at number 1. And we've just answered this question, so take some time out if you need to. But the answer for this is assessment of high-level risks. And the PMI say, if you plan to deliver a product and do not possess the skills required, this is a risk. So just taking a look, it says, currently unavailable skills. On what should the project manager focus to initiate this project? So to initiate it, do an assessment of skills available, and then you know which skills you need to close the gaps. All right, let's go to number 2. Without a project manager's knowledge, an unofficial communications platform on social media was established. I think we have done this in a different episode, but go ahead and choose an option. Let's see what you chose. All right, a little bit all over. Let's go ahead and end the poll, and let's share the results. And the PMI says the answer to this one is direct the project team to discontinue use of the platform and then review the communications management plan. So let's rationalize why that is the answer. So discipline all individuals involved. That's, PMIs, it's never really that as the answer. And report the issue to the compliance office. So let's think about this. How does this solve the problem? Even if you were going to discipline them, it still doesn't solve the problem of now not having a platform and having a team that has been browbeaten. So it's not A. Let's take a look at B. Assign an administrator to monitor communications, but it told you that it's an unofficial communications platform, and it's been used inappropriately. So who knows? So assigning an administrator to that is just like opening a bee's nest. Don't do that. It's not official and it's being used badly. And then option C, terminate the platform. Okay. So if you terminate the platform, just the language alone could be a bit draconian, but then it says, as it is not part of the communications management plan. Again, you say, no, you can't use that. You naughty children, I'm stopping it. Okay, and then what's the team supposed to do? Like use mind over matter to communicate? I don't know. How are they going to transfer information? So the best thing is to discontinue the use of the platform, and then you could review the communications management plan so we've got an idea of how to effectively do it. All right, so the best answer is D. All right, if there are any questions about these,
Just keep saving the questions and we will get to them at the end. All right, let's move on to number 3. A senior project manager, that one. All right, and here is your poll. Let's relaunch the poll. All right, a senior project manager is guiding a new project manager in finalizing project activities. What should the senior manager list as the key benefits of documenting final project activities? Okay, what did you choose? Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. Okay, so I'm going to put in the rationale for this one in the chat and the previous one that we just talked about. So that's the rationale for the previous one, and this is the rationale that they've given for this number 3, just so that you got PMI's logic and you can marinate. All right, so PMIs say the answer to this one is A. All right, so the answer to this one is A. And the rationale right there, you can see, it says, closing the project is a process of finalizing all activities for the project. The key benefits of this process are the project or phase closure information is archived, the planned work is completed, and organizational team resources are released to pursue new endeavors. So let's take a look one more time at number 3. So option D allows final product delivery and quality analysis. Well, let's be honest, quality analysis is done like earlier. It's not now you should be doing this, right? Because it says finalizing project activities. The whole thing about quality assurance, quality analysis has to have been done earlier. So it's not D. And then it's not B that says provide case studies and customer references. So a customer reference is like, well done, good job, I would recommend you. I don't know. That's just not it. And case studies? No, that may be a little bit premature for case studies. The project isn't even closed. Anything can happen. So that's a little bit premature for case studies. So I think PMI's choice of A is excusable. I wouldn't say it's a bad choice. All right, let's move on to the next one, number 4. All right, during project execution, the project manager determines that communications fail to comply with the communications management plan. Let's go ahead and relaunch. All right, what do you think about that one? Okay. Majority of you chose option A. Let's end the poll. Let's share the results. Okay, majority chose A. And PMI say here, trying to make sure I'm not seeing double. Okay. Let me put it in the chat. It is the project manager's responsibility to ensure that the team is following the communications plan. So the answer they are given is A, refer team members to the communications management plan. So yeah, I mean, they're failing to comply with the plan, refer them to the plan. But why isn't it B? Let's look at B. Inform stakeholders that all information received is not part of the communications plan. This is a big aha moment. I know it seems very just basic, but The aha moment is this. On the PMP exam, the option that is best is the one that addresses the issue or moves things forward. If you look at the option, inform stakeholders that information received is not part of the communications management plan, how does that move things forward? It's like saying, it's just like making a statement that is informational but does nothing. See, so if something is not complying, right, the communications are not complying with the plan, people need to be aware of that. Telling people your communications is not part of the plan. Okay, so how do I know what to do? You know, it's like it doesn't solve the problem. That's why it's not the best answer. PMI do this a lot. Another example would be, there's a problem on the project. What should you do? A, tell the stakeholders there's a problem. And it doesn't sound bad because in the real world, that's what happens a lot. But PMI's take is do an analysis of the problem and solve the problem. That would be the better thing to do. So I don't know if things like that appear on other PMI exams, but for PMP, it's classic. They're always trying to get you to solve the problem. All right, let's go to number 5. Number 5. An important product feature was not documented during project planning. The customer notices the error during the second deliverable review. What should the project manager do? Let's go ahead and relaunch the poll. Give you a little bit of time to think about it. Oh, you did think about it. Duh. Okay, let's go ahead and end the poll. I know you had some time for this one. All right, and share the results. Okay, so I'm going to put PMI's blurb here. And PMI's answer for that seems to be option B. Yeah, which majority of you chose. Well done. So it says an important feature was not documented, and the answer says investigate the impact of the missed feature and obtain change request approval from the change control board. Now let's look at C. Why isn't C plausible? C says perform a high-level analysis of the missed feature and ask for sponsor approval to execute. So this product feature was not documented. Because it was not documented, we cannot assume it's a change request because it's an error. So it's like the customer asked for something, but we didn't document it. See that? So that's how I'm reading it. An important product feature was not documented. That's the team's fault. Customer notices, that's why it's called an error during the second deliverable review. So the project manager needs to investigate the impact and obtain a change request. So this one, look, perform a high-level analysis. Why high-level? High-level analysis may not even tell you the truth. If it had just said an analysis, okay, of the missed feature, but asking for approval when it is an error is, at this point, not really something that you need to do. You didn't document the feature. It's that simple. So you got to do it. This is not necessarily something that you can immediately say is the fault of the customer, right? You can't say it's the fault of the customer. So whatever you need to do, yeah, there could be a change that needs to happen, but at this point, it's not the customer's fault. You don't need sponsor approval to correct something that is clearly your wrongdoing. All right, let's move on. Number 6, a project manager is working on a project taking place in many cities throughout the country. During the final stage of execution, team leader informs the project manager that work has stopped in one city due to safety issues. Authorities will not allow further project work for 3 months pending an investigation. What should the project manager do? Let's see what you chose. Let's relaunch. And let me copy the verbiage. put it in the chat so you can see what PMI says. This one is always a contentious one, this question, because it has the R word. Risk, risk, risk. All right, let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. So it's somewhat polarized, but the answer that PMI gives to it, PMI's answer to this is indeed, actually, no, did anyone choose it? 6. Yeah, it seems like no one, okay. Okay, 3 people chose it. So the answer to this is B. Refer to the risk management plan for appropriate action. So the PMI say here, if you read what I put in the chat, make it bigger. Project manager needs to refer to the risk management plan to see if this was an identified risk. And if so, to follow the recommended plan. If not, then the risk management process needs to be invoked and followed. So let's have a closer read about why it cannot be C and D like our friends chose. So C says, immediately schedule a meeting with the sponsor and authorities to mitigate the work stoppage. Think about this. Authorities will not allow further project work for 3 months. How are you going to find your way around that? How are you going to talk your way around that? It's something that's happening. You cannot mitigate that. It is what it is, right? It says mitigate the work stoppage. No, I don't think so. So as far as you just taking action to do that, this is a more inclusive statement. Refer to the risk management plan for appropriate actions. See, let's read it again. During the final stage, the team member informs project manager work has stopped in one city due to safety issues. Authorities will not allow project work for 3 months pending an investigation. Yeah, so hopefully there is some sort of risk management plan that you can refer to. But this one that just talks about immediately scheduling a meeting without really understanding what you're up against, you know, like referring to see if there's a risk plan in place for that, or what the risk management plan says you should do in cases like that. Because this is not the risk response plan. Let's get that straight. This is a plan for managing risks. So if it is indeed a risk that has been identified previously, B might be better. D, include this information. No, this is not doing anything to move it forward. Like this, including it in a status report. And mitigation. Like as we're reading it, we're seeing different language. Work has stopped, so it's not a risk at this point in the discussion. And then it says issues, you know, and then it says authorities will not allow project work. So we can say that something has been realized. Maybe it was identified before. It's kind of trying to make you waffle between risk and issues. But almost everything here alludes to some sort of risk anyway. The word mitigate here, the word mitigation here. A is totally out of the question. So you're left with B. No, it seems a little bit harsh, but maybe if I knew why you chose C and D, we can actually demystify any doubt. So let's talk about it at the end. Just hold that in your back pocket. I'm sure you got questions and I might be able to clear those up for you. All right, so let's move on to number 7. During acceptance testing of a deliverable, senior stakeholder complains that a functionality essential to their department was not addressed. What should the project manager do to avoid this in the future? Let's go ahead and relaunch. And I will put in what PMI's logic is for you. PMI's logic. And here we go. Put this in the chat. All right. And let's end the poll. It's polarized. And PMI give the answer to this one as A. No. Sorry about that. Not A. Am I seeing double? No, I'm not. I don't think anyone chose the right answer. Yeah, no one chose the right answer. Yeah, that's it. So the answer to this is not C or D or B, it's A. Now, let's think about this again. During acceptance testing, so you're in acceptance testing, and someone comes and says, a functionality that is essential to my department has not been addressed. Same. So what should the PM do? If the PM had done D, would that have stemmed the problem as early as possible? It could have stemmed the problem a bit, but not as early as possible. So it wouldn't be D. Manage stakeholder expectations. Again, it's not as specific. See? For this not to have been addressed, something went wrong really right from the get-go. So managing stakeholder expectations, even though you can argue and you can say, well, this would have helped, it's not the best option. Change management plan doesn't do anything here. So it really is between A and C. If you don't have a scope management plan and you're managing stakeholder expectations, you're not going to succeed. If you do have a scope management plan and you are managing stakeholder expectations, you're more likely to succeed, not the other way around. So PMI's logic, you see it, a scope management plan documents how the project and product scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. So that question always gets people divided up on that A versus C. But it you know, product demo, yeah, but you want to catch that before you get to the demo. That's the idea. Before you get to doing a demo, if you had a scope management plan, you would have a solid plan in place, as PMI is saying, for identifying the scope. All right, but let's talk about that a little bit more. I'm sure you're going to have questions on that. Let's go to number 8. And I will copy PMI's verbiage. Let's go ahead and relaunch. I'll read it. Project needs resource support from a supplier because several team members have been transferred to another project. Concerns arise about the cost risk of using a supplier at this stage of the project. The project manager is working with the procurement team to establish specifications and the type of contract that should be used. What type of contract should the project manager recommend? So again, we've got a bit of a divided house. Get your votes in. Okay. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. Okay. Again, PMI's choice does not completely line up with ours. And here is the rationale. So PMI say a fixed price incentive fee contract is a type of contract where the buyer pays the seller a set amount as defined by the contract, and the seller can earn an additional amount if the seller meets defined performance criteria. So how can you incentivize and motivate the seller, propel them, right? You can propel them by putting an incentive fee. But why wouldn't you do a cost plus incentive fee? Because that is riskier. Is there a need to do that? The question doesn't tell us. So it says needs resource support. That's really what it is. Now, I know when it said resource support, you immediately would jump out at C. So I can understand why majority of you chose C. But it says several team members have been transferred to another project. Concerns arise about the cost risk of using a supplier at this stage of the project. So if there's a concern about that, I know you might have thought T&M with NTE, but it says a project manager working with procurement team to establish specifications and type of contract that should be used. I guess you could argue that T&M would be more, you know, T&M would be good, but because it has mentioned that cost concern, if it had said time and material with an NTE, you could have said, well, time and material is good and it has an NTE, but there's no not to exceed on option C. So it's not really as proactive in terms of dealing with a cost risk. If you have a cost risk, your best bet is fixed price. Just know that if it says cost is a risk, you as the buyer, you want to do a fixed price. And then because the cost risk is a concern, you want to further incentivize them to keep it low. So fixed price incentive fee is what PMI has given here. That's how the PMI rolls. I know it's a bit of a sketchy one. That one I will agree it is a bit sketchy, but if you think about it, a time and material without a not to exceed value, it's not the best way of dealing with a risk of cost. All right, let's move on to number 9. During a project's initiating phase, the project manager reviews the lessons learned repository. The project manager learns that a previous project failed due to constant scope creep. This project cannot afford additional time or budget. What should the project manager do to avoid project failure? Let's relaunch. And let me share with you PMI's musings on this one. Number 9. Number 9. This is their logic. Let's go ahead and end the poll. Okay, and let's share the results. Okay, so PMI's rationale for this. The answer is include strict and formal process approval changes. And that is option C. So let's read it one more time. Project failed due to constant scope creep. So you got to be strict. That's the bottom line, right? Cannot afford additional time or budget. So you got to be strict. Managing stakeholder expectations is not as clear cut. You could be doing that and you could still have a lot of overages. There's so many projects where you're doing a great job of managing stakeholder expectations, but you're spending too much time doing that or too much money doing that, or you're spending too much money on stuff that you shouldn't. That's just the best answer, right? We can talk about that later, but the best answer is C, include strict and formal process approval changes. Many things here point as to why this can be, the project cannot afford additional time or budget, right? So you got to be strict with the money, and that needs to be your focus. All right, here's the final one, number 10. Here we go. Let's relaunch. And let me put in PMI's verbiage so that you can read their musings. Thank you for staying with me as we did this. All right, let's go ahead and put this in the chat. So you've got PMI's musings. And the answer that PMI have chosen for this one is option C. Yeah, it's option C. Use corrective action. So let's see. Let's read it again, see if we can make sense. While reviewing the quality of deliverables with a team, project manager determines several quality issues could have been avoided by using a simple checklist. See? The checklist is then implemented for future deliverables. So what have you done? You have aligned what is happening now with what you should have done. That cannot be described as preventive action because you've already gone off course. You've already gone off course. So going off course and then getting back on track is corrective. It's not preventive. It's not preventive. The checklist is then implemented for future deliverables. It doesn't sound like we're saying this is a different project. This is the project manager on this project. We already made some blunders, right? We went off course. Now we're correcting course. We're correcting it, corrective action. So let's read PMI's blurb again. Corrective action is an intentional activity that realigns the performance of the project work with the project management plan. It's not a retrospective. There's nothing here that alludes to the fact that the team had, and this, I didn't genetically rearrange this. This is PMI's question. This is not me genetically arranging anything this time. So you got to be aware of things like that. Nothing here suggests that it is a retrospective. The best answer is just corrective action. All right, my friends. Well, I'm glad we found some gaps. Let's go ahead and let's stop the recording and let's talk about any questions. Hello, my friends. Welcome to another adventure in PMP exam studying. We're taking a look at the Agile quiz for PMP exam students here. And you know how this goes. I'll give you a few seconds to take a look at the question and select an answer. So let's get started. I'll give you a few seconds more. Take your time. If you need more time, hit the pause button. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at what the answer could be. Using the process of elimination, there are certain things you don't know. You don't know that the product owner needed your assistance. That's not indicated in the question. You don't know if you encountered traffic and there is conflict and you need to give the team space. How does that help? Anything. So those are all bogus. The best answer is C. You just need to ensure the daily Scrum was held. That's your job as the Scrum Master. Remember that in this world of Scrum, we could have a Scrum Master that has trained and coached a team to effectively facilitate and therefore can work with other teams. Let's go to our next question. You're working on a Scrum team, the product is very laborious, and you may need multiple teams. What is the maximum number of team members on a Scrum team? I am going to give you a little bit more time to think about this one. So think about it and go for an answer. All right, let's hit that end button, choose your option. And 3, 2, and 1. Okay, the answer to this one, using the process of elimination for what is bogus, 12 would be too big a number. Remember, we're talking about working on a Scrum team. In the Scrum guide, we have less than 10. So all these are incorrect. The best answer is less than 10. In your Agile practice guide, bear in mind that it does read between 3 and 9 members on an Agile team. And this is the best option from what has been given in the question. Let's go to our next one. Read the question
and take as much time as you need. All right, my friends, let's end it here. The answer to this question, if you take a look, you can see team charter, social contract, team agreement, they are all the same thing. If you take a look at pages 49 and 50 in the Agile Practice Guide, you'll see that team charter, social contract, team agreement are used interchangeably. And therefore, the answer to this is all of the options above. That is where you can find the definition of done. You can find the definition of done in the team charter. Reference could also be made to the definition of done in the Agile project charter as well. Let's bear that in mind. All right, let's move into our next question. Your customer is in the process of ensuring the deliverable is fit for use. What does this describe? I'll give you a few seconds. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Well, taking a look at this, it doesn't tell you if it is hybrid or predictive or agile. So you just got to go with what makes the most sense based on either, right? So taking a look at the options, it cannot be sprint planning. That's not where we ensure a deliverable is fit for use in Scrum. There's no such thing as sprint elicitation. And I should get rid of that tick there. So it's not that, and it's not control scope, because control scope is not where you would ask your customer to check a deliverable. The answer is validate scope. And I hope that green check mark didn't give it away, but that is the answer. All right, let's go to our next one. Next one says, you work for a research company that has just gone through an agile transformation. You are now working on a project with a low degree of change and a high frequency of delivery. What is the best way of managing the associated risks? Again, if you need more time, hit the pause button. I'll give you a few seconds to decide. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So you got to use the process of elimination. So since it has said low degree of change, you need to know that is closer to the left-hand side of that grid. Remember, you got a grid with delivery, frequency of delivery, and an axis with degree of change. All right, so you got the frequency of delivery on the y-axis, and you've got the degree of change on the x-axis. And if you are at the bottom left, I'll just use this. This would be predictive, the bottom left, top left would be incremental, top right would be agile, and bottom right would be iterative. So think about it like this: predictive, incremental, agile, and iterative, right? So since this question says a low degree of change and a high frequency of delivery, you can guess it's going to be this one. See? So the best answer to this is option D. The best option is D because that is the incremental choice. Carry out the work using an incremental approach. You can find more of the information for this on pages 14, 18, and 19 in the Agile Practice Guide. Next question. All right, if you need more time, be sure to hit the pause button. The team is behind schedule in the sprint you just started. Whose responsibility is it to keep the team on track? In the world of Agile, we rely on decentralized leadership, so the answer is not a central figure, not the product owner, not the Scrum Master, not senior management. The answer is team, C. Let's go to our next question. Your team has accomplished 250 story points in this sprint. At the beginning of the sprint, management was told to expect 300 story points. Which of the following is true? I'll give you a little bit of time to think about this one, a bit tricky. All right, I've given you quite a bit of time to think about that one. Let's go ahead and end this one. 3, 2, and 1. All right, so ask yourself, what is earned value? Earned value is also known as the budgeted cost of work performed, right? So in this case, if your team has accomplished 250 story points, that is not the earned value. That is what was planned. That's the planned value. So E is wrong. Earned value is not 300. We can also deduce that C would be bogus because there's no cost information here. Okay. Now, ETC is the estimate to complete. You could say there's an estimate to complete the remaining 50 story points, but it wouldn't equate to $50 because there's no currency or cost information given in the question. So we don't know that. What we do know is that we are behind schedule because you've got 250 done and you promised 30. So in this regard, we know that B is likely to be the right option. Now, if you calculate SPI equals earned value divided by planned value, earned value is what you accomplished, 250. What you promised was 300, and that is going to give you the 83.83, 0.8333, and so on. And that's why the answer to this is B. All right, so just convert the story points that you got done to earned value and the story points you promised to planned value, and you'll end up getting the answer on your test. All right, and that's how you do it. All right, let's move to our next one. You have just joined a new company that is using a mixed approach of Scrum and Kanban. Majority of the method is based on Scrum using a Kanban board and WIP limiting principles. Where would you expect to find the definition of ready? I'll let you think about it for a little bit. All right, that should be enough. And you probably realize some of these questions are incredibly short, pretty straightforward, right? So on the exam, you can expect to find questions that are this short. Using the process of elimination, we can cancel things that are not sensible, like the definition of ready won't be in the roadmap. This is something the team uses, right, to define when their user stories are ready to be worked on. In other words, they meet the INVEST acronym. Remember what INVEST stands for? Independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small enough to fit within a sprint, and testable. Just search the INVEST acronym, right? It wouldn't be in the client contract, neither would it be in the project charter at the very beginning of the project. This is after the team has had some deliberation. So the best answer, my friends, is C. It's team contract. All right, let's move to our next question. You are the facilitator on an Agile project. Whose responsibility is it to develop and manage the schedule? I'll give you a few seconds. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Very similar to what we discussed previously. This is not a centralized affair in the world of Agile. It's decentralized. So it wouldn't be any of the central figures, such as the product owner or the facilitator. And it wouldn't be management. It would be the developers themselves, the development team. So the best answer to this is C. Remember, develop and manage the schedule. It's the team, the development team. All right, let's move to our next one. The team is independent and functioning very well on their own on your project. There's no conflict and team members keep to themselves most times. Which stage are they likely in? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. I'll give you a little bit. All right, let's end it. It's a very short question. So it says the team is independent. That word in and of itself is a red flag. The reason is if the team is independent, everyone doing their own thing, working on their own, conflict hasn't started, very likely. So it says independent and functioning very well on their own on your project. There is no conflict. That's suspicious right there. And team members keep to themselves. They're not working together. So they haven't hit conflict yet. They are in the forming stage. The best answer to this is forming. It's not storming, obviously. It's not performing because they're independent, and it's not norming. So the best answer is forming. You got to look for those keywords that define each one of these stages. All right, let's take a look at the final question. Again, a pretty straightforward one if you understood this one. The team is interdependent and functioning very well. There is constructive conflict and team members are mentally co-located. Which stage are they likely in? All right, give it a few seconds. All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, the answer to this is not storming, obviously, because it says they are mentally co-located. It means they're on the same wavelength, the same bandwidth, right? They're working together, right? It says there's constructive conflict. So it's not destructive. Storming doesn't necessarily produce constructive conflict. It also says interdependent. So it's not forming because they are independent in forming, not interdependent. In norming, they're not yet interdependent. So the best answer, my friends, to this one is they are in the performing stage. All right, I hope you've enjoyed this. Remember, if you're getting ready for your PMP exam and you need a boost, you need to go on down to the website, hpmexam.com, hpmexam.com. And every Sunday, there is a half-day boot camp, because that's a day when most people are not in motion or at work or doing something crazy, right? That takes them away from studying. hpmexam.com for a 4-hour boot camp. Highly recommend you go there. We cover all of the content needed for the PMP, and we get you in ship shape. We get you to find the gaps, to recognize things you do not know. I hope you found this to be useful, my friends. All the very best, and talk to you soon. Bye for now.